Chapter 1 of the Romance of Mining. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paul Lawley-Jones. The Romance of Mining by Archibald Williams. Introductory. Any writer on mining in its general aspect is, when casting about for a starting point, driven to express what others have said before him, that the history of mining is the history of civilization. If we try to penetrate into the period when metals were unknown to, or at least unused by, man, all we find of his arts is a few rough scratches on a cavern wall and some stone implements of defense and offense. So we call the era, covering thousands, tens of thousands of years maybe, during which the cave dweller depended for his livelihood on his power of fashioning flints, the Stone Age, synonymous in our minds with a dark, brutish existence of a creature just sufficiently more intelligent than the beasts of the field to survive their attacks and to live by destroying them. The ancients, who looked backwards rather than forwards in search of an ideal existence, spoke of the dawn of history as the Golden Age, the epithet being used metaphorically. All was then peace, plenty, and content. Strife between man and man, between nation and nation, had not yet arisen to mar human existence. Arguing from the social deterioration of their own time, they concluded that far back in the past men must have been of a far nobler stamp, and their lot cast in much more pleasant surroundings. Today we know too much to take refuge in such imaginations. While deploring the decay of time-honoured institutions and the virtues of the good old times, we look confidently forward, and, were we given the choice, should not like to antedate our existence by even 100 years. From the vantage ground of knowledge, we see that mankind has steadily advanced in spite of temporary setbacks, fighting circumstances even more successfully by means of the weapons which the arts and sciences enable him to forge. The importance of metallurgy is shown by the very fact that, when we wish to divide human history into a few periods, we fly to the metals as the standards by which to measure man's industrial development. The Copper Age succeeds the Stone Age, then tin is found, and the Bronze Age begins. After the Bronze, the Iron Age, and, last of all, we have the Steel Age, in which we live. Though even at the present day there are, in different parts of the world, races still passing through the earlier ages. The metals serve three important ends. They supply man with the means of making life beautiful, secure, and comfortable. The first metal to be discovered was probably gold, which exists in its native or pure state in many countries, lies on the surface, attracts the eye, and can be easily secured. What nation first set value by gold, we cannot say, but we may reasonably conjecture that the primitive folk, even of the Stone Age, may have beaten this metal, valueless for tools or weapons, into decorations, so that, in one sense, the Golden Age was contemporaneous with the dawn of civilization. The value of gold arose only when other metals had been added to the list of those mined and worked. Copper, also found pure, though usually combined with other elements, must have been known to man at a very early date. By itself, its uses were limited, but when tin was discovered and alloyed with it, the manufacture of bronze altered the history of nations. The stone users were no match for invaders armed with bronze weapons tempered to extreme hardness, and where stone encountered metal, metal won. Civilization had now taken a long stride forwards. Bronze could be used for the arts of peace as well, being fashioned into tools, agricultural implements, ornaments, and money. So well did the alloy serve man that for long ages he was content with nothing harder and more stubborn. When the Spanish conquerors invaded Mexico in the 16th century, they found the Aztecs quite ignorant of the uses of iron, an ignorance which made possible the subjugation of a great race by a mere handful of bold adventurers. After bronze came lead, silver, quicksilver, and zinc. Silver was probably discovered at the same time as lead, since the two metals are often found together. This fact caused the alchemists of the Middle Ages to regard lead as the mother of silver, and to endeavor to transmute the baser into the more precious metal. Quicksilver, like lead and silver, is commonly found in combination with sulfur, which can be driven off by heat. And, whether discovered accidentally or otherwise, was used by the ancients as a solvent for gold. Who first forged iron must ever remain a mystery. Tubal-Cain is mentioned in the book of Genesis as, quote, an instructor of every artificer in brass and iron, end quote. He may have lived 3,000 years BC. The African natives seem to have been acquainted with the use of iron for time immemorial, perhaps long before the days when, in Greece, iron was offered as a prize to the victor in athletic games. The importance of iron, its utility for warlike as well as peaceful purposes, soon won it recognition. The early workers were defined under the names of Vulcan, Hephaestus, Thor. Legends cling round the ancient smithies, associating the pioneer craftsman in iron with supernatural powers. Wayland Smith of the Berkshire Downs has left behind him, in the pages of Kenilworth, a reputation for magic. The family names of Smith, Smythe, Schmidt, Fabry, Lefebvre, and their equivalents in many other languages testify to the high rank of the armourer of the Middle Ages. The late employment of iron is partly accounted for by the circumstance that, though one of the most widely diffused minerals, it is never found pure except in the form of meteorites, lumps of iron which have suddenly descended upon the earth from the abysses of heaven. The earliest iron tools were probably made from these gifts of the gods, which have been found in various sizes ranging from a few ounces up to many tons. Iron ore is so little suggestive of the metal it contains that an inexperienced eye would never connect it with the iron and steel of commerce. And even when the relationship had been established by the ancients, the extraction of the metal from its matrix was a matter of great difficulty, on account of the numerous impurities of the ore and the high temperature needed for its reduction. We may still see in various parts of the world, China, Africa, the Malay Peninsula, the primitive methods used to separate the iron, a hearth blown by the winds or a pump of the simplest form, and the beating on the anvil of a heated metal ball to squeeze out the impurities. Iron thus obtained was very valuable. Early warlike nations used it only for the business edge of their weapons, which were otherwise of copper or bronze. Just as bronze overcame stone, so iron vanquished bronze in battle. The Romans, and later the alchemists, called iron Mars. In the Bible, we read how the Philistines, after their conquest of the Israelites, carried off all the smiths. Quote, there was no smith found throughout all the land of Israel, for the Philistines said, lest the Hebrews make them swords and spears. But the Israelites went down to the Philistines, to sharpen every man his share, and his coulter, and his axe, and his mattock. End quote. Gibbon tells us that the Turks owed their position as a powerful invading nation to the iron which, as slaves, they fashioned for their lord, the great Khan of the Georgian. To quote his own words, quote, "Their servitude could only last till a leader, bold and eloquent, should arise, to persuade his countrymen that the same arms which they forged for their masters might become, in their own hands, the instruments of freedom and victory. They sallied from the mountains, A.D. 545. A scepter was the reward of his advice, and the annual ceremony, in which a piece of iron was heated in the fire, and a smith's hammer was successively handled by the prince and his nobles, recorded for ages the humble profession and rational pride of the Turkish nation." End quote. From that time onward, victory has declared for the nations who have known how to combine discipline and strategy with invention in the employment of iron. The Romans' short-stabbing sword and protected shield against the shieldless barbarian, the armor-clad Spaniard against the naked Mexican, the firearms of Europe against the spear, arrow, and club of savages, the armor-plated warship against the wooden walls. In every case, iron suitably fashioned wins the day. Even among highly civilized nations, every advantage of metallurgical science is eagerly seized to strengthen defenses and make weapons more deadly. Mere numbers do not now prevent defeat. Steel plates must be of the toughest. Cannon and rifles must belch out the greatest possible number of missiles with the greatest possible accuracy. The mechanism of war must be reliable in every way. As Monsieur Simonin wrote some decades ago, quote, "In the contests which will unhappily long continue to take place, victory will henceforth generally remain with those who produce steel in the largest quantity and of the finest quality." End quote. Words which were echoed by Mr. Andrew Carnegie when he said that predominance must be in the hands of the nation which can manufacture the cheapest ton of steel. Our age, the Steel Age, could not be better named. Whichever way we look, steel confronts us. We move over it, shaped as rails or bridges. It enters more and more into the construction of our houses. The machinery which transports us from place to place, clothes us, feeds us, caters for our luxuries, is wrought from steel. And the wealth of nations is derived chiefly from steel, either directly or indirectly. Hand in hand with steel advances coal, without which it would be impossible to make full use of the metal. Steam power waits on both. In fact, the triumvirate of steel, coal, and steam mutually support one another. Steam raises coal. Coal smelts iron ore. Iron ore yields material for the steam engine, and so round the circle again. So great is the part played by coal in modern civilization that the bottled sunshine of past ages may claim almost equally with steel to give a name to the present period in the history of mankind. Enormous as has been the effect of iron on the fortunes of human society, we cannot forget the importance of the intrinsically more precious metals. Their unalterability, their beauty, and their variety have won them a place in our regard which, so far as we can see, nothing will ever be able to diminish. Associated as silver and gold have been with princely magnificence, they appeal to our aesthetic sense. The figures which stand out from history often, in part at least, owe their fame to the glamour of great wealth. What more striking personage has been immortalized by Holy Writ than King Solomon, in whose days silver was nothing accounted of, whose palaces and thrones were decked with gold, whose argosies sailed home laden with the gold of Ophir. The precious stones and marvelous riches which loom so largely in The Arabian Nights contribute, as much as personal adventure, to the fascination of that book. Gold has been the magnet that has attracted the conqueror and the explorer. Time after time, India, the land of gold and diamonds, has had to bow to the invader, informed through travellers' tales of the wealth of the country. Gold took the Spaniards to Mexico and Peru. Gold drew hundreds of thousands to California, Australia, South Africa, Alaska. Unfurl the golden standard where you will, a huge army soon collects under the banner and, after exhausting the minerals, turns to the agricultural development of the country. But for the reputed riches of Ormuz and of Ind, exploration and colonization of the world by Europeans would have been delayed for centuries. The advance of science has been so greatly stimulated by metallurgy, and in turn metallurgy owes so much to scientific discovery, that we can hardly conceive of the one without the other. The alchemy of the Middle Ages, which vainly strove to change the baser into the nobler metals, laid the foundations for modern chemistry, which helps, on the one hand, to trace and extract metal from its ore, and on the other shows how metal may serve mankind in 1,000 ways. The influence of mining on mechanical arts is no less striking. Out of the ladder and bucket has gradually been evolved the winding engine, which whirls men and ore at 20 miles an hour from the depths of the earth. The air or water-driven drill has replaced the stone or bronze hammer of the ancient miner. Electric lamps have ousted, in large degree, the candle and flickering oil boat. Tramways do with ease what once caused bucket-carrying men much toil and pain. The mechanical coal cutter does the work of 100 picks. Dynamite blasts into fragments huge masses that formerly would have been cleft laboriously with wedges. In spite of his conservatism, the miner finally adapts to his use any invention which has proved beneficial to those who work on the earth's surface. And in return, he has shown how mountains may be burrowed through for the passage of the locomotive. The Simplon Tunnel and the prehistoric underground galleries of Italy and Spain are more closely related than one may think. To those who can see romance in industry, what a field does mining open! The story of the metals is bound up with phenomenal individual success and equally gigantic failures. In a day, the pauper becomes a prince, and he who fancied himself a prince finds himself a pauper. A humanity which takes pleasure in risking wealth on the cast of dice, on the running of a horse, or on the quotations of the stock exchange, cannot be but enthralled by the sudden ups and downs inseparable from the exploitation of new mines and virgin countries. Who has not, at one time or another, felt the desire to take pick and shovel and go on the trail of the miner in the hope that he may prove a Marshall, a Hargraves, a Godoy, a Gould, or a Drake? From every corner of the globe come sensational, and often true, stories of men who, in a lucky moment, have grasped a secret worth millions of pounds. The world is large, and for every fortune that has been made, 100 still remain for the prospector. Even when wealth has to be won by continuous and quite everyday work at the point of drill and pick, the conditions of life are such as to appeal to the imagination. The great brotherhood of miners, the sturdy Cornishman, the lithe Italian, the stubborn, superstitious German, the hardy, sombreroed Asturian, the Chilean baratero, calm and impassive, the excitable Frenchman, the thrifty, patient Chinaman, is surrounded by perils and hardships. It was not without reason that the miners of the Harz peopled their mines with malicious gnomes, and prayed to Saints Nickel and Cobbold before descending into the depths. Fire, water, poisonous gases, falling roofs, breaking ropes and ladders are the terrors which the miner faces without thought as part and parcel of the risks of his calling. Yet for the outsider, the bravery and resource shown by the toilers of the deepest deep in the presence of disaster helped to weave a romance as real as that of the battlefield, and that, in spite of its hardships, mining has a fascination for the worker is proved by the unwillingness of a miner to relinquish his calling in favor of any other. The following pages, while touching the chief branches of the mining industry, must necessarily omit reference to many of the great treasure houses of the world. Special prominence has been given to the precious metals because their discovery and working has witnessed the most stirring scenes in mining life. As Mr. Fawcett writes in his Colorado, quote, "There has been a fascination and romance attending the search of the precious metals, and time intensifies, rather than diminishes, the feeling. Under the magic influence of gold and silver discoveries, a spirit of enterprise has been engendered that has brought about the accomplishment of results as unexpected as they were grand and wonderful. The wilderness is peopled, states are founded, and almost an empire established where the presence of civilized man was unknown but a few years ago." End quote. The reader will also be glad to hear of the source and supply of some of the most valuable varieties of jewels, round which romance clings even more abundantly than round the metals, since individual stones have had their histories. We have the whole world to roam over, so excursions are made into those spots where typical or prominent instances of the mining of various minerals are to be found. Mining, here used in its widest sense, includes operations on the surface as well as those underground, and extends to those substances which are extracted from the earth without recourse to shafts and tunnels. Enter a jeweller's shop and take note of the minerals ranged around. Could they speak, what stories they might have to tell. There is the gold of many countries, the silver of Mexico, Nevada, Spain, Bolivia, Mexico, the tin of Cornwall and Malacca, the copper of Lake Superior, the platinum of Colombia or the Ural Mountains, the diamond of Brazil and Griqualand, the ruby of Burma, the turquoise of Persia, the emerald of Peru, the sapphire of Ceylon. Even in an ironmonger's, the metal displayed hails from many lands: the British Isles, France, the United States, Germany, Austria, Russia, Sweden, Italy, Spain, and Siberia. In the stonemason's yard, English sandstone jostles Italian marble and Scotch granite and Welsh slate. On the grocer's shelves, English salt stands close to Sicilian sulphur. Let us go and see how these diverse substances were discovered, how they are won to the use of mankind, how the people live who exhume them, and what are and have been the difficulties encountered before nature's mineral riches are poured by land and sea into the lap of civilization. End of Chapter 1.
Chapter 2 with the Romance of Mining. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Romance of Mining by Archibald Williams. Ancient Mining. Features of early mining. Riches of the ancients, the Egyptian mines, the earliest European miner, the Etruscan mines of Campaglia, the Phoenicians, Zimbabwe, the Romans as miners, the Romans in Britain, Aztecs and Peruvians, the development of mining methods, ventilation, gunpowder, hoisting devices, comparative comfort of modern miners. Before embarking on detailed accounts of the various branches of mining as conducted today, we shall do well to consider briefly the earliest stages of the industry, when it was being gradually evolved and organized by the old and great peoples of the earth. 3 facts seem to stand out clearly in respect of ancient mining. 1, that India was the center, at least in the Old World, from which radiated the first advances in the science of extracting minerals, to pass successively through Egypt, Phoenicia, and the archipelago, to Greece and Italy, whence they penetrated to Germany, Gaul, and the British Isles. 2. That among the ancients mining was not considered honorable toil, and therefore had to be performed by slaves. Hence a nation had to become a conqueror before it could set up as a mine owner. 3. That gold was the metal to which the earliest miners turned their serious attention, copper mining second, and tin third. As we have already noticed, iron made an appearance very late, when metallurgy had developed so far that the Egyptians and other races were able to perform many operations with bronze tools which, for lack of knowledge, how to temper the copper alloy to a requisite hardness, we could not imitate today without recourse to steel. We may safely assume that mining was practiced in Eastern countries for 3,000 or 4,000 years before the Christian era. Gold, won from the earth by washing alluvial deposits, just as is still done in many localities, steadily accumulated in the royal coffers of a kingdom until, in order to put it to some practical use, it was fashioned into objects of worship or the paraphernalia of a court. In Babylon, there were 3 great statues of beaten gold, 2 of them 40 feet high, and the third probably of similar dimensions, though sitting. Besides these, there was an altar, 40 feet long and 15 feet broad, covered with gold plates and several massive bowls and censers. From the weights given, it has been calculated that the raw metal in these constructions weighed about 2,700,000 ounces, or about 11 million pounds. We know, too, that Darius was able to wring a yearly tribute of over 2,500,000 pounds out of his satrapies. David and Solomon devoted huge quantities of the metal to the adornment of the temple and the royal palace. The Athenians reared over their citadel an enormous gold and ivory statue of the goddess Athene. In the New World, the same accumulation went on through the ages, there being no gold currency to absorb the gold, so that the Spanish conquerors on their arrival in Mexico and Peru found vast treasure worth a desperate struggle for its ownership. It must not be supposed that the Old World as a whole, or even contiguous countries, kept abreast in the art of mining. As we can see at the present time, some races have retained the most primitive processes, while others have advanced. The Chinaman of the interior of China extracts his iron from its ore in the same way as his ancestors did before him for countless generations. The rock drill and ponderous ore-crushing stamp exist contemporaneously with the stone hatchet. Therefore, in speaking of ancient mining, we should remember that its development was local and spasmodic, though the general tendency throughout the world was forwards. We naturally look to the Egyptians for the earliest mining work that can be even approximately dated. The copper mines of Sinai are the most ancient of which history makes mention. According to documentary accounts, they were worked from 5000 BC to about 1200 BC. There still exist the tunnels, furnaces, crucibles, and parts of the tools used by these toilers of the dim past. That the Egyptians knew of iron thousands of years ago is suggested by sculptures of what are supposed to be iron smelting furnaces. But as these particular sculptures do not date further back than 1500 BC, the introduction of iron would, even if the treatment of that metal is indicated, still be very greatly posterior to the mining of copper. And we are left to wonder how the Egyptians carved the great granite blocks that now attract tourists in crowds to the valley of the Nile. The earliest European workings may have been the Spanish. Among the copper lodes of the Asturias, human skulls of a prehistoric type have been discovered near mining implements of flint. When metallurgy was dawning in the Italian peninsula, the old Etruscans drove galleries through the rocks of Campiglia in search of copper. There are, says Monsieur Simonin, in underground life, excavations large enough to hold a 6-storied house with ease. These vast chambers communicate with each other by means of narrow galleries, or rather passages, in which a person can scarcely crawl. The barren rocks left as rubbish or waste in the excavations have hardened and become cemented together under the pressure of the overlying beds and by the earthy debris of the mine. These artificial masses can only be broken by blasting, like those blocks of concrete which are thrown into the sea in the construction of breakwaters. The wooden props are still in place, rotted or rather carbonized by a sort of slow decomposition of the vegetable tissue. All the smell they give out may be recognized as that of the evergreen oak and the chestnut, which are always grown in the country. Fragments of vases, lamps, and amphorae, which are found in the rubbish, are connected with Etruscan art. Wedges and bronze picks have also been met with in the mines, affording proofs that these works date from a period when iron was not commonly used for ordinary purposes. Enormous masses of rubbish cover the flanks of the mountains where the ancient pits have been opened, and over an extent of several miles follow 2 parallel courses marking the outcrops of the veins. In the valleys there are still enormous heaps of cinders on the very sites of the ancient foundries. Though these mines have not been worked for possibly 3,000 years, they show a comparatively advanced stage of mining art. The very marks of the tools still remain in the rock, as fresh as if they had been made yesterday. The Phoenicians played so important a part in the spread of civilization through the Mediterranean countries and even beyond the Pillars of Hercules, as the ancients turned the Straits of Gibraltar, by trading and exploiting the mineral deposits known to them, that we may pay special attention to their operations. Before the Phoenicians first visited Spain, the inhabitants had worked the silver, lead, and copper mines of Huelva, Cordova, Seville, and Malaga in the southern parts of the peninsula. The Canaanitish traders, getting access to the coast direct and to the inland regions, generally called Tarshish, by the Guadalquivir, drove a profitable trade with the natives in the metals mentioned. As soon as they had established themselves firmly, they either compelled the natives to work the mines for them, or imported slaves from their own territories bordering the Mediterranean. They must have obtained huge quantities of metal, if Diodorus of Sicily is not exaggerating when he states that even the anchors of ships returning from Spain were of silver, a statement which reminds us of the silver cannon sent by Pizarro from Peru to Spain. The historian says further that the avarice of the Carthaginians, Phoenicians, led them to seek for and work mines in all parts of the peninsula, and that it was from this source they obtained the means with which to combat, and for a long period stubbornly resist, the ultimately superior forces of mighty Rome. It is, unfortunately, impossible to distinguish the Phoenician from the Roman operations which immediately succeeded them. But we may be sure that many thousand tons of copper, tin, and silver were extracted during the Punic occupation, the zenith of their activity probably being the period when Solomon sent his ships to Tarshish. Naturally adventurous voyages, the Phoenicians coasted around the Atlantic shores of Spain and France, and finally reached the westernmost part of England, where they did a brisk trade in tin with the savage Cornishmen. We shall refer to this sphere of their activity more fully in a later chapter. In Rhodesia, at Zimbabwe, are ancient ruins of great extent, and old mines from which large quantities of gold were extracted by the people that raised the huge fortress there. Legend has long associated this region with the Ophir of King Solomon, and Mr. Rider Haggard, in his King Solomon's Mines, has drawn an imaginative picture of the excavations driven through the mountains in the time of that monarch. More recently, fact has succeeded fiction. Mr. Theodore Bent, after a careful examination of Zimbabwe and its surroundings, pronounced that during one period of its earliest history, the Phoenicians occupied Rhodesia, and that to them are largely due the galleries and pits, which can be counted by the thousands all over the country. The gold was not merely won from the outcrops of veins. Shafts were sunk to a depth of even 150 feet, and levels were driven from there along the veins. The Rhodesian miners also knew the use of fire to crack and splinter the rock before attacking it with tools. They brought up the quartz, ground it in mills, and washed the particles of gold out of the rubbish and hollows still visible along the riverbed. Bent found rows of crushing stones and water holes at which the African slaves wore out their miserable lives. The gold thus obtained was smelted and cast in soapstone molds for conveyance to the coast, whence it probably went by sea to the Red Sea and overland to Palestine. When at last the Phoenicians had to quit their South African colony, they walled up the entrances to some of the mines before they went. Outside others, heaps of quartz stand stacked, ready for removal. Tools are found at the bottom of shafts, as if abandoned by the workers in a panic. Curious flint tools, stone axes, and wedges, as well as very ancient iron chisels, hammers, wedges, and trowels. The quartz crushers are thrown down near their basins. A pile of skeletons at the Mundy ruins gives evidence of a flight or massacre. Cakes of gold lying by their waist may once have been held in a belt. In Europe, the Romans took up the Phoenician workings after the destruction of Carthage. During their occupation of Spain, from 210 BC to about 425 AD, they busied themselves with the mining of gold, silver, and copper. Spain became the Roman Siberia, to which slaves were sent by thousands to end their days in the mines. Polybius says that 40,000 men worked the mines of New Carthage alone. From Pliny and Titus Livius, we learn that 20,000 pounds worth of gold came annually from the Iberian Peninsula. Little is said of the copper workings, though these, especially in the Rio Tinto districts, must have been enormous. The heaps of slag and cinders which, near the Rio Tinto and Tharsis mines almost rise to the dignity of hills, have been calculated to contain upwards of 30 million tons of ore and rubbish. Gonzalo Tarrant, a Spanish expert, estimates that it took the labor of 10,000 slaves working for 45,000 days to amass this huge quantity of dump, and that during the Roman occupation, over 10 million tons of copper were extracted from 12 mines. The Romans drove miles of tunnels through the hills and hollowed out great chambers in the ore body. Their mining skill is suggested by the water wheels and other devices found in the underground workings, and by the remarkable regularity of the excavations. When Julius Caesar invaded England in the year 55 BC, he wrote, "They, the Britons, used brass money and iron rings of a certain weight. The provinces remote from the sea produced tin, and those upon the coast iron, but the latter in no great quantity. Their brass is imported." After their experience of Spanish mines, the Romans were encouraged to seek mineral treasures in Ultima Thule. They have left traces of their activity in many parts of the kingdom. In Cornwall they extracted tin. In Northumberland, Derbyshire, Yorkshire, Cheshire, Nottinghamshire, Shropshire, the Wye Valley, and the Forest of Dean, they mined lead. Pliny, in referring to this metal, says, "It is extracted with a great labor in Spain and throughout the Gallic provinces, but in Britannia it is found in the upper stratum of the earth in such abundance that a law has been spontaneously made, prohibiting anyone from working more than a certain quantity of it." The Mendip Hills, Somersetshire, are pitted with Roman lead mines. The slag left by the Romans has been resmelted in recent years and has yielded large quantities of metal. Copper was raised near Oswestry, gold in Carmarthenshire, iron in several counties. Rude furnitures and masses of iron slag have been found overgrown by peat or buried beneath accumulations of soil. Roman mining in Britain reached a fairly high standard of excellence. In Cornwall, there still exists an adit, or tunnel, driven from the bottom of a hill into a lode to drain off the water. The work is distinguished by the symmetry of the arch and the careful masonry of the stones which line it. Passing to the New World, we find but few traces of distinctly ancient mining. Until the coming of Europeans, the methods of extracting ore were mostly very primitive in both North and South America. In the copper districts of Lake Superior, the Aborigines used only stone hammers and perhaps bags of hide to remove the metal, hacked off the great lumps of it which here and there showed above the surface. In Central America, tombs have been opened containing stone chisels, awls, and polishers, with which the old inhabitants of Panama attacked the gold placers or surface deposits, ages before the arrival of the Spaniards. The Aztecs of Mexico and the Peruvians had considerable knowledge of mining, though ignorant of the uses of iron. With bronze tools, they burrowed into the hills and took out gold, silver, tin, and copper in large quantities. Of the Peruvian methods, Prescott writes, they did not attempt to penetrate into the bowels of the earth by sinking a shaft, but simply excavated a cavern in the steep sides of the mountain, or, at most, opened a horizontal vein of moderate depth. They were equally deficient in the knowledge of the best means of detaching the precious metal from the dross with which it was united, and had no idea of the virtues of quicksilver, a mineral not rare in Peru, as an amalgam to effect this decomposition. Their method of smelting the ore was by means of furnaces built in elevated and exposed situations, where they might be fanned by the strong breezes of the mountains. The subjects of the Incas, in short, with all their patient perseverance, did little more than penetrate below the crust, the outer rind, as it were, formed over those golden caverns which lie hidden in the dark depths of the Andes. Both nations managed, however, to amass much treasure for their rulers. When Cortes divided the spoils of Mexico, he had to deal with gold and silver plate worth 1,417,000 pounds, while Pizarro in Peru melted down 3.5 million pounds worth. It is probable that the treasure captured was but a fraction of the total, since the vanquished would have hidden many of their precious possessions as soon as they found what the Spaniards came for. Under the conquerors, European methods increased the yield of the mines so greatly that Spain took the foremost place among the nations of the 16th century in wealth and power. The science of mining has advanced gradually with the increase of mechanical knowledge, until the invention of gunpowder, and in many places for a long time afterwards, the shafts and levels were driven entirely by means of picks and wedges. The labor must have been infinitely more tedious and painful than it is today, when, in spite of all our modern appliances, a miner's life is one of the hardest possible. As Dr. John A. Church has said, the old mines were horrible working places. The galleries were low, tortuous, so poorly supported that accidents by caving of the roof were probably frequent. They were lighted by pine knots or by lamps made only of a clay saucer filled with ill-smelling vegetable oil or tallow, in which a bit of rush, pith, or rag, floating, served for wick, and they were without ventilation to carry off the dense smoke from these lamps and the effluvia arising from severe labor. Even after centuries of experience, when mining had become a great industry, the condition of the mines was deplorable. One of the greatest hardships was the want of a current of fresh air to reduce the heat of the galleries and provide pure oxygen for the workers' lungs. In the 16th century, rough ventilating fans were constructed, the vanes sometimes edged with feathers to create a draft in the galleries. About the same time, pumps were installed to free mines of water, a task previously only possible, and that on a very limited scale, by the raising of buckets with windlasses or on men's backs. We may suppose that gunpowder was not used below ground until methods of ventilation were fairly perfect, since its poisonous fumes would have rendered stagnant air quite unbreathable for a long time after an explosion. The latter still survives in many mines as the sole means of descent and ascent, involving an immense amount of extra fatigue. Steam power only was able to give quick transit, first in the man engine, such as still used in Cornwall, and afterwards in the rope-hoisted cage. Steam was also harnessed to ventilating and pumping machinery, and later to that for lighting. But for explosives and steam, modern deep mining would have been absolutely impossible. Man now sinks shafts 5,000 feet down into the earth, and from the bottom burrows horizontally. He sends copious currents of air to the lowest depths, pumps out the water if need be, and leads compressed air and electricity through a maze of pipes and wires to work machine drills which, in combination with high explosives, relieve the miner of a large part of the toil otherwise necessary to secure the minerals. As we shall read in future pages, the underground workers of today have hardships and perils to encounter, but in comparison with the surroundings of those who first explored the deep treasure houses of nature, theirs is a comfortable and happy lot. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Romance of Mining. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Romance of Mining by Archibald Williams. The Eldorado of the Great West. The Sierra Nevada. The result of altering a mill race. First discovery of gold in California. Booty scented by the public. Gold reaches San Francisco. Sudden rise in wages. Scenes in Frisco. Off to the diggings. The Mormons. The mining outfit. Scarcity of water. Disappointed hopes. Placer mining. Panning out. The sluice. Racial feeling. Hardships and disease. Riotous extravagance. What the average miner got. Rough justice. Danger of wealth. Incredible selfishness. Trouble in San Francisco. The transcontinental journey. What Mark Twain saw. Rapid increase in California's population. The miners' restlessness. The sad results. Exhaustion of placers. Hydraulic mining. Gigantic flumes. How gold is washed out by the hydraulic jet. Devastating effect on the country. Parallel to the coast of Upper California, at a distance inland of about 200 miles, runs the Sierra Nevada, a continuous and lofty range marked by a line of dominant peaks, many of which are over 14,000 feet high. It has an average width of about 80 miles, and its western slopes are more gentle than the eastern, which abound in precipitous declines. From the mountains, many streams hurry westwards to join a main river called the Sacramento, flowing into the San Francisco Bay. On their way, these tributaries cut through mighty deposits of gravel, which in the course of the ages have been detached from the heights and distributed along the valleys. From the latitude of San Francisco north to Oregon, the strata of the range have received a liberal salting with gold at the hands of nature, and the water has separated huge quantities of it from its bed, to strew it in the river courses and in gulches through which streams no longer flow. This huge auriferous belt on the Sierra's western slope is the Eldorado of the West. One January day in 1848, a Mr. Marshall was making alterations at his sawmill on the Americanos River, which enters the Sacramento at a point where the town of the same name now rises. The tail race of the mill being too narrow to allow the water to run off in sufficient quantities to get full work out of the wheel, he threw the mill wheel out of gear and suddenly let the whole body of water behind the dam loose into the race. This operation considerably enlarged the narrow channel, and a mass of sand and gravel was carried off by the force of the current. Captain Sutter, a neighbor, thus related what followed to Dr. J. Tyrwhitt Brooks, one of the pioneer miners. Early in the morning after this took place, he was walking along the left bank of the stream when he perceived something which he at first took for a piece of opal, a clear transparent stone, very common there, glittering on one of the spots laid bare by the sudden crumbling of the bank. He paid no attention to it. But while he was giving directions to the workmen, having observed several similar glittering fragments, his curiosity was so far excited that he stooped down and picked up one of them. "Do you know," said Mr. Marshall to me, "I positively debated with myself 2 or 3 times whether I should take the trouble to bend my back to pick up one of the pieces, and had decided on not doing so, when further on, another glittering morsel caught my eye, the largest of the pieces now before you. I condescended to pick it up, and to my astonishment found that it was a thin scale of what appears to be pure gold." He then gathered some 20 or 30 similar pieces, which, on examination, convinced him that his suppositions were right. His first impression was that this gold had been lost or buried there by some early Indian tribe, perhaps some of these mysterious inhabitants of the West, of whom we have no account, but who dwelt on this continent centuries ago, and built those cities and temples, the ruins of which are scattered about these solitary wilds. On proceeding, however, to examine the neighboring soil, he discovered that it was more or less auriferous. This at once decided him. He mounted his horse and rode down to me as fast as it would carry him with the news. Captain Sutter was soon convinced that the specimen showed that an epoch in California history had been opened. Of course, the first thing for the 2 lucky men to do was to keep the discovery to themselves. They visited the mill and poked about among the sand with such good results that they soon had collected an ounce of the precious metal. The next day they went further up the stream and found that gold existed along the whole course, not only in the bed of the main stream, but also in the now dried-up gulches and creeks leading into it. Indeed, gold appeared most plentiful in the ravines. The Captain Sutter picked out a dry gorge with his knife, a lump of solid gold, scaling nearly 1½ ounces. Unfortunately for the discoverer and his friends, the mill workpeople had scented booty. A Kentuckian, suspecting that something was up, dogged the prospectors about and searched for the object of their wanderings, so that when they returned to the mill, they were astonished, not to say disgusted, by the laborers running up with flakes of gold, which an Indian, who had previously worked in a mine in Lode, California, had immediately recognized as the true stuff. The secret had thus become public property in a very few hours. Such a piece of news soon spread, and hard on its heels came actual proof of its truth in the shape of gold flakes sent down to San Francisco. On May 8th, a man entered the town with 23 ounces of gold. People at once began with one voice to talk of nothing but the new placers, a Spanish term signifying spots where gold is found mixed with alluvial deposit. Parties were formed at once to visit the diggings, and individuals started off alone with shovels, mattocks, and pans to dig the metal out. The talk soon bred a perfect furore. All the workpeople struck. Out of 50 new buildings in course of construction, only about half a dozen were not bereft of artisans, the majority of whom, together with lawyers, storekeepers, and merchants, were bitten by the fever. On many a door could be seen a paper bearing the legend, "Gone to the diggings." Wages increased by leaps and bounds. The people who remained behind could ask their own terms. Salesmen and shopmen got $2,300 to $2,700 a year, with board, and even boys received salaries which in the pre-mania days would have satisfied the heads of large departments. But while many houses were being deserted, fresh inhabitants poured in by sea, many having come across the Isthmus of Panama to a point where they could take ship. Up sprang a host of canvas booths to accommodate the newcomers. In the better parts of the town, stupendous taverns, gambling houses, and other buildings commanded huge rents, anything up to $100,000 a year. Skirting the beach, writes an eyewitness, was a vast collection of tents called the Happy Valley, since more truly designated the Sickly Valley, with filth of every description and stagnant pools beset one at every stride. In these tents congregated the refuse of all nations, crowded together, 8 people occupying what was only space for 2. Blankets, firearms, and cooking utensils were the only worldly property they possessed. Scenes of depravity, sickness, and wretchedness shocked the moral sense, as much as filth and effluvia did the nerves, and such was the state of personal insecurity that few citizens slept without firearms at hand. The constant wearing of arms by such a disorderly set, amongst whom quarrels were frequent, caused many disputes to terminate disastrously. But the unsettled state of the country and the many desperate characters prowling about made it necessary to be armed for self-protection. The weaker party was only sheltered from oppression by a loaded revolver, as there was no assistance to be expected from others. Steel and lead were the only arguments available for redress, and bystanders looked on unconcernedly at acts of violence, the cause of the dispute or the justice of the punishment inflicted being seldom inquired into. A poor man arriving in San Francisco had small chance of comfort. Even if he possessed a fairly heavy purse, it soon lost its weight in a city where a good meal cost $3, even if the owner kept clear of the many gambling hells which kept open house for the allurement of the greenhorns. In the 50s, San Francisco was very inaccessible as compared with its position today at the termini of several great transcontinental lines. To get thither from the East Coast, the traveler had a choice between a tedious sea journey round the Horn, a partly sea and partly land route via the Panama Isthmus, across which a road and subsequently a railway were driven, and a land march of some 3,000 miles. Nevertheless, the distant sea era soon teemed with a population of many thousands. Most of the immigrants, at least during the first 2 years, came in from the coast, while a minority worked across the trackless plains, braving the hostility of the Indians and the many physical difficulties of a passage through a waterless, trackless, and arid region. Many a bloody battle was fought between the white gold seeker and the scalp-loving Crow, Pawnee, or Sioux. Though the lighter color eventually prevailed, the natives, when skilled in the arts of treachery and ambuscade, often murdered parties of their natural foes, and escaped with their gory trophies into the fastnesses of the mountains. Shortly after the discovery of gold, a large emigrant band of Mormons entered California across the Rockies. Without wasting time, they made straight for the Americanos River and began washing out the golden flakes and dust which permeated the bed of the stream. They did not have the valley to themselves for long, since the miners from San Francisco were now on the march to the Mormon diggings, as they were called after the first comers. The miners leaving San Francisco for the gold fields often banded together for mutual protection and help. The perils of the journey were such as to render the passage of a solitary person a terribly risky business. Before starting, the more prudent gold seekers equipped themselves with an outfit, viz., tent, spades, mattocks, axe, blankets, hides, coffee, sugar, whiskey, brandy, knives, plates, forks, pots, and kettles. If funds permitted, a horse or 2 would be added to the list as beast of burden, and anyone who could afford it purchased a mount for his personal use. For some days the track up country lay through an undulating, park-like region, where sycamore, oak, and cypress offered grateful shelter from the burning sun. Then the landscape changed, and bare sandhills replaced the green vegetation. Horrible dust storms filled the eyes and mouths of the travelers. Hot winds parched their skin till it cracked, and to these discomforts were added the pangs of thirst. On one occasion, a party met a straggler who offered them a flask of brandy, priceless at the diggings, in exchange for just a half a pint of water. The barter was refused because water was excessively scarce among the party, and the poor wretch learnt that the necessaries of life are after all superior to its luxuries. Here and there they fell in with men returning from the mines, broken in hope and health, who prophesied ruin to anyone who entered the diggings, and advised a retreat before it was too late. Such advice, as may be imagined, was quite unheeded, for the prospect of finding gold appeared to blind everybody who had not yet tried his luck at the game to all considerations of possible physical collapse. Travelers had to reckon with the Indians, ever on the alert to steal a horse or any other possession of the white invader. At night watches were set, and if the guard, overcome by the fatigues of the day, nodded at their post, an animal or two would probably be missing when daylight returned. The strains of such a journey often let loose evil passions, and men who had started from San Francisco, bound together by solemn pledges to stick to one another, would quarrel and separate, each endeavoring to be first at the diggings. But the roughest path has an end, and at last weary eyes were gladdened by the sight of tents lining the banks of a stream. A canvas erection of unusual size indicated a store, where Indians, Oregon trappers, with skin tanned to the consistency of a buffalo's, Spanish dons of the old school, hatchet-faced Yankees, keen-eyed as the eagle, jostled one another as they exchanged their gold dust for food and tools. We may now turn our attention to the gold-saving methods employed at the Californian places. At first, operations were confined almost entirely to the shallow or surface diggings, where the gold lay at or just below the surface. Not until the superficial strata was pretty well played out was serious attention paid to the deeper places, which could be worked only through long tunnels and shafts. The principal implements used for shallow working are the pick and shovel, pan, cradle or rocker, and the sluice. The pan, about 12 inches in diameter at the bottom, is of stamped iron and much resembles the ordinary dairy milk pan. To extract gold from the earth with which it mingles, the pan is filled with the dirt and taken into the water, a stream, tub, or pool, as the case may be. It is submerged, and the miner works the dirt with his hands until the lumps have crumbled. Then, holding one side of the pan rather higher than the other, he gives it a peculiar circular motion, which produces a rotary current and causes the lighter portion to pass over the lip, the heavier particles remaining behind. The earthy element is thus gradually eliminated, and the pebbles are picked out by hand until only a small residue remains, which is either pure gold or gold mixed with a small quantity of sand. The residue is then carefully dried in an iron vessel, and the earthy dust can be blown away, leaving nothing but pure gold. Panning is slow and laborious work, so that those who had money or skill sufficient to provide themselves with a rocker, or gold canoe, as the Indians styled it, resorted to this less primitive method of washing. The rocker resembles a child's cradle. About 6 inches from the top is a drawer, with a bottom of perforated iron. Earth is thrown by one man into the drawer, and well flooded with water to break up the lumps. A second miner rocks the cradle backwards and forwards till the finer contents of the drawer fall through the sloping tray below, on which are crossbars, called riffles, to arrest the gold. Much more scientific than either of these simple contrivances is the sluice, a long, slightly inclined trough through which water flows rapidly. Its dimensions vary according to circumstances. In some cases, only a single trough, 10 to 12 inches deep, 15 to 20 wide, and 12 feet long would be used. But as each trough tapers towards its lower end, any number can easily be fitted one into the other to form a continuous sluice thousands of feet in length. The trough bottom is well provided with riffles, sometimes charged with mercury to catch the particles of gold. The more mercury being needed, the finer the separation of the metal dust. Sluice washing is, if possible, carried on without interruption day and night, for weeks, even for months. Then comes the cleanup. The gold, either free or amalgamated with the mercury, is carefully scraped from the riffles and washed clean in a pan. Amalgam has to be squeezed in buckskin or canvas, which allows the liquid mercury to pass, but retains the solid amalgam. This is put into a retort and subjected to great heat until all the mercury has vaporized and been led into a condenser, where it resumes its liquid form. The gold thus obtained is very porous or spongy and must be melted down and run into bars to be fit for sale. In 49 and 50, the rocker and pan did most of the work. The toil was severe in the case of the pan, which required constant stooping, while the constant immersion of the hands rapidly macerated the skin and made them very painful. The rocker saved the hands this injury, and by employing several sets of muscles, enabled the miner to keep on working without much physical discomfort. By a rule of the diggings, when a party operated a cradle, a nugget weighing over half an ounce was considered to be the private property of the person who found it, and was not added to the common fund of metal. Since several nationalities occupied the diggings, race feeling became acute. The Americans, who predominated numerically, showed their teeth to the colored miners, and if their property were worth the trouble, often drove them away. These ejectments sometimes resulted in serious fighting, as the injured party was always ready to resort to stealthy retaliation under cover of night. Nor was there much love lost between the white gangs. At the Mormon diggings, a quarrel broke out over a sluice which damaged the claims lower down the valley. The sluice owners refused compensation to the injured diggers, who, accordingly, raided the aggressors. Knives, picks, rifles, and pistols were freely used. Heads were smashed in, limbs lopped, bullets flew, and in a few minutes the ground had all the appearance of a miniature battlefield. No truthful picture of these early camps can, unfortunately, be a pleasant one. Even in the hot season, the nightly dews were so heavy that blankets would be saturated by the morning. In the rainy season, a deluge fell, against which the frail erections of earth and canvas afforded little shelter. Owing to exposure, hard work, and poor food, disease stalked in many shapes among the miners. The most prevalent complaints were dysentery, fever, and ague, for which little hope could be procured, since the few doctors present charged exorbitant fees, and medicine was practically non-existent. Every now and then a poor wretch, mad in the delirium of fever, would rush frantically from his tent and attack anybody who came in his way. One morning, writes Mr. Shaw, I took a stroll round the tents. A most ominous silence prevailed. Of the busy crowds, not one was to be seen at work. All was as still as a hospital. We had not been the only sufferers. Sickness universally prevailed, seemingly as infectious as the plague. In every tent lay sufferers in various stages of disease. Out of 200, at least 20 had died, and not more than 60 were able to move. These convalescent would be seen gathered together in the stores. Those who were too ill to frequent scenes of dissipation excited my compassion. They lay huddled together in tents, moaning and cursing, many of them dying, with no one to attend to their spiritual or bodily wants. And I cannot but think that many died from sheer starvation or mere want of attendance. Side by side with this dreadful suffering existed riotous extravagance. The few fortunate diggers gambled deeply, staking their bags of gold dust against the turn of the cards. Being men of no education, They imagined that lavish expenditure of their easily won wealth would raise them in the estimation of their less fortunate fellows. Accordingly, they might be seen seated on rough benches, breaking off the necks of champagne bottles to quench the thirst arising from a diet of sardines, lobsters, and other luxuries, all, of course, purchased at famine prices. Under the circumstances, it is not surprising that the storekeepers, who never did a hand's turn of gold washing, made the largest fortunes. A spade which cost originally $1 might fetch 30 at the diggings. 34 pounds of biscuits, salt beef, beans, and flour cost $50. And at one time, when scurvy prevailed and fresh vegetables had run out, the lucky importer of some potatoes sold them at $1 apiece, to be eaten raw like apples. With respect to the richness of the diggings, many stories have been told which greatly exaggerate the reality. In a few instances, immense finds were undoubtedly made by pioneers, but the average product of a hard day's work would not exceed $15 to $18. Of the thousands who visited the placers, only about one-third became resident diggers. And higher up in the Sierras, beyond what was afterwards recognized to be the limit of the gold-bearing belt, the early miner made long and wearisome journeys over the crests of snowy mountains and even into the arid deserts beyond, without ever seeing the color of gold. Thousands worked like slaves and won their ounce or so daily from the river deposits, but living was so expensive that these returns only sufficed to keep body and soul together. Many diggers, hoping for richer finds, stayed on until their small stores of dust had vanished into the store or saloon, and it became absolutely necessary to retire, beaten from the struggle. Though robbery and violence were only too prevalent at the diggings, a very rough justice awaited anybody caught committing a theft. The first dozen men who came up constituted themselves into an informal jury, and passed summary sentence, the loss of one or both ears with hanging in reserve for serious offenses. Sometimes the Indians made a night raid, massacred the occupants of outlying tents, and decamped with their food, clothes, and other possessions. A band of avengers having been collected, they went on the track of the predators, guided by some old trapper well versed in backwoods craft. As often as not, the Indians were run to earth and treated with the severity that instilled into them so wholesome a dread of the white man and his thunderstick that the natives in certain districts ceased to raid and entered the service of their former enemies. Even if a man amassed wealth that was apt to be a source of great personal danger to him, he was watched and followed about on the chance of an opportunity occurring of putting him quietly out of the way. Bands of desperados roamed the country, ready to swoop down on the lucky miner returning with his hoard to San Francisco. Dr. Tirewit tells of a big American who had accumulated a very large amount of gold and who suspected that every visitor to his tent was on robbery bent and acting as a spy. Any harmless person who looked in accordingly received notice to quit in a few seconds if he did not wish to receive a dose of lead from the ever-ready rifle or revolver. The gold fever bred a selfishness that sounds almost incredible. Help was refused to the dying. When death at last released the poor sufferer, his living comrades often refused to cease work for a few minutes to give the corpse burial, preferring to let it become the prey of the coyotes. A visitor to the mines had good reason for arguing that when gold comes in at the door, all human sympathy flies out of the window. After the lapse of a few months, serious trouble brewed in San Francisco. While labor was still scarce, wages reached fabulous figures, but with a great influx of broken miners, these prices could no longer be maintained, though the cost of provisions and other necessaries showed no sign of diminishing. Discontent prevailed among the lower classes. Nightly meetings took place, at which agitators made furious tirades against employers and those foreigners who ventured to sell their labor at cheaper rates than the mob approved of. i.e., for less than $10 a day. Poor fellows suspected of being blacklegs were taken to a high cliff, called the Tarpeian Brock, and hurled onto the beach below, used as a common burying ground, where the sand brought in by the rising tide performed the office of sexton. Yet, in spite of all this inhumanity and villainy, the town was rapidly increasing, and in the face of labor troubles, lofty warehouses rose to the very edge of the hills behind the towns. Fine hotels, huge business houses, and public offices were erected and eagerly rented by far-seeing people whose sagacity told them that the gold rush would be followed by occupations more steadily prosperous than placer mining. For 5 years the rush continued. Men poured in from all sides. The terrible transcontinental journey was undertaken by thousands of immigrants who started from St. Louis or Omaha on the Missouri, pushed along the Platte River, crossed the Rockies, encountered the horrors of the Great Salt Lake Desert, and, after a final struggle with the Sierra Nevada, dropped down into the land of promise, their numbers sadly thinned by wounds, accidents, disease, hunger, and thirst. Mark Twain, writing of this route and the Great Desert in particular, said, "It was a dreary pull, and a long and thirsty one, for we had no water. From one extremity of this desert to the other, the road was white with the bones of oxen and horses. It would hardly be an exaggeration to say that we could have walked the 40 miles and set our feet on a bone at every step. The desert was one prodigious graveyard, and the log chains, wagon trees, and rotting wrecks of vehicles were almost as thick as the bones. I think we saw log chains enough rustling there in the desert to reach across any state in the Union. Do not these relics suggest something of an idea of the fearful suffering and privation the early immigrants to California endured? It is impossible to say how many miners were actually at work in California at the time of the greatest excitement, but 50,000 is the figure suggested for 1850. In 1852 and 1853, this number had probably doubled, and as the newcomers found the rich deposits of surface gold ready to hand, the total output of these years marked the highest level of the Californian output, some $65 million worth per annum. Memorable among the richest strikes of those days are those of the Stanislaus, Americanos, Yuba, and Feather Rivers, where the fortunate owners washed out from $1,000 to $5,000 a day. But such spots as these were limited in area, like the rich pockets found in the mountains where gold had accumulated most amazingly. One of the pockets yielded $60,000 in 2 weeks. Another just doubled that amount in 3 months, while smaller deposits, laid bare in several instances by rooting hogs, panned out $5,000 and upwards. As soon as the richest bars and gulches had been worked over, a spirit of restlessness affected the miners, who were, as Mark Twain says, no simpering, dainty, kid-clubbed weaklings, but stalwart, dauntless young braves, brimful of push and energy, and royally endowed with every attribute that goes to make up a peerless and magnificent manhood, the very pick of the world's glorious ones. Mr. Twain is evidently here referring only to the more respectable part of the population, as the immigrants certainly contained a high percentage of thoroughgoing scoundrels, who, if not villains to begin with, rapidly developed into such under the deteriorating influence of gold mining. Yet in his pages, and in those of Mr. Bret Harte, we are able to detect the kindliness that often concealed itself under a rough and forbidding exterior. The man who is ready to draw his gun on little provocation could also lend a helping hand to a mate in time of need. These folk, wrought to a pitch of nervous frenzy by the myriad reports flying about, were only too easily induced to leave a locality of moderate wealth and to plunge into the unknown beyond the mountains. After months of fruitless searching for the advertised, inexhaustible focus of gold, they would return, those who had not succumbed to privation, poverty-stricken and ragged, to find the claims they had left already occupied by fresh arrivals. A great rush of this description took place in 1855 to the Kern River, 250 miles south of San Francisco. 3 years later, 20,000 men picked up their traps and stampeded to the Fraser River, denuding California of a large proportion of her workers. The sufferings of this misguided mob were terrible, their success very moderate. By 1855, the shallow places had been almost exhausted. The pan and rocker no longer brought out enough gold to render their use profitable. There remained, however, the deeper places and the lode gold, embedded in a quartz matrix. So, while 1,000 little mushroom mining cities, deserted by their busy population, crumbled into ruins, amid the deathly silence of the valleys, 100 more rose elsewhere, occupied by men bent on continuing the search with a more scientific equipment and a different organization of labor. We will therefore turn our attention to hydraulic mining, with which is connected the second chapter of California metallurgical history. In some of the valleys, the prehistoric glaciers accumulated beds of gold-bearing gravel to a thickness probably unparalleled in the rest of North America. Inasmuch as the greater part of the gold sinks to the bottom of a bed, it can be reached only by shafts and tunnels, unless the whole mass is in some manner disintegrated, washed and carried off by water. If you have ever watched a fire engine at work, you must have been impressed by the force with which the water jet strikes an object against which it is directed. Imagine such a jet turned on to a bank of crumbling gravel, and you have the essential idea of hydraulic mining. In order to carry out such operations successfully, an abundant supply of water under very high pressure is needed. To this end, special companies were formed in California to bring water long distances from mountain lakes or rivers through ditches, troughs, or pipes to the scene of operations. As the channel is built on a much gentler gradient than that of the valley along the sides of which it runs, by the time it reaches the mine, it may have a head of some hundreds of feet. From the end of the channel, the water is led down through pipes of decreasing diameter nozzles, 3 to 6 inches in diameter, which fire it against the gravel bank with enormous power. An expert has stated that a strong man could not possibly strike a crossbar through a 6-inch jet of water coming out under a 300-foot head. This is extraordinary, though a fact, and men and animals have been killed by the jet at a distance of 200 feet or more from the nozzle. The Flume companies expended huge sums on this kind of work in the 60s. In Nevada country is the Grand Trunk Line of the Eureka Lake and Yuba Canal Company, running from 4 small lakes near the summit of the Sierra to North San Juan. 65 miles away, the Eureka Lake supplies most of the water. A granite dam 250 feet long and 70 feet high was built across the valley to impound 930 million cubic feet of water. The main trunk carrying the water to the mines is 8 feet wide by 3.5 deep and has a fall of about 1 foot in 100. Not far away runs the South Yuba Canal, 16 miles of which cost about $600,000. It passes through several tunnels. One of these, writes Mr. T.F. Cronies, 60 feet in length, cost $6,000. Another, 3,800 feet long, having cost $112,000. The Flume, 7 miles long, runs for 1.5 miles through a gallery, worked into the side of a precipice of solid rock 100 feet high, the cliffs being so impending that the workmen had to be let down from the top to commence drilling and blasting, an expedient not all uncommon in the construction of these works in other parts of the state. From the main trunk, ditch branches ramify, carrying water over an immense tract of country, supplying a vast number of mills, hydraulic, and sluiced claims. This company has thrown dams across the outlets of 4 lakes situated near the summit of the Sierra, using them as reserves for supplying their canals in the dry season. One of these dams, constructed of solid masonry, 42 feet high and 1,100 feet long, has increased the volume of Meadow Lake more than tenfold. This lake, formerly a mere pond, now being, when full, more than 1.25 miles long by half a mile wide. This company spent $1,130,000 on their works, but in 12 years netted $1,400,000 in receipts. Placer County boasts the Auburn and Bear River Canal, 290 miles long, which cost $670,000. Amador County has a $400,000 ditch of 66 miles. Calaveras County, a 50 miles ditch, which cost $350,000. And into Tuolumne County runs the 40-mile Big Oak Flat and the 35-mile County Water Company's aqueduct, costing $600,000 and $555,000 respectively. Since 1870, even larger pipelines have been laid, in most cases with a very good result to the owners and users. Having secured water, the hydraulic miner has done only part of the work preparatory to an attack on the gravel bed. The whole of this must be detached, broken up, robbed of its gold, and carried right away, without any cessation of labor. When the mining ground has been selected, a tunnel is driven into it from the neighboring ravine through the rock, approaching the gravel on a steady upgrade of about 1 in 8. The tunnel of a large working measures 7 feet in height and as many in width. Its length ranges from a few hundred feet to several miles. In the latter case, it becomes a big engineering feat, accomplished only by the help of scientific calculations and proper rock boring tools, and necessitates a heavy capital outlay. This will account for such tasks not figuring in early Californian mining days. The upper part of the tunnel is so driven that its end lies 50 to 100 feet below the gravel bed. A shaft is then sunk to meet it, and the way out is clear. All along the bottom of the tunnel and far down the ravine into which it empties is laid a large sluice, 2.5 feet wide and of sufficient height to handle all the water that the hydraulic pipes can deliver. Between the blocks, the miners pour tons of mercury to catch and absorb the fine particles of gold. The jet is now directed against the earth round the shaft's mouth, which, under the continuous action of this enormous mechanical force, quickly crumbles away and falls into the shaft. Even big boulders weighing half a ton or more are shifted and make the plunge, splintering themselves and anything on which they alight, thus acting as an automatic crushing machine. A deep trench is gradually opened along the bed, and then the walls receive attention. If very lofty, they are worked in 2 stages, the upper crumbling easily, while the lower may have to be plastered with explosives before the water can affect it. Tunnels are driven horizontally through it, and from them shafts right and left to receive the explosive, which breaks off huge masses of the conglomerate and disintegrates them sufficiently to be affected by the jet. Every month or so comes the cleanup. In some cases, the returns are very heavy, averaging $1,000 and upwards per diem. Cleanups of $100,000 are recorded, and the metal is won comparatively cheaply, each cubic yard treated costing but 1/100th of the labor bill for panning. Of course, in hydraulic, as in other forms of gold getting, there are failures which are ruinous in proportion to the outlay on preliminary engineering. The effect of hydraulicing on the country is, from the scenic point of view, appalling. Tornado, flood, earthquake, and volcano combined could hardly make greater havoc, spread wider ruin and wreck than are to be seen everywhere in the track of the larger gold-washing operations. None of the interior streams of California, though naturally pure as crystal, escaped the change to a thick yellow mud from this cause early in their progress from the hills. The Sacramento is worse than the Missouri. Many of the streams are turned out of their original channels either directly for mining purposes or in consequence of the great masses of soil and gravel that come down from the gold washings above. Thousands of acres of fine land along their banks are ruined forever by the deposits of this character. A farmer may have his whole estate turned into a barren waste by a flood of sand and gravel from some hydraulic mining upstream. More, if a fine orchard or garden stands in the way of the working of a rich gulch or bank, orchard or garden must go. Then the torn out, dug out, washed to pieces and then washed over side hills, masses that have been or are being subjected to the hydraulics of the miners, are the very devil's chaos indeed. The country is full of them among the mining districts of the Sierra Nevada, and they are truly a terrible blot upon the face of nature. This picture is from the pen of an author who traversed the country in 1868, and what he saw then can be seen today on a still larger scale. Probably in no part of the world has water been so extensively employed to maltreat nature's arrangements as it was in California, the home of hydraulic mining. Of the quartz mines, nothing need be said here, since the methods of separating gold from rock will be fully treated in the following chapter, except to refer to the huge amounts of metal that the lodes of the Sierra have yielded, especially the great quartz vein or mother lode, which has been traced for 80 miles and has been worked to an enormous depth. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of the Romance of Mining. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Romance of Mining by Archibald Williams. The Goldfields of the Antipodes. First discovery of gold in Australia. A convict's hard luck. Early discoveries hushed up. Hargraves finds the New South Wales deposits. The rush. Melbourne folk alarmed. Gold found in Victoria. Huge nugget found at Marrow Creek. Its effect on the colony. Victorian gold. Wonderful pocket struck. Overcrowding of Melbourne. Canvas Town. Rapid growth of Melbourne. Ill feeling aroused by mining fees. Ballarat riot. Goldfield extravagance. Curious plight of South Australia. Special measures for gold transport. The great nuggets of Australia. A convict working in New South Wales during the 30s produced one day a small lump of gold which he professed to have found in the earth. But being unable to point out the spot to the people, he was haled before a magistrate and awarded 150 lashes as the penalty of having melted down a gold watch. The magistrate apparently did not reason that a man who had stolen a watch would hardly be fool enough to publicly exhibit the gold of its case as metal discovered in its natural state. But those were days when suspicion and punishment walked hand in hand among the thicket of leaves. Thus inauspiciously began the discovery of gold in Australia. In 1839, Count Strzelecki reported to Sir G. Gipps, the then governor of New South Wales, that in the Vale of Clyde he had found a deposit of auriferous sulphuret of iron, containing an insufficient proportion of the precious metal to repay the cost of extraction. 2 years later, W.W.B. Clark, a Sydney resident, detected gold in the vicinity of the New South Wales capital. But, like the Count, he was asked by the governor to keep the find secret on account of the difficulty of maintaining order among 45,000 convicts that would ensue were the news spread abroad. At this time, Australians were occupied with the pursuits of sheep and cattle raising, They knew nothing of gold fields, for the Californian treasures had not yet come to light. When, therefore, a shepherd now and then walked into a town with a few ounces of gold which he had laboriously picked out of the rocks, he was regarded in much the same light as the unfortunate convict, and set down as a robber. The better educated colonists, who owned large sheep runs, little knew that, as they went their rounds, they were literally treading on gold. 8 years before the actual discovery of gold in 1851, a Mr. H. Anderson, while walking over his sheep station at Ballarat with a neighbor, noticed a small piece of shining white quartz streaked with a glittering yellow substance. "Here's gold," he cried, handing the lump to his companion, who said, "Tut, tut, man, golden nonsense," and made Mr. Anderson so mistrustful of his own judgment that he heaved the quartz at a pair of laughing jackasses near by, and thought no more of the matter. The scientific statements made with regard to the existence of gold by Count Strzelecki, Dr. Clark, and Sir Roderick Murchison during the 40s might have produced no results for many a long day, had not gold been discovered thousands of miles away in California, whither a large part of the Australian population had migrated. Among the gold seekers was a Mr. E. H. Hargraves, who noticed the resemblance between the geological formation of the Californian deposits and certain districts with which he was acquainted in Australia. In 1850 he returned home to prove whether the pickaxe and cradle could not be used with good effect in the Antipodes. Working at Summerhill Creek, near Bathurst, in February 1851, he discovered gold and applied to the authorities for a reward in compensation for the hardships and expenses which he had had to meet. The government, only too anxious to check the emigration to California, offered him a handsome sum if he would show the gold-bearing locality, and on his referring them to the Lewis Ponds, Summerhill, and to the Macquarie River, a sum of money was given him, which 2 years later was increased to £10,000 and a pension. As in California, the first scent of a gold field was the signal for a rush. From Sydney, a mob of men, women, and children trooped through the Blue Mountains, leaving whole streets deserted, to be brought up by foreseeing speculators, who in a few months got their money back tenfold. Sydney became a second San Francisco, with the same tremendous rise of prices for both labor and the necessaries of life. Servants vanished into the back country. Government salaries were doubled to keep the various staffs from unavoidable debt and insolvency. In short, only a few persons remained behind, and those few had to be well paid. So great was the emigration from Victoria to New South Wales that the Melbourne authorities became alarmed. Something must be done to check the draining away of all labor from the colony. A reward was offered to anyone who should find gold within 200 miles of the capital. People soon came to claim the money. Gold had been discovered at the Plenty River, on the Yarra Yarra, and in the Pyrenees Range, and finally in August 1851 at Ballarat. Melbourne and Geelong were at once overtaken by the fate of Sydney in an aggravated form. They became like deserted villages. Geelong was so stripped of its males that women crowded to the doors to view any stray man who might happen to pass through. The case of California exactly reversed. There men paid heavily in gold dust for the privilege of a peep at a member of the gentler sex through the cracks of a shanty. In 4 months, the population of Geelong sank from 8,291 to 2,850 souls. This state of things existed only for a short time, as immigrants from China, Tasmania, South Australia, and Europe soon began to pour into Melbourne at the rate of 2,000 a week. Of these immigrants, a large proportion were very undesirable, being ex-convicts from Tasmania, men returned from California, and the scum of adjacent colonies. Disorder grew rife at the goldfields, where wild forest, honeycombed with hundreds of thousands of ready-made graves, tempted the villain who envied a lucky digger to hurl him, wounded to death, into the hole from which he had scooped a fortune. Ballarat, Bendigo, or Sandhurst, and Mount Alexander were the great foci of attraction. The terrible roads leading to these diggings turned into dust or mud beneath the tramp of tens of thousands of people, all on treasure-hunting bent. Accounts of huge nuggets, unearthed from time to time, kept the excitement at fever pitch. Hungry crowds settled like locusts on claims, and without waiting, in many cases, to obtain a license, began digging for dear life, aided by the rocker or pan. Fortunes were made quickly, as Australia, and particularly Ballarat, is notable for the coarseness of its gold, which seems in this continent to have largely escaped the grinding to powder, so noticeable in California. One man, who had saved up £100, invested the sum in as many acres of land, which 2 years later he sold to the diggers for £120,000, and there are plenty of instances recorded in which a single stroke of the pickaxe or blow of the spade enriched the worker for life. One of the most remarkable nuggets came to light very early in 1851 at Maru Creek, New South Wales. An Australian black, employed as a shepherd by Dr. Carr, amused himself with gold-seeking while tending the sheep. He happened to see a speck of some substance glittering on the surface of a quartz boulder, and chipped off a piece with his tomahawk. And there, embedded in the rock, lay a mass of gold which, when placed on the scales, weighed 102 pounds, 9 ounces, a value of over 4,000 pounds sterling. The arrival of this nugget in Bathurst, the center of the New South Wales industry, produced a furor, which has been thus described by a local newspaper. Bathurst is mad again. The delirium of golden fever has returned with increased intensity. Men meet together, stare stupidly at one another, talk incoherent nonsense, and wonder what will happen next. Since the affair was blazoned to the world, several gentlemen of our acquaintance have shown undoubted symptoms of temporary insanity. Should the effect be at all proportionate in Sydney to its population, the inmates of Bedlam Point may be fairly reckoned as an integral part of the population. Victoria has contributed by far the largest proportion of gold found in Australia. The diggers got from the alluvial workings no less than 2,738,404 ounces in 1852, and 3,150,021 ounces during the following year. To quote totals, between 1851 and 1895, Victoria was responsible for 60,155,047 ounces. New South Wales for 11,421,544 ounces, while Queensland, which only entered into serious competition as late as 1860, came in a good third with 10,604,031 ounces. For the first two colonies, 1851 and 1852, were the golden years, since they witnessed the working over their rich alluvial deposits. Probably the best record for washing comes from Mount Alexander. A party of 5 men had sunk 6 holes to depths ranging from 30 to 60 feet without success, and they were so disheartened that they determined to give up after one more attempt. Before the 7th hole was 3 yards deep, they struck it rich with a vengeance. In 8 hours, 120 pounds, troy weight, of virgin gold was amassed, giving the lucky men 5,000 pounds to divide between them. Such strikes were, of course, the exception. In October 1851, saw many folk returning disgusted to Melbourne, people who were unfit for the business, who had tried their hands and found that, instead of getting gold easily by merely scratching the surface, they must work hard for it, experienced meanwhile much hardship and privation. Yet even their dismal accounts did little to stem the tide of immigration. Melbourne could not house all the newcomers who poured in by every boat. Hotels and lodging houses overflowed. A city of tents, aptly named Canvas Town, rose on the south side of the Yarra Yarra. The scenes in Canvas Town were such as to jar upon the feelings of even the unrefined. And in that huddled assemblage there were many delicate and sensitive persons, plunged by circumstances into a vortex which the master of the Tinto hut had not anticipated. For the water police and the female immigrants who arrived under contract, hulks were secured in the bay. The hardships of this mode of life soon rendered it imperative to provide decent shelter for those who needed a refuge. Public and private subscriptions were raised to build an institution for homeless immigrants. The buildings, though rough, were a cleanly contrast to the disgusting confusion of Canvas Town, and were gladly used by nearly 8,000 people in 1 year. All this movement of population had lasting effect. Before 12 months had passed, Melbourne had doubled her numbers. In a decade, she rose from a small town of about 25,000 souls to a large city of 190,000 inhabitants. Land which before the rush cost £68 per acre changed hands 30 years later at £80,000, and today is scarcely purchasable. A writer speaking of the 1857 Melbourne says, only 3 short years ago, this undulating surface, North Melbourne, was covered with grass and dotted over with gum trees. The traveler, as he sallied forth to the bush, in those days gone by, would turn his nag when at the highest spot to take a last view of the thriving capital of Victoria and the bright blue water beyond, where some considerable shipping already well attested the progress of a flourishing young colony. Since then, however, all had been changed into a wild and tumultuous development. The waters of Hobson's Bay were scarcely visible beneath the forest of 500 or 600 vessels. The grassy glades of North Melbourne were now a hard and dusty surface, cut up everywhere with roads and disturbed with the incessant noise of the traffic to the interior. No country has been more opened up by its gold industry than has Australia. Gold brought settlers who, after the first rushes, turned from precarious metal seeking to more monotonous, but at the same time more certainly productive pursuits. Immense sums were spent on roads, railways, and other public works, which dotted the country over with large towns distinguished by their fine buildings, streets, parks, gardens, and reservoirs. The very areas on which a solitary shepherd earned a scanty meal by tending vagrant flocks, and where the emu stalked, or the kangaroo listened for the approach of an enemy, are now busy centers of industry, whose history opens with the word gold, but now records the advance of many-headed industry. An unfortunate feature of the early mining days was the ill feeling aroused by the collection of digging fees. The goldfields swarmed with people only too ready to applaud the fiery eloquence of the professional agitator, devoted to the breeding of quarrels between the miner and the government goldfields police. Many men refused to take out licenses. Others grumbled at the amounts which they were called upon to pay. And so acute became the excitement that in 1854, Ballarat won notoriety as the scene of a serious armed collision. On the 6th October, a miner named Jane Scobie was killed in a scuffle, and public suspicion fastened itself on one Bentley, an ex-convict from Tasmania, who kept a disreputable public house called the Eureka Hotel. A mob burnt his house and would have lynched the proprietor had not the police stepped in and rescued him, to be afterwards tried and sentenced to 3 years penal servitude. 3 persons, who had been arrested on the charge of burning the Eureka Hotel, received much lighter punishments, but the Ballarat people, considering the sentence unjust, demanded their release. On this being refused, the agitators got to work and spread sedition, which terminated in a conflict between the mob and the military forces under Captain Thomas. Several prisoners were taken by the soldiers. A mass meeting unanimously chose an Irishman, Peter Lalore, as the popular chief, and on the 30th November all work was suspended preparatory to a second attack on the government forces. The rioters fired into the camp. 3 days later, Captain Thomas took the offensive, carried the Eureka Stockade, behind which the rebels had entrenched themselves, and made 125 prisoners, besides killing a few dozen of the defenders. The prisoners were dispatched to Melbourne for trial, but instead of being awarded the penalties they so richly deserved, they were pronounced not guilty by the 12 good men and true, who saw in their conduct not an act of treason, but the deeds of heroes. So low had law and order fallen in Victoria. Goldfield history, like other history, repeats itself. Melbourne and Sydney were formidable rivals to San Francisco, and the inland diggings in their scenes of extravagance. Though some miners quietly amassed wealth, the majority of the lower class acted up to the saying, "Easy come, easy go." Mr. Rusden, in his interesting volumes, gives us a vivid sketch of the Australian spendthrift. Fortunate gold scrapers flung their money broadcast in scenes of luxury and debauchery. Stories were told that many of them scorned to take change from a barber when tossing him £1 sterling, that a roughly dressed man called a cab, which he required for the day, that when the driver replied that the man could not have it, unless for more than he would like to pay, £7, the novice homo threw him £10 and told him to light his pipe with the difference, and that in the very drunkenness of enjoyment of their wealth, many diggers lit their pipes with banknotes. The shopkeepers did a roaring trade, especially with men about to be married, whose one ambition was to deck their brides in the most expensive silks, satins, and laces that money could buy. The more civilized criticism, "That is very dear," gave place to the complaint, "Haven't you anything dearer than that?" And the shopman was, of course, equal to the occasion. One of the most peculiar features of the Australian gold rush, the strenuous efforts made by the different colonies to keep their population at home, has already been hinted at. Adelaide, the capital of South Australia, was deserted by thousands who in 1851 started for the Victorian diggings. Houses were abandoned, property became unsaleable, and business of all kinds was utterly strangled. As the emigrants carried with them all the cash they could raise, the banks, drained of gold, had to contract their circulation, and when some miners returned with £50,000 worth of the metal, they found themselves in the extraordinary plight of being unable to sell it, because there was no money available for its purchase. The government, to cut the Gordian knot, authorized the issue of notes against the ingots, at the rate of 71 shillings to the ounce, the notes to be legal tender, and in the following year permission was obtained from England to coin gold tokens of £5, £2, £1, and 10 shillings respectively. Paper money then decreased, while credit and confidence were at once restored. To facilitate the return of the population and to ensure the influx of gold by South Australians into their own colony, the authorities cut a road through the scrub for 100 miles and organized a system of convoys to escort gold from Victoria to South Australia. Crowds of emigrants willingly paid the 2% charge made for transport. The first convoy returned with 6,000, the second with 19,235, the third with 28,206 ounces, so that this colony, which in 45 years mined only 500,000 ounces from her own territory, quickly amassed wealth which, when the rush was over, led to a rapid development of the country. Australia is as rich in Lode gold as in free gold. The quartz of the mountains has yielded very remarkable returns ever since the miners overcame their antipathy to improved machinery. Occasional veins carried so much metal that the use of a mere hand hammer proved remunerative. The Mount Lyell lodes contained from 15 to 20 ounces to the ton of rock. The quartz quarried on the surface was not at first sent to mills to be crushed. Only fragments from which gold peeped received attention, and even after mills were erected, the methods of treatment were so imperfect that only the richest quartz yielded a profit. but with improved processes, as much as 4,000 pounds a week became quite ordinary earnings for a well-situated mill. Australian gold mining owes so much of its romance to large nuggets which, especially in Victoria, brought sudden fortune to some miners, that a page or two will be devoted to these interesting masses of metal. The formation of nuggets has been explained in various ways. Some authorities suppose that they have grown in the alluvium and have been gradually increased by deposits of metal from the chemically charged water which for ages percolated the stratum. Others are unwilling to accept this theory, preferring to believe that nuggets are the result of fusion. The problem has not yet received a definite solution. It is certain, however, that Australia's nuggets are never likely to be surpassed in size. Appended is a list of the largest specimens, the date and place of their discoveries, and their respective weight. Chart. Columns. Nugget. Date of discovery. Place. Weight in ounces. The Welcome Stranger, February 5th, 1869. Donnelly, Victoria, 2,268 ounces. Welcome Nugget, June 15th, 1858. Ballarat, 2,217 ounces. Blanche Barclay, August 27, 1857, Kingower, Victoria, 1,741 ounces. January 31, 1857, Ballarat, 1,619 ounces. 1857, Donnelly, 1,363 ounces. November 1st, 1858, Burzadong, New South Wales, 1,286 ounces. July 1851, Bathurst, 1,272 ounces. September 8, 1854, Ballarat, 1,177 ounces. January 20th, 1853, Ballarat, 1,117 ounces. June 1855, Maryborough, 1,034 ounces. January 22nd, 1853, Ballarat, 1,011 ounces. Heron Nugget, March 29th, 1855, Mount Alexander, 1,008 ounces. August 1860, Ballarat, 834 ounces. March 1857, Kingower, Victoria, 810 ounces. 1860, Kingower, Victoria, 805 ounces. February 1861, Kingower, Victoria, 782 ounces. October 22nd, 1856, Daisy Hill, Victoria, 715 ounces. May 1856, Taradale, Victoria, 648 ounces. October 22nd, 1855, McIver, Victoria, 645 ounces. February 1st, 1854, Ballarat, 625 ounces. April 1860, Castlemaine, Victoria, 600 ounces. October 1852, Bendigo, 573 ounces. March 6, 1855, Ballarat, 571 ounces. Nil Desperadum, November 1857, Ballarat, 540 ounces. January 15, 1858, Maryborough, 537 ounces. 1856, Taradale, Victoria, 524 ounces. March 1855, Ballarat, 480 ounces. 1853, Ballarat, 371 ounces. February 1853, Ballarat, 368 ounces. 1851, Bathurst, 366 ounces. Dascombe, January 1852, Bendigo, 338 ounces. 1854, Bendigo, 338 ounces. 1860, Castlemaine, 304 ounces. 1852, Bendigo, 288 ounces. May 1860, Kingour, 230 ounces. Compiled from a list made by Mr. William Berkmeyer. It is unnecessary to describe life in the gold fields, because what has already been said at the Californian diggings applies in a large degree to their Australian counterparts. The parallel is continued into the later history of the two countries, for a large proportion of those people who came to seek gold remained to take up sheep farming and agriculture, on which the real prosperity of both Eldorados ultimately rests. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of the Romance of Mining. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Romance of Mining by Archibald Williams, Westralia. Sterile character of West Australia. Gold at Coolgardie. A lucky find. Another lucky find. The luck of Hannans. The Westralian fields. Coolgardie. Wind and dust. Want of water. Dry blowing. Hannan's Brown Hill and Great Boulder. The Coolgardie water supply. A pipe 328 miles long. Description of the pipeline. Effect of gold discoveries on Australia. Rapid has been the development of Eastern Australia since the first discovery of gold. An even more remarkable rate of progress is transforming the, till comparatively lately, waste expanses of the most western colony. At the time when diggers first swarmed into New South Wales and Victoria, West Australia was a mere no-man's land, uninhabited except by Aborigines and a handful of convicts, and probably only a very few people ever suspected that among the sandhills lay treasure which, 36 years later, should open for Australia a second era of gold mining. The Kimberley Field, in the most northerly part of the colony, was located in 1882, and proclaimed in 1886, but it was not till May or June of 1892 that Messrs. Bailey and Ford, starting from Southern Cross, set out on their memorable journey which resulted in the discovery of the Coolgardie goldfield, where they obtained 2,000 ounces by merely smashing up the quartz with rude implements. Though their search was deliberate, the actual find was, as so often happens, in the history of mining, a matter of pure accident. Bailey had long prospected without success, and was returning to Perth, the capital, very much down in the mouth, when the lucky moment arrived. His horse became restless in the night, and began to kick and plunge so vigorously that Bailey went out to coax the animal into quietude. Whilst on his way, he stumbled over what he had first thought to be a stone, but which proved on examination to be a huge mass of pure gold. A claim was at once pegged out, and in 4 weeks, 10,000 pounds had been realized. This claim stands near the center of the town, which, after the inevitable rush, sprang up like a mushroom and was christened Coolgardie, a name familiar to the ears of many people who take little interest in mining affairs. The Pilbara goldfields, halfway up the west coast, owe their origin to an equally trivial incident. It appears, said Mr. A.G. Charlton, in the Engineering magazine, that a discerning youth of tender years picked up a stone to throw at a cow, some say a crow, and, noticing that it contained gold, reported the fact to the warden. This gentleman was so excited at the news that he flashed the intelligence by wire to the then governor of the colony, informing him that a lad had picked up a stone to throw it at a crow, but forgetting to add that he had seen gold in it. The governor, much surprised but moved with curiosity, wired back, "Yes, and what happened to the crow, or cow?" This elicited explanations which led to the proclamation of the district as a gold field, and in consequence of the rush that followed, In the same year, 1888, 3,493 ounces of gold were obtained. 24 miles from Coolgardie is Kalgoorlie Mine, otherwise known as Annise, the scene of many wonderful finds, notable among which was that of a man who, to while away his time one Sunday, began to prospect under his tent and struck a rich pocket. Unfortunately for him, he was so excited that he gave away the secret before he had pegged out his claim, and therefore forfeited all rights to ground other than what his tent actually covered. Through accidents such as these, West Australia, shut off by the desert from the eastern diggings, came into her own, despite the prophecies of geologists that the colony could not, according to scientific laws, contain any gold whatsoever. There are now 17 recognized fields in West Australia: Kimberley, Pilbara, West Pilbara, Ashburton, Gascoyne, Peak Hill, Murchison, East Murchison, Mount Margaret, Yalgoo, North Coolgardie, Yilgarn, Coolgardie, Broad Arrow, East Coolgardie, North East Coolgardie, and Dundas. Each field contains many mines, and between them they cover a total area of 324,569 square miles, 8 times that of England. So much for the geologists. The Coolgardie fields, on which our attention will be centered in the following pages of this chapter, lie about 350 miles east of Perth, on a plateau elevated more than 1,200 feet above sea level. The plateau is crossed by a succession of sandy ridges, their crests separated by shallow valleys running north and south. Sandstorms and flies are its chief drawbacks. Whirlwinds, called willy-willies by the Aborigines, spring up suddenly, spin madly along, seizing in their vortex dust, paper, and any other small objects which they may meet, and as suddenly die down. Unpleasant as they are, the high winds which blow continuously for weeks together are worse. An idea of their effect on the population may be gathered from the fact that fences 4 feet high have been completely buried by the sand particles they sweep along in less than 2 years. The great need of West Australia is water. The annual rainfall averages but a few inches, hence mining has, in many districts, to be carried on in a fashion accommodated to natural conditions, water being absent, but wind very present. The shallow diggings are worked by the dry-blowing method. After the alluvium has been well shaken to bring the larger lumps to the surface for removal, the workman pours a panful of the dirt from a height of 4 or 5 feet into a second pan on the ground at his feet. He stands edgeways to the wind, which blows away some of the dust, but allows the heavier gold to fall perpendicularly. The process must be repeated until only a little rubbish containing the gold is left. Then the miner begins to blow with his mouth, and as soon as he has removed what he can in this manner, he finishes off the separation with a little of his precious water. Corresponding to the cradle of river gold washers is the dry blower, consisting of a couple of slanting frames fixed on legs so that the miner can shake the contents backwards and forwards, like a servant sifting ashes and cinders. The dirt, fed into a hopper having a bottom pierced with large holes, passes down the inclined screens, on the way losing its finer particles, which fall through. The coarsest stuff passes over the end, while the gold flakes and nuggets collect behind the riffles placed to catch them. The fine matter is treated by hand in the manner already described. 1,200 weight of dirt can be treated by a dry blower of this kind in 1 hour. More elaborate patterns, fitted with bellows to produce an artificial air current, handle several tons in the same time. Hannon's Brownhill and Great Boulder are 2 of the principal lode mines. Their yields have been prodigious. In The Land of Gold, Mr. Julius Price describes these 2 properties as he saw them a decade ago, when operations had only recently been begun by the proprietary companies. He descended the main shaft of Hannon's Brownhill, and, he says, I was astonished to find that the whole place was positively sparkling with gold. I had often pictured to myself what a gold mine would be like, but in my wildest dreams I had never imagined anything to equal this. The man, a miner, must have knocked out at least 100 pounds worth of ore during the few minutes I had been watching him in this veritable Aladdin's cave. It absolutely made my mouth water to take up some of the lumps of stone lying loosely at my feet, whilst I could not help trying to realize the feelings of this poor digger, finding himself quite alone and surrounded by all this untold wealth which he was getting out for the benefit of others, whilst he himself was only earning £3 10 shillings per week. At the time of his visit, the manager had under lock and key from 20 to 30 tons of pure gold. This brief account of Westralia mines, brief it must be, through limitations of space, may fitly conclude with a glance at a huge engineering feat which has been performed in the interests of the gold fields. In almost all of the gold-bearing districts of the world, the metal has been found not far from a stream or natural reservoirs. We have already alluded to the great Californian system of pipes and flumes, and the reader will remember that some of these aqueducts are of great length. Unfortunately for Western Australia, the climate and configuration of the ground are such as to make it impossible to store rainwater in sufficient quantities within easy reach of the mining centers. For separating gold dust from gravel and sand, wind may serve, but the quartz crushing mills cannot do their work without a plentiful supply of water. Furthermore, where scarcity prevails, disease, especially typhoid fever, is rampant. The government therefore determined to fetch pure water from the nearest copious springs. These happen to be in the Darling Range, near the coast, 330 miles distant. The difficulty of piping the liquid is seriously increased by the fact that the Coolgardie district lies very high, practically 1,000 feet above the source of supply, not to mention the existence of intervening belts of even greater altitude. Truly an immense undertaking, the execution of which ranks among the greatest engineering feats of an engineering age. The contract for the piping, which figured at £1,025,124, went to two Australian firms, Mr. Masham Ferguson of Melbourne and Messrs. G. and C. Hoskins of Sydney. Mr. Ferguson invented the locking bar pipe, used throughout on the scheme. The peculiarity of this form of pipe is that it is made of steel plates of semicircular section fastened together along their sides with two longitudinal locking bars of soft steel, the flanges of which are pressed onto the edges of the plates until a tight joint is effected. Owing to the absence of rivets and overlapping plates, this type of conduit is quickly made and offers remarkably small frictional resistance to water passing through it. In comparison with cast iron or built-up pipes, it also scores under the heads of water tightness, strength, and economy in hauling and handling. By the courtesy of the proprietors of Cassius magazine, we are permitted to quote the following description of this colossal work. The Helena River was the site chosen to provide the supply for the fields, the flow being impounded at a point 5 miles from Mundaring Station and about 25 miles from Perth. 17 localities in all were inspected, and the position of the present dam site, where the hills converge to a narrow space and the country for miles round is flattened out, was apparently the best. The top of the dam is 753 feet in length, traversed by a neat iron lattice bridge over the crest, which is 100 feet above the bed of the river. The dam tapers in thickness from 75 feet at the river bottom to 10 feet at the top. As a maximum, the sheet of water will be thrown back 6 or 7 miles. The quantity of water is set down at 4,600,000,000 gallons. Alongside the dam is a tower which gives access to a number of valves allowing the water to be drawn off at various levels, while at the foot of the wall, a scour valve permits the removal of any silt which may accumulate. Exterior to the dam and a little lower down the gully is the first pumping station, and the second one is only 1.5 miles from it, but 400 feet above it. Here is situated a receiving tank with a capacity close to 500,000 gallons. In all, there are 8 pumping stations and 11 tanks or reservoirs, with capacities from 500,000 to 12 million gallons. The main service reservoir is 308 miles from the dam, and its capacity is 12 million gallons. The minor service reservoir at Coolgardie holds 1 million, and the Mount Charlotte Reservoir at Kalgoorlie, 2 million gallons. Receiving tanks of 1 million capacity were built at 5 of the pumping stations. A reserve tank for railway purposes was also built at a point along the route, and there are 2 regulating tanks holding 500,000 gallons. The level of the water at the lowest offtake at the dam reservoir is 340 feet above the sea, but so rough is the country and rising that within a little over 3 miles, an altitude exceeding 1,000 feet is reached. 24 miles from the dam, the regulating tank is 1,065 feet above sea level, and then it gradually drops 100 feet in the 12-mile interval. The next regulating tank is only 476 feet above the sea. After this, the water flows by gravitation for 42 miles until it empties into the reservoir, which is 700 feet above the sea. The next pumping station, 63 miles away, is 980 feet above sea level, and 32.5 miles farther on is number 5 pumping station, 1,293 feet above sea level. The level varies only 32 feet within the next section of 46 miles, which terminates at number 6 station. In another short length of 32 miles, a rise of 56 feet is experienced over the last. Number 7 section is 45 miles and finds a rise of only 26 feet to number 8 pumping station. 12 miles farther is the site of the main service reservoir, at 1,610 feet above the sea, and 1,270 feet above the lowest takeoff of the Mundaring Reservoir. From there, the Coolgardie Reservoir is 10.5 miles, and the level 1,515 feet above the sea, so that the water will drop 95 feet to Coolgardie, and from there to Mount Charlotte at Kalgoorlie, 27 miles away. There is a further drop of 160 feet, for the last reservoir is 1,325 feet above the sea. Here, at a distance of 325 miles from the dam, the pipes at present terminate, but before long they will be extended farther east. Through the 30-inch pipe, the longest in the world, 5 million gallons flow daily into the heart of the sandy desert. We shall hear no more of Coolgardie folk paying 2 shillings 6 pence per gallon for their water, or of storekeepers guarding the water bottle more jealously than the whiskey jar. Abundance has been brought from a distance equal to that separating London from Berwick-on-Tweed, not to a huge metropolis, but to a mining town of a few thousand inhabitants. And what was the wizard which conjured up the scheme? Gold, already the creator of railways from the coast into the far interior. The magnetic influence of the precious metal has in half a century opened up Australia in a manner even more striking than the development of the Great West after the Californian discoveries. Open your map of Australia and trace the railways. You will then follow in the steps of the gold seekers, who plodded painfully on foot, where the iron horse now snorts with its heavy burdens. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of the Romance of Mining. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Romance of Mining by Archibald Williams, The Gold Mines of the Witwatersrand. Gold and War, Value of these Mines, Nature of Transvaal Deposits, the Witwatersrand, Banquet, Value of the Banquet Reef, the Gold Output, the Essential Kaffir, the Labor Supply, Recruiting, Chinamen imported, how the mines are worked, how the ore is treated, the cyanide process, difference between Rand and other gold mines. South Africa. These words spell two things for the world in general, and for Englishmen in particular. Gold, the producer of war. War, the consumer of gold. Search the pages of history through and through, and where will you find a conflict approaching the Great War in magnitude, which can be directly traced to the hatred bred between nations by the rich treasures that have for ages lain hidden beneath the earth? The rights and wrongs of that dreadful struggle between the unprogressive, but by no means despicable, Transvaal farmer and one of Europe's greatest powers, we are not called upon to discuss here. Both nations fought with the courage of their convictions, determined to decide whatever might be the cost, whether South Africa should belong to the Boer or to the Englishman. The wounds, physical and mental, received by the combatants are scarcely yet closed. Severe commercial depression has followed behind the chariot of the war god, and years must still pass before the echoes of the contest have died away. For the regeneration of exhausted South Africa, to what do we look? To agriculture in the future, but to gold for the present. At the outbreak of the war, the capitalization of the Witwatersrand gold mines totaled £70 million at par, and at market prices more than double that value. During 1898, no less than 4,295,609 ounces of gold were mined, representing 15,141,376 pounds sterling. While the fighting lasted, these wonderful mines lay idle in most cases, the prey of in-leaking water, which there were no pumps to stem, for the workmen had either fled from the country or were carrying rifle and bandolier in its defense. Dividends fell to 0 point. Thousands of shareholders found themselves forced to sell their scrip at a ruinous loss. But with the advent of British rule, the pumps got to work again. Stamps were repaired and added to, all available labor, its amount sadly diminished by the wealth that the Kaffirs had accumulated as camp followers, collected, and the Transvaal gold fields entered on the second era of their history. The Transvaal mines are practically all reef mines. We have therefore no romantic stories of wonderful finds, such as play so large a part in the annals of Orange Land and of the Antipodes. The Lydenburg district first attracted notice in 1876. The De Kaap goldfields were discovered in 1884, and in 1885 a man named Arnold, working on the farm Langlati, broached the riches of the marvelous Witwatersrand deposits. Johannesburg, city of dust and gold dust, was founded the following year, and in one decade a community of a few hundred people had swelled to a large town, which the census returns estimated to contain 107,000 inhabitants. Land increased prodigiously in value. Boers who had hitherto lived frugally on their farms suddenly blossomed out as the favorites of fortune. What, then, is this district with a long name? The Witwatersrand is a range of hills running east and west, which separates the Limpopo Basin on the north from the Vaal Basin on the south. At some period early in the Earth's history, subterranean agencies heaved up the surface of the plateau until the strata were broken and so much bent that their edges were exposed. The strata consisted of quartz, sandstone, and igneous rocks, sandwiched between which are layers of conglomerate, which from their appearance the Dutch named banket, or almond rock. The conglomerate contains very finely divided gold, auriferous iron pyrites, copper, zinc, and antimony. At the outcrop, i.e. the points at which the edges of the sandwich are exposed, the conglomerate is easily reached, and surface working is possible. But the farther the miner gets horizontally from the outcrop, the deeper he must go before he strikes the gold-bearing deposits. Owing to the bankhead strata being fairly close together, a single vertical shaft may cut through several in succession at various depths. For the first year or two in the history of the Rand gold fields, deep-level mining was practically ignored because the ore was not considered to be worth the expense of sinking deep shafts. Accordingly, attention was confined to claims within a few hundred feet of the outcrop. But when the conglomerate proved very rich, and when, in January 1890, the May deep level shaft struck the main reef at a considerable distance from the outcrop, the price of deep level claims rose rapidly, and the dividing line between valuable gold mining claims and valueless belt receded farther and farther from the outcrop. Experts have estimated that at 5,000 feet from the outcrop, the vertical depth will be only 2,000 feet. At 8,000 feet, rather more than 4,000 feet, and at a distance of 3 miles, about 7,000 feet. The Cimarron Jack sunk from a point 4,000 feet deep horizontally from the outcrop of the main reef, struck it when the shaft had reached a depth of 2,400 feet, or rather less than half a mile. As conditions in the Transvaal appear to be very favorable to deep mining, there are no physical difficulties to prevent the sinking of shafts 1.5 miles deep. So far as operations have been carried, the reef has proved very reliable, being struck within a few feet of the calculated depth. Mr. Hayes Hammond, one of the greatest authorities on the metallurgy of the Transvaal, contributes the following opinion to Cassius magazine. It is estimated that for every mile in length along the course of the reefs, down to a vertical depth of 1,000 feet for the dip of these reefs, gold to the value of about 10 million pounds will be extracted. This is a conservative estimate, at least as applied to the central section of the Rand. If we assume these conditions to obtain to a depth of 6,000 feet vertically, we have the enormous sum of 60 million pounds for each mile in length. It is not unreasonable to suppose that these conditions will be maintained along most of the central section, say for a distance of 10 miles, in which case we would have an auriferous area where practical mining depths containing upwards of 600 million pounds value of gold. It is less safe to make any prediction of the gold product to be expected from the east and west sections, but it is perfectly safe to say that the output of these sections would very greatly augment the amount I have named. Messrs. Hatch and Chalmers, well-known engineers of extensive South African experience, compute the available gold from these portions of the Rand at 200 million pounds. A treasure well worth winning. During the 8 months preceding the outbreak of the Boer War in 1899, the Witwatersrand produced 12,405,032 pounds sterling. But for the necessary stoppage of the mines, the year's take would have touched 20 million sterling, a figure that rivals those of the most palmy days of California and Australia. No less than 71% of the yield came from the central Johannesburg section of the Rand, and 24% was raised from the deep-level workings. The total gold product of the Rand in that year represented a quarter of the gold mined throughout the world, and with a steady development, South Africa will undoubtedly take first place among all Eldorados. From other gold fields, those of the Transvaal differ in one important particular, viz., in the labor used. Here all purely manual, and some skilled work is performed by natives. The Kaffirs, or boys as they are universally called in South Africa, drill, shovel, lay tracks, do the timbering, tramming, ore sorting, stoking, etc. Skilled laborers, such as fitters, carpenters, engine drivers, are of white nationalities and command very high wages. The essential Kaffir well deserves his adjective. Without his help, the gold mines could never have been developed, as the climate, though healthy, soon tells upon the European or American who has to do hard physical work below ground. There is the further difficulty that where white and colored men are engaged on the same job, the nature of their respective duties must be clearly separated, the white directing, the others obeying. If well supervised, the Kaffir can use the pick or drill as effectively as he did his assegai before the white man put a stop to intertribal raiding, a problem which African mine owners have had to face from the beginning is that relating to the supply of labor. By nature, the Kaffir is a lazy fellow, well content to till his little maize plot, or rather, let his wives till it, sit in the sun and smoke. His one incentive to labor under the sway of the white man is the desire to accumulate wealth, which will enable him to buy wives, or more wives if he be already married, an estate, and the finery in which he loves to deck himself out, the top hat of civilization, forming an important item in his wardrobe. Before the war, over 100,000 natives were at work in the mines. The war either frightened most of these away or gave them employment as bullock drivers. Those who went stayed away. Those who remained in the Transvaal earned sufficient money to retire for a long time to their kraals, so that when the fighting was over, labor became very scarce. Experts estimated the shortage of hands for the mines alone to reach 129,000, and agriculture to be proportionately handicapped. It had been found necessary as early as 1893 to establish a native labor department for providing an adequate inflow of workmen. The northern parts of the Transvaal were first tapped by white men, who traveled about engaging Kaffirs to work under contract for stated periods of service. A depot was established at Piet Potgieter's Rust, another at Sandfontein, and a third at Pretoria, the intervals being broken by buildings to serve as shelters and rest houses for the gangs traveling south. Every recruit had to be vaccinated, fed, and housed. From Pretoria, the Kaffirs were carried by train to the Rand, where they occupied the compounds adjoining each mine. The system worked very well, as it protected the natives both on their journeys and when in residence at the gold fields. But unfortunately, licenses for the sale of alcoholic drinks were freely granted by the Boer authorities to traders in the compounds, who did a brisk business with the Kaffir, to whom firewater is the sum bonum of life, and to be indulged in as freely as funds permit. So, while on the one hand some men made fortunes out of the traffic, on the other the efficiency of native labor was so much impaired as to provide the Uitlanders with a genuine grievance against the Boer executive, which looked callously on. The recruiting system had been revived, but not with its former success. For 2 years, depression reigned supreme in Johannesburg. The mines were many, but the laborers were few. At the end of December, things had become so desperate that Sir George Farrer moved a resolution in the Transvaal Legislative Council to the effect that the government should introduce an ordinance for the importation of indentured, unskilled colored laborers to supplement the labor supply of the Witwatersrand. The matter was referred to the Home Government, and after warm discussion in the House of Commons, the Transvaal received permission to introduce Chinese labor under certain restrictions. Round the question of the yellow invasion, violent controversy has raged. Those favoring the importation of Celestials, urging that without some such measure, the Transvaal must lapse into bankruptcy, and the supply of African labor could not possibly meet the demand, their opponents warmly upholding the view that with time Kaffirs would flock in, and that in the meanwhile much greater use might be made underground of labor-saving machinery, which is strikingly absent from some South African mines. Anyhow, a batch of 1,047 Chinese arrived on June 10, 1904, en route to the new Comet mine, and before the end of the year, 19,444 pigtails wagged in the compounds of the Rand. There is no workman in the world to beat the Chinaman for docility, quickness, and industry. He has already made his mark on the output, and very probably the Kaffir, seeing that he no longer has the mine owner at his mercy, may become scared and seek a job before all the berths are filled up. From the labor question, which has become the peg for partisan orators to hang up their wares on, let us divert our attention to the actual working of the mines. The Rand is dotted over with tall chimneys, huge wheels, and ugly buildings containing mills, hoisting engines, and pumps. These indicate the mouths of shafts, which are vertical or inclined according to the position of the property. We will suppose that the particular mine taken as typical of the Rand propositions, as a Yankee would say, is at a distance of 500 feet from the outcrop of the reefs, runs 2,000 feet east and west, and 1,000 feet north and south. Being so near the outcrop, the portion of the reef underlying the property dips at a big angle to the horizontal. The manager therefore sinks a vertical main shaft near the boundary vertically nearest to the reef, and when the reef has been struck, continues the shaft parallel to the reef in the stratum beneath it. From the shaft, at different levels, usually 150 feet apart, crosscuts are made north and south into the reef, and from these again drives are cut east and west through the reef itself. The drives are connected by winzes, which, together with the drives, divide the reef into blocks, called stopes, of ore. The operation of cutting out the blocks, removing the valuable parts, and filling in the cavities with the rubbish or with material lowered from above is termed stoping. Underhand stoping signifies the method of working downwards from an upper drive to the drive below, while overhand stoping expresses the reverse process. In the first case, underhand stoping is most usual on the Rand, as being more easily learned by unskilled laborers. The ore is shot down the nearest winze to the level below, where it is caught in cars and transported through the crosscut to the shaft. The latter has a section varying in dimensions within timbers, from 11 feet by 5 feet to 26 feet by 6 feet, is strongly timbered at the sides and divided into several compartments with skips and cages. Should overhand stoping be adopted, the roof of the level is strongly timbered or protected by a strip of reef left over it. The miners then get to work, hacking at the roof, passing good stuff through a vertical ore pass into the cars in the level below, and building up a sloping bank of rubbish, which has its upper face parallel to the lower surface of the stope. Sometimes breast stoping is preferred, i.e., attacking the block almost vertically, so that it may be termed a very perpendicular variety of the underhand method, or is loosened with the aid of dynamite placed in the bottom of holes drilled by hand or machinery. The high price of this commodity, when the Boers held the monopoly of supplying it, was one of the chief causes of friction between the Woodlanders and the Praetorian government. The banquette is made up of white quartz pebbles, cemented together by a bluish substance containing iron pyrites and gold. In the beginning of things, the three materials were probably merely mixed without adhesion, but at some time later, when the granite pushed up the reefs, great heat forced and combined them into their present condition. When a reef is very thin, sometimes it dwindles to a few inches. The miners are obliged to hack away a sufficient amount of the native rock on both sides to give them room to work in. A part of this useless material serves to form stalls or supports between the walls of the lode. From the mines, the ore is wound up in skips and tipped automatically into ore bins or trucks, which carry it off to the sorting house. There it is fed into a hopper, washed and dropped a little at a time onto the sorting table or sorting conveyor, according to the practice of that particular mine. The former is a circular revolving counter, 30 feet or more in its external diameter, the center being open space 6 yards in diameter. Boys stand all round on both sides, and as the table slowly revolves, pick off all the rubbish. A scraper is continually shooting what passes their inspection into a crushing machine, which pounds it into lumps about the size of road-mending granite. In some mines, the table is replaced by an endless conveyor belt, an American invention. After the preliminary crushing, the ore is transported by trucks or India rubber belts to the mill, where great stamps stand in a double row, each stamp fed by its own bin. A heavy vertical bar, shot at the bottom with a steel shoe 9 inches in diameter and furnished with a projection near the top, is raised and dropped 90 times a minute by a cam on a horizontal revolving bar. It falls about 9 inches and crushes the ore, fed by a hopper, against a steel die of equal diameter. Altogether, the pestle weighs upward of 2,000 pounds. The pulverized material, called pulp, passes through fine screens onto inclined copper plates, coated with mercury, which swallows most of the fine gold, and when fully saturated, is retorted to separate the metals. About 40% of the gold stays in the tailings, which have to be treated chemically. They are first shaken in a vanner, an endless belt which is given a lateral and a progressive motion simultaneously, while a stream of water passing over the stuff removes the lighter portions, called slimes. The concentrates, or heavier parts, are now lifted by buckets on the circumference of an enormous wheel into a trough, through which they flow into the cyanide vats of a capacity of some hundreds of tons each. The vats are filled with a solution containing 2.25, 2.0, or 1.0% of cyanide of potassium, which, like mercury, has a great affinity for gold. After soaking in this solution for a week, the concentrates are drained, the solids being cast out onto the tailing heaps which plague Johannesburg sadly during high winds, and the solution is taken to the precipitation boxes. The gold must now be separated from the cyanide with which it has chemically combined, so to the potassium is thrown food which it likes even better than gold, zinc. And as it absorbs this, it lets go of the more precious metal. The gold settles in a shining deposit, which is dried and melted in crucibles, and so at the end of several days, there is seen a solid ingot containing 80% of gold and 10% of silver. This short account shows the reader how vastly more complicated reef mining is than placer mining. The simple pan, rocker, or sluice have been replaced by machinery of a high order and by chemical processes discovered after much careful laboratory research. The prevalence of machinery, the absence of the individual miner working for his own hand, the good supply of water, the abundance of provisions and other necessaries, all distinguish the Witwatersrand from the goldfields of Australia and America. Almost from the very first days, the Transvaal gold has been attacked by companies backed up by capital, under conditions which lack the usual hardships of the gold seeker's lot. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Romance of Mining. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Romance of Mining by Archibald Williams. The Eldorado of the North. The Excelsior arrives in Frisco Bay. California upset. The Yukon District. The early approaches thither. 40 Mile. George Carmack's find. A unique episode in gold mining history. The reward of laziness. Wonderful earnings. Melting the ground. The cleanup. Fortunes made. A rush to the Klondike. The Chilkoot and White Passes. Down the Yukon. Terrible mortality among baggage animals in the White Pass. Growth of Dawson. High prices. Dawson of today. The Klondike placers. Mining laws. How Alaska is being opened up. The White Pass Railway. Alaska's future. One July day in 1897, a small steamer, the Excelsior, steamed into San Francisco harbor with a cargo that should have shamed many a Spanish galleon of old times. The passengers were miners, their faces scarred by much hardship and privation. About their personal appearance there was beyond this nothing remarkable, but they brought with them, tied up in sacks, skins, old clothes, tins, jam pots, and every imaginable article that would hold it, gold dust, precious gold dust in nuggets, a full ton in weight. From that moment, millions of tongues began to wag about the marvelous Tom Tiddler's ground in Alaska and northwest Canada, where gold could be got almost for the trouble of picking it up. So the report ran, and gossip soon bred a fever which caused men of all classes to quit their work and hurry off to secure in the distant gold fields. After a few months' labor, enough wealth to furnish them with a comfortable livelihood for the rest of their lives. The rushes to California and the Australian gold fields in the middle of the century were paralleled, even if not surpassed. Physical obstacles could not deter the adventurer, clerk, mechanic, government official, or aristocrat. The thirst for the precious metal blinded his eyes to the coming and well-known terrors of precipitous, snow-clad mountains. Off he went, full of hope, but often miserably supplied with a proper outfit, destined in most cases to leave his bones in the passes or at the bottom of the swirling Yukon. The lucky few made their fortunes in these early years of the boom, but they were the few. Before proceeding to an account of the Yukon goldfields as they are today, let us glance at the early history of the discovery of the vast gold-bearing gravel regions which cover many thousands of square miles on both banks of the mighty Yukon, a river ranking very high among the great streams of the world in point of both length and volume. For 1,600 miles, the Yukon is navigable by craft of the size of the largest Mississippi steamers, and for 500 miles above that by boats of half that size. Rising in the lakes on the north flank of the St. Elias Range at about the 60th parallel of north latitude, the river makes a huge sweep northwards. At Fort Yukon, 350 miles north, just touches the Arctic Circle, and bends southwards again to its mouth. About 1,600 miles up from the sea is the great gold-scattered tract to which men are hurrying. 300 miles nearer the pole than St. Petersburg. At midsummer, 22 out of the 24 hours are brightened by the sun, shining down with almost tropical heat. At midwinter, darkness claims an equal proportion of the day, and cold lays an icy grip on the country, which has not slackened for months. Herein lies the main difference between the early Klondike and the other great goldfields of the world. A man might be lost in California, Africa, or Australia, and yet manage to find his way out. But not so here. Once in, always in. After the winter had commenced, and to lose one's way was to perish. Until recent years, the Klondike region, as large as France, was practically a terra incognita, traversed by a few Esquimaux, Indians and half-breeds, and here and there a white fox hunting trapper. The Bears had the district pretty well to themselves. In or about 1878, the first gold prospector entered the country, and from that time onwards, small parties of miners made their way into the Klondike over the Chilkoot Pass from Daya, at the head of the Lynn Canal. From the outset, gold was found in the bars of the Lewis River, the upper Yukon, and its tributaries, but generally in unremunerative amounts, considering the conditions under which mining had to be conducted in a region so remote from civilization. In 1881, however, paying placers were discovered on the Big Salmon River, and 5 years later, the Cassia Bar was tapped. In the autumn of that year, miners struck coarse gold on 40 Mile Creek, a feeder of the Yukon, which enters it just to the east of the boundary line between Canada and Alaska. The gold, wrote Dr. Dawson, who afterwards gave his name to the chief city of the region, varies much in character, but is quite often coarse and nuggety, and very large amounts have been taken out in favorable places by individual miners. Few of the men mining here in 1887 were content with ground yielding less than $14 a day, and several had taken out nearly $100 a day for a short time. A city quickly sprang up at 40 Mile, where the 200 out of 250 miners of the district hastened, and another at Circle, 100 miles lower down in Alaska. These soon expanded into places more worthy of their title. A year which will always remain famous in mining history is 1896, when a miner named George Carmack, who had been diligently searching for 11 years, tapped the riches of the Klondike River. While roaming about with his Indian relatives and friends, he started digging on the banks of the Bonanza Creek, and soon found enough gold in his pan to convince him that here was a fortune. He at once hurried off to 40 Mile to register his claim, and after giving some old acquaintances the hint, he started back. This was in August, just as the winter, which would effectively bar the people of the outer world from entering, had begun. In a few days, all 40 Mile was on the way, and soon 350 men, who had the place all to themselves, were shoveling at the richest known gold deposits in the world. Never had miners had such a chance. They knew that for several months no one could arrive to share the spoil. Fortunes were made at an astounding rate. Carmack and 3 companions washed out $1,200 in 8 days, while on the same creek 2 other men took $4,000 in 2 days. Newcomers staked out creek claims farther and farther from the mainstream of the Klondike, until the people from 40 Mile had all been served. Presently, the Yankee miners from Circle City got wind of the find and rushed up, suffering terribly on the way from cold and hunger. One of the most curious things connected with this strike was the rich reward that attended an act of sheer laziness. An ex-bartender of 40 Mile, who was too sluggish to go up to the top of the Bonanza Creek, turned aside into a subsidiary creek, the famous Eldorado, out of which he made nearly 600,000 pounds. So rich was the pay dirt that as much as 160 pounds was taken out of a single pan. On one claim, a nugget was picked up worth 51 pounds. On another, one worth 46 pounds. The gold took a lot of getting out, however, the ground being frozen hard as iron. Yet the digging must be done in winter, since after the spring thaw set in, every shaft became a well, owing to the leakage from the upper gravel stratum, and because, though it would be impossible to wash the dirt when the thermometer was many degrees below zero, the abundance of summer water would make the cleanup an easy matter. While sinking the shafts, the miners had to use big fires to soften the gravel. By the time a fire had burnt out, the ground below it was thawed to a depth of several inches. Pick and shovel removed all the loose dirt, which was thrown onto the dump, ready for washing in the spring. Alternate firing and digging gradually penetrated the crust of gravel to within a few feet of the unworkable bedrock below. And then the real excitement began, for the rich pay streak rests on the rock, which has caught all the gold washed through the ground by centuries of rain and movement. The last 18 inches of solid gravel is laid by itself on the dump and treated with special care, that the dust and nuggets which it contains may be secured. In deeper claims, i.e., those where the rock is overlaid by very deep gravel, it would be too troublesome to dig out all the superincumbent poor dirt, and small shafts are sunk to the rock, and horizontal drifts run from the bottom through the rich strata. The frozen condition of the earth here aids the miner by saving him the labor of supporting the roof of a drift with timber props. All the winter long the mine is burnt and dug, piling up great heaps of the precious dirt. With the spring began the cleanup, which yielded most sensational results. Some men made money at the rate of $17 a minute, and fortunes of hundreds of thousands of dollars came out in a couple of months. One miner was found looking very disconsolate, and on being asked what ailed him, he replied that for the last day or two he had been making only $60 per pan washed, in place of the $100 that his earlier washings produced. Of all the 300 claims staked out on Bonanza Creek, not one proved a failure. Many fortunes were found in the sluices and pans, and even among the refuse thrown away, enough gold remained to bring wealth to anyone who cared to work it over again. At the end of the cleanup, a large proportion of the miners were made men for life. Yet, by a strange irony of fortune, they were so pinched by want of food that one man offered half his wealth in exchange for a single good square meal. The first steamer down the river carried on board nearly 100 lucky miners, who, as mentioned above, reached San Francisco safely with their spoil. As the United States Mint was closed for the day, writes a witness of the scene in the New York Tribune, when the miners arrived, they packed their sacks of gold dust to Selby's office. There a picturesque collection of bags was produced. Some were made of deer hide and held as much as 2,500 pounds. Several of the miners ran out of even canvas bags and were forced to put their gold in tumblers and fruit jars, which they covered with writing paper. They looked like fruit or jelly put up by country housewives. All the bags were weighed, and then, as fast as the weight was recorded, they were slit open with a sharp knife, and the contents poured upon the broad counter, which had a depression in the middle. The heap of gold dust looked like a pile of yellow-shelled corn. Thousands of gold seekers of both sexes and all classes were soon hurrying to Pacific ports, bound for Klondike, not caring how they should reach the happy hunting grounds, as long as they got there. The mining towns of Colorado and California were deserted by their inhabitants, who turned what they could into money and joined the rush. The fever spread rapidly to inland towns, even to Europe and Australia. Men of all ranks threw up their ordinary occupations and shipped for Alaska. At Seattle, Washington, half the police force resigned, and the streetcars had to cease running for lack of drivers. By every mail came in fresh accounts of the Klondike wonders, some doubtless very greatly exaggerated. The following, which appeared in the Manchester Guardian of October 17, 1897, is, however, the statement of a responsible person, Mr. William Ogilvie, a Canadian government surveyor, and as such may be trusted. Talking of the reports of wonderful accounts of gold taken out in a single pan, Mr. Ogilvie gave some of his own experiences. He went into one of the richest claims and asked to be allowed to wash out a panful of gold. The pay streak was then very rich, but standing at the bottom of the shaft, looking at it by the light of a candle, all that could be seen of the pay streak was a yellowish-looking dirt, which here and there the sparkle of a little gold. Mr. Ogilvie took out a big panful and began to wash it out, while several miners stood about guessing as to the result. $500 was the top guess of the miners, but when the gold was washed, dried, and weighed, it came to a little over $590. How were the gold seekers to reach the land of promise? Though no fewer than 9 routes were practicable in the summer, 3 only were generally employed. The easiest and longest was an all-water route by steamer to the mouth of the Yukon, and thence up the river, a distance of 4,000 miles in all. This occupied any period up to a month, though, if the river steamer were unlucky, a much longer time might be required to pilot her through the many snags and sandbars lurking in the unsurveyed channel of the Yukon. Impatient people, therefore, preferred the overland route, some 2,500 miles shorter, via the Chilkoot and White Passes of the St. Elias Range. If he meant to utilize one of these, the adventurer booked a passage to Juneau, where the outfit, mining tools, cooking apparatus, clothes, guns, and large quantities of provisions sufficient to last for 6 months must be purchased. Having laid out his money to the best advantage, he proceeded to Dyea or Skagway at the head of the Lynn Canal, according to whether his choice was the Chilkoot or the White Pass. At either place, owing to the shallow anchorage, the traveler often had to wade ashore. Then he rigged up a tent and sought porters to carry his goods to the foot of the pass. We will picture the fortunes of an 1897 gold seeker in the Chilkoot. First came a 9-mile tramp over very rough ground to Sheep Camp at the rate of a mile an hour. He had to make several journeys over this piece if carriers were few and his baggage bulky. This took about 4 days. At Sheep Camp, wood was scarce and a fire sorely needed. Porters having been engaged, the mountains proper must be tackled. Absolutely no vestige of a trail existed over the snowy plateaus, which rose in front, cut across by deep crevasses, the work of some raging mountain stream. If a blizzard overtook the party, as very often happened, they had to stop, roll themselves up as best they might, and wait until the storm abated. The last part of the ascent was terrible, an almost perpendicular climb up rocks where a boulder might easily be dislodged and sent crashing down on some luckless person below. "I have roughed it," said Mr. Harry de Wint, "for the past 15 years in Siberia, in Borneo, and in Chinese Tartary, but I can safely describe that climb over the Chilkoot as the severest physical experience of my life." In 1898, an aerial wire rope tramway was established to transport baggage up this precipice at the rate of a cent a pound. From the top, the descent inland was so precipitous that slaves had to be given their head, as it was impossible to hold them back. Then came a succession of journeys to Crater Lake, from which place Lake Lindeman, the first of a chain, was soon reached, and a couple more days brought him to Lake Bennett. The traveler's troubles were by no means over, for he must now build a boat, raft, something to carry him 500 miles through lakes and rapids. This was a difficult job even for a professional boat builder, as trees must be felled and cut into planks before he could think of beginning work on his craft. If fortunate, he might possibly pick up a ready-made skiff for $100 or so. 10 chances to 1 there was not such a thing for sale. Of course, if the outfit did not include all proper tools and materials for caulking the boat seams, an advance became almost impossible. Here is a picture of Lake Bennett in June 1898. It was a busy shipbuilding port, turning out more boats in a given time than probably any other town in the world, large or small. The skilled and the unskilled were hewing and caulking, all bent upon the one common theme of having a boat, and by means of it reaching Dawson, or some place in near proximity to the gold fields. No more inspiring lesson teaching man's ingenuity and determination could be found than this one of nature's shipyard. One and all seem to have got suited and fitted, and within a period of some 2 months, not less than 2,000 craft, sailboats, scows, and canoes, many of the lighter ones, brought bodily over the passes, were launched upon the still icy waters of Lake Bennett. Leaving the lakes, the voyager entered the upper Yukon and soon reached the Grand Canyon Rapids, nearly a mile long, where the river is suddenly contracted to a width of 100 feet. The waves run high, and if the boat should be swamped, there is little chance of getting out, as the sides are sheer rock. From here to the White Horse Rapids, known as the Miner's Grave, from the many casualties that have taken place in their turbulent waters, is very bad going. At the rapids, a portage must be made. Lake Labarge is next reached, a lovely piece of water with practically no current flowing through it. Then the river again, and its strong stream carrying the boat 60 to 70 miles a day. On past Little Salmon River to Five Fingers Rapids, Rush Rapids, and Brink Rapids, after which the dangers of travel are pretty well over, and the Klondike is reached at last. Should the White Pass have been chosen, the difficulties of the mountains were lessened, partly because the gradients are not so severe, partly because it has an altitude of over 1,000 feet less than the Chilkoot. The distance, about 40 miles from Skagway, the port of landing, could, under favorable circumstances, be covered in a day and a half. From Lake Bennett, the route is the same as that already described. During the rush of '98, this pass was largely used, and sad traces of man's cupidity remain to mark the event. The desert of Sahara, writes Mr. Halpern, after crossing the pass in 1898 with its lines of skeletons, can boast of no such exhibition of carcasses. Long before Bennett was reached, I had taken count of more than 1,000 unfortunates, horses, whose bodies now made up part of the trail. Frequently we were obliged to pass directly over these ghastly figures of hide, and sometimes indeed broke into them. Men whose veracity need not be questioned assured me that what I saw was in no way the full picture of the life of the trail. The carcasses of that time were less than 1/3 of the full number which in April and May gave grim character to the route to the new Eldorado. Equally spread out, this number would mean one dead animal for every 60 feet of distance. The poor beasts succumbed not so much to the hardships of the trail as to lack of care and the inhuman treatment which they received at the hands of their owners. Once out of the line of the mad rush, perhaps unable to extricate themselves from the holding meshes of soft snow and of quagmires, they were allowed to remain where they were, a food offering to the army of carrion eaters which were hovering about, only too certain of the meal which was being prepared for them. Oftentimes pack saddles, and sometimes even the packs, were allowed to remain with the struggling or sunken animal. Such was the mad race which the greed of gold inspired. After the 1897 rush, Dawson, the Frisco of the North, as it has been called, sprang up on the right bank of the Yukon, in the angle between that river and the Klondike. On the opposite side of the Klondike is the town named after it. Early in 1897, Dawson was only a small group of huts, housing a few hundred miners. No less than 5,000 entered the Yukon country in the summer of that year, and about 40,000 in the summer following. By the autumn of 1898, Dawson counted at least 20,000 inhabitants, and had all the usual features of a boom town. That is to say, most of the buildings were of a somewhat ramshackle nature, and prices ruled high. Supplies came in very irregularly by steamers from St. Michael's. The population was not a mere horde of prospectors intent upon acquiring gold at all costs, but a medley in which counts, naval and military officers, scientists, lawyers, pressmen, and storekeepers jostled one another. You had your choice of 3 weekly newspapers, several theaters of a sort, an almost unlimited number of saloons, and a couple of banks. The insecurity of life and property usually associated with mining towns did not exist here, thanks mainly to the efficiency of the Canadian Mounted Police. So much did people trust one another that if a purchaser entered a store, he said what he wished to have, threw his bag of gold dust on the counter, and turned his back while the storekeeper weighed it out. To watch him would have been flagrantly bad form, as implying mistrust of his honesty. One storekeeper did take a mean advantage of a customer, and he was promptly removed in a manner resorted to in communities where rough justice and revolvers formed judge and executioner. A Dawson hotel was not much to look at in those days, but what it lacked in comforts, it made up for in charges. A guest room was generally innocent of looking-glass, washing apparatus, candlestick, window panes, replaced by canvas. But for what it could boast in the way of a bed, 26 shillings a night might be asked. Board cost about 20 shillings more a day. Yet, as regards the commissariat, the figure is not excessive in view of current prices. Mr. Heilbrunn details some of these. Oranges and lemons, 75 cents apiece. Apples, 25 cents. Potatoes and onions, 75 cents the pound. Butter, $1 the pound. Eggs, presumably fresh, but ordinarily with a stale inheritance, $2.50 per dozen. Bass's ale, $2.50 a pint. Sugar, 30 cents a pound. Watermelons, for which the Yankee has a loving tooth, could not be bought for less than $25 each, and in scarce times, a cucumber fetched $5. Hay touched tremendous prices, $1,400 per ton. All this has, of course, been changed by the improvement in methods of communication. From the middle of May till the middle of October, about 55 stern-wheel steamboats ply between Dawson and St. Michael's. The pilots know the snags, bars, and channelways of the Yukon, as well as those of the Mississippi. As the river in its broader parts has a current of only 3 miles an hour, the powerful engines drive the boats up to 1,600 miles in about 9 days, and down in a much shorter time. When the river freezes, the sleigh traffic begins over the smooth ice at its edge, both from St. Michael's and from the upper lakes inside the passes. Marvelous indeed is the change that has come over the township. It has, says a writer in the World's Work, speaking of the year 1903, a splendid system of waterworks, a local telephone system, and long-distance connection with the principal mines, telegraphic communication with the world, churches of every denomination, large federal and municipal buildings, and good schools. The streets are all thoroughly lighted by electricity, lines of steamboats along the wharves, loading and unloading, and steam dredges at work in the river, give an animated aspect to the waterfront. 3 years ago, the inhabitants of Dawson lived principally on dried and canned meats and German sliced evaporated potatoes. Today, fresh meat is brought in, frozen in winter, and in refrigerated cars to Whitehorse in summer, and all vegetables are grown in market gardens nearby. Nothing pleases the Dawson citizen more than to entertain a skeptical visitor from the south, at table with lettuce, asparagus, green peas, or celery, cauliflower, cabbage, and carrots, according to the season, grown in his own rear yard. About 3 miles up the Klondike River from Dawson is the Bonanza Creek, the scene of the first important finds. Following the Bonanza 13 miles or so, the Eldorado Creek is struck. The trail formerly used by the miners was much impeded by morasses, through which the pedestrian plowed his way, trusting to his high waterproof boots to keep out most of the wet. But matters have been much improved since then, and the claim owner reaches his property without much trouble. In winter, sleighs are largely used over the streams, up which a good dog team will make the journey to Eldorado in 3 hours. A few words about the Klondike places, or surface claims. To the prospect, the Eldorado looked unpromising enough, with its dense overgrowth of bushes, trees, and moss. He might easily have passed through the valleys without suspecting that under that shaggy mantle lay vast quantities of gravel, pebbles chipped off the rocks of the region by water and worn to smoothness, among which lurked mingled clay and gold, the latter increasing in bulk at bedrock level. A creek claim, i.e., one including a length of the stream, is 250 feet long, measured in the general direction of the creek. The breadth varies with the nature of the slopes on either side. If the slopes are gentle, the line drawn horizontally at a level 3 feet above the edge of the water may run several hundreds of feet before the rim rock of the slopes is reached, so a maximum breadth of 1,000 feet has been fixed by the mining laws. A river claim can be staked out on one side only of the stream, and has the same maximum area as the creek claim, and a hill claim is similarly restricted. All other placer claims are 250 feet square. The Canadian government reserves every alternate 10 claims, which can be disposed of in the way most advantageous to the authorities. Any trespasser upon a Crown claim loses such rights as they may have secured previously in private claims. To encourage discovery, any miner or party of miners who strike a new mine get claims of double size up to 2 members. Though no miner can receive a grant of more than 1 claim in one district, he is at liberty to purchase the claims of other people, and many fortunes have been made by individuals who bought what the previous owners considered to be worthless properties. In order to prevent useless occupation of a claim, it is stipulated that if an occupier fails to work his claim for 72 consecutive hours, he forfeits his rights to it, unless a satisfactory reason can be assigned for his absence. It would be tedious to enumerate the dozens of other rules and regulations prevailing in the district, and it must suffice to add that illegal jumping of claims, an unsavory feature of the Californian and Australian gold fields, is unknown in the Klondike. On the Bonanza and Eldorado, which by now have been largely worked out, the primitive method of panning has been replaced by scientific sluicing and high-pressure hydrolyzing. The output of the Klondike region showed, at least till 1902, some fluctuation, but very large totals. In 1899, the miners won $16 million. In 1900, $22.25 million. In 1901, $18 million, and $20 million in 1902. Doubtless the time will come when more capital than at present will be spent on large dredgers to scoop up the deposits of the sandbars and river beds and pass them through sluicing boxes with an effective bucket dragger. A very small yield of gold per cubic yard more than repays the cost of working. The method has been used, as we have seen, very successfully in California. Miners, gold miners, have always done more than any other class of people toward developing the resources of the West. Were it not for the discovery of gold in California of 1849, there would not have been built a transcontinental railway until many years after 1868, and today much of the great country west of the Mississippi River would be practically a wilderness. These words, written of California, apply equally to northwest Canada and Alaska. The development of the huge tract, as large as all Europe, Russia excluded, during the last decade has been nothing short of phenomenal. Alaska, like other subarctic countries, is subject to great extremes of temperature, 95 degrees Fahrenheit in the summer, 70 to 80 degrees below zero in the winter. A person traveling up the Yukon in the warmer months would be astonished by what he saw after what he had read. Not a vestige of snow in sight, but flanking the river matted, luxurious vegetation. Wheat of fine quality is now raised in Alaska, also stock. Besides gold, there are rich deposits of iron, nickel, copper, coal, only awaiting the advent of the railway to be mined in large quantities. Already the iron horse has arrived. In June 1898, a syndicate of English capitalists began work on what is now known as the White Pass and Yukon Railway, running from Skagway through the mountains to Lake Bennett. Though its length is but 112 miles, it ranks high as an engineering achievement. Possibly, it was the most difficult bit of railway work ever performed. While clearing the trail for the track, the navvies had to collect about 2,000 dead horses into heaps and burn them with kerosene. Parts of the railway cost 50,000 pounds a mile, the total expenditure reaching 1 million pounds. So much needed was the road, however, that the first 2 years running showed profits of 400,000 pounds, and shares which at one time had been going begging at $6.50 sold at $750 apiece. The track builder is hard at work in other parts of Alaska. From Nome to Anvil Creek, a 5-mile line has been laid. The Wild Goose Road, which in spite of its title has also proved a very good dividend earner. Seward Peninsula, on which Nome, A city of 25,000 inhabitants is built, will shortly be gridironed by railways leading to and from the principal gold mines and forming the western feeders of a main trans-Alaskan system. In 1902, a track 82 miles long stretched from West Dawson to Stewart River, from which point to the lakes the Iron Horse will probably soon be running. A railway has also been planned from Valdez, the most northerly ice-free port of Alaska, to Tanana on the Yukon, 430 miles away, and more ambitious still, a great artery running southwards to join the Canadian transcontinental metals. When these schemes are completed, it will be possible to travel continuously from Ottawa or New York to Nome and on to the westernmost point of Alaska, whence a submarine tunnel under the Bering Straits would provide a still longer run of 7,000 miles to Paris. Alaska may be cold, mosquito-infested, fly-bitten, but she is well worth the £1,430,000 paid by the United States to Russia in 1867. A great future lies before her, one in which the gold industry may eventually recede into the background. Yet the day when George Carmack lit his campfire, burnt away the moss, and discovered the rich gravel, is that from which the new era will be dated, as California and Australia were boomed by their gold rushes and have since gained the larger part of their wealth from agricultural and grazing pursuits. So may the Yukon district be known to our descendants as one of the great wheat and timber-producing countries of the world. End of Chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of The Romance of Mining. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. The Romance of Mining by Archibald Williams. Diamond Mining. Round no substance in the world has romance woven itself more thickly than round the diamond. The mere mention of this precious stone, the unconquerable, conjures up thoughts of royal jewels, of glittering assemblies where the rich vie with one another in the splendour of their ornaments, of the marvellous Arabian Nights, of Sinbad, rock borne into the valley where riches gleamed on every side, of the battles and struggles from which an historic jewel has emerged, to be lost, maybe, in obscurity. The diamond has taken such a hold on the popular imagination that, were the stories collected which have the fortunes of this precious stone as their theme, a small library would be the result. No wonder, then, that ignorant folk have attributed to it many curious properties. In his Natural History, Pliny writes, "The most valuable thing on earth is the diamond, known only to kings, and by them imperfectly. It is engendered in the purest gold only. 6 different kinds are known, among these the Indian and Arabian, of such indomitable, unspeakable hardness that when laid on the anvil it gives the blow back in such force as to shiver the hammer and anvil to pieces. It can also resist fire, for it is incapable of being burnt. This superiority over steel and fire is subdued by goat's blood, in which it must be soaked when the blood is fresh and warm. Then only, when the hammer is wielded with such force as to break both it and the anvil, will it yield. Only a god could have communicated such a valuable secret to mankind. When at last it yields by means of goat's blood, it falls into pieces so small that they can scarcely be seen." Behind these curious ideas there is a modicum of truth. Exceeding hardness is the most peculiar quality of the diamond, which can be scratched by no other substance, while it will make its mark on any body over which it is drawn. As regards its unbreakableness, we can only say that many a fine gem has been spoilt by the anvil and hammer test, and, so far as its heat-resisting properties are concerned, a diamond soon crumbles to ash if submitted to the temperature of the electric arc. Its combustibility was first established in 1694 by some Florentines who directed on some small specimens the concentrated heat of very powerful burning glasses. Later scientific research has clearly established the chemical character of the stone as pure carbon, a cousin of coal, which is consequently termed black diamonds. The extreme hardness of the diamond has made it an extremely useful ally to the geologist and engineer, who arm with it the tip of the circular hollow boring tool which eats its way through thousands of feet of the toughest rock before any replacement of the stones becomes necessary. In a more humble way, the glazier uses a tiny splinter of diamond mounted in metal to cleave the surface of glass. This very property militated for centuries against the estimation in which the diamond is now held, until its surface has been shaped into those wonderful facets which sparkle with refracted light. The gem is not much to look at. Only after Ludwig van Beeken discovered in 1476 the method of polishing and grinding it by means of its own dust did the diamond step into the foremost place which it now occupies among jewels. Not that it is the most valuable weight for weight, since the Oriental ruby far transcends it in this respect. Amsterdam is the great centre of diamond cutting and polishing. That town contains over 60 factories. Every diamond passes through 3 processes before it is fit for sale as a jewel, viz., splitting, performed quickly by very skilful workmen with a diamond knife, cutting off the sharp angles in a similar manner, and polishing by machinery. A brilliant is given 58 facets, a rose 24, the workman pressing it against a wheel coated with oil and diamond dust. All 3 processes demand great care, for a false stroke might reduce the value of a stone to but a fraction of its original worth. The word carat, signifying a standard of weight for precious stones, will be used so frequently in the following pages that a few words about it are necessary. Carat is probably derived from the name of an African bean which, when dried, is very consistent in its weight, and therefore was employed in remote times by African gold merchants as their standard. The English ounce troy is equivalent to 151.5 carats, so that a single English carat equals about 3.174 grains. In foreign countries, the weight varies from 105 milligrams in Spain to 206.13 milligrams in Vienna. For our purpose, the English carat is always used. In its purest condition, the diamond is quite colourless and transparent. If slightly tinted with yellow, green, blue, red, or brown, its value decreases, but deeply coloured gems are very highly prized. From Borneo come black diamonds of great beauty and such hardness that ordinary diamond dust will not polish them, and the adage, diamond cuts diamond, holds true only if their own dust be used for the purpose. For many years, India was practically the sole source of diamonds. The eastern side of the Deccan, Madras, and the country round Nagpur have yielded most of the finest Indian specimens, including the individual jewels, which have each a romantic history of its own: the Great Mogul, the Koh-i-Noor, the Pit, the Nizam, the Great Table, the Orloff. Most of these have been won from alluvial deposits by poor miners of a very low caste working for the princes of the land. Golconda, a name associated with the diamond, is an ancient fortress to which the miners brought their finds to receive some trifling reward in return. Presently a rival country appeared. In 1727, a Brazilian, Bernardino Lobo, who had seen rough diamonds in India, was struck by the resemblance between these and little hard stones which the gold diggers of Minas Gerais, Brazil, occasionally found and used as counters for card playing. He took a number of them to Portugal for sale, and their valuable nature was established. The European merchants, frightened lest the new discovery should prejudice their trade in Indian gems, industriously spread the report that the Brazilian specimens were only the refuse of Indian stones imported into Brazil for subsequent export. In reply, the Portuguese sent their gems to India, where they were labelled as Indian stones, and obtained Indian prices. In 2 centuries, Minas Gerais produced £9 million worth of diamonds. The discovery of these precious stones, writes a great authority, in 1746 proved a great curse to the poor inhabitants on the banks of the diamond rivers. Scarcely had the news of the discovery reached the government ere they tried to secure the riches of these rivers for the crown. To effect this, the inhabitants were driven away from their homes to wild, far-away places and deprived of their little possessions. Nature herself seemed to take part against them, for a dreadful drought, succeeded by a violent earthquake, increased their distress. Many of them perished, but those who lived to return were benevolently reinstated in their rightful possessions. Strange to say, on their return the earth seemed strewn with diamonds. After a heavy shower the children would find gold in the streets and in the brooks which traversed them, and would often take home 3 or 4 carats of diamonds. One negro found a diamond at the root of a vegetable in his garden. Poultry, in picking up their food, swallowed diamonds, so that their viscera required searching before being disposed of. Attention was presently diverted from Minas Gerais to the rich diamond fields of Bahia, the old capital of Brazil. A Minas Gerais negro, employed as a shepherd, noticing the similarity of the soil to that of his native place, searched the sand for precious stones and soon amassed 700 carats, which he took for sale to a distant city. Such wealth led to suspicion, and the negro was arrested and returned to his master, who had him watched and learned his secret. Before a 12-month was out, 25,000 people had flocked to Bahia, causing a panic in Minas Gerais. Business there ceased, and the price of diamonds dwindled to 1/2. But Bahia's evil day arrived also, when the precious stone was first found, in 1868, in South Africa, henceforth the chief source of the world's supply. The story of the wonderful Kimberley deposits begins with the action of a little Boer child, which amused itself by collecting pebbles from the river. One of these was so bright that it caught the eye of the child's mother, who took it indoors and showed it some time afterwards to a neighbouring farmer, Schalk van Niekerk. He, not knowing its true character, but thinking that it might have some value, offered to buy it. The woman laughingly said he was welcome to have it for nothing. Niekerk, in turn, submitted the stone to an English trader, Mr. J. O'Reilly, who offered to take it down to the coast and let the experts have a look at it, he to share any profits with the owner. O'Reilly, while passing through Colesberg, cut his initials with the stone on one of the hotel windows and pronounced that he had got a diamond. But the people present were so incredulous that one of them took the thing and threw it into the street, whence it was recovered only after a long search. At Grahamstown, scientific tests revealed a genuine diamond. The stone, which weighed 21 3/16 carats, was sent to the Universal Exhibition in Paris, and afterwards found a purchaser for the sum of £500. We may only hope that the poor Dutch vrouw never got to know the full history of the pebble which she had so light-heartedly given away. This stone was discovered at Hopetown on the Orange River, in the district named Griqualand West. Many seekers soon began to turn over the veldt's surface and to paddle in the Vaal River. An organised party under Mr. J.B. Robinson established themselves at Hebron and systematically set to work to trace the stray stones to their origin, which was ultimately established near Kimberley in the dry diggings known as Du Toit's Pan, De Beers, Bulfontein, and Wesselton. But this happened by accident. A farmer named Van Wyk was surprised to find diamonds embedded in the clay of which his house walls were built. Arguing that the place from which the clay had come might reasonably be expected to yield more stones, he began to dig, and so opened the famous Du Toit's Pan, 14 miles south of the Vaal River. The discovery of the diamondiferous nature of the Du Toit's Pan caused an immediate rush to the farm, now surrounded by a suburb of Kimberley, a town 650 miles north of Cape Town, supplied with all the comforts and luxuries of life. In Kimberley itself are the Kimberley and De Beers mines. The Du Toit's Pan and Bulfontein mines lie 2 miles south, and the Premier mine, formerly Vesselton, is 3 miles to the southeast. Geologically, the diamond mines are unique. Volcanic action has burst open the overlying quartz shale and igneous rock and squirted up a chimney of diamondiferous rock called blue earth, though it is extremely hard. The chimneys, or pipes, are roughly elliptical or circular in section, their area varying at different depths. Some are thousands of feet across. How far down they reach is uncertain. Very probably they extend to the fiery core of the earth. Some pipes are absolutely barren of diamonds, but those named above have proved themselves so rich that they now supply 9/10 of the world's annual yield and completely control the market value of diamonds. In 1872, miners began to peg out claims in the Kimberley Pan, 30 feet square, and each man dug where he felt so disposed. Between the claims ran roadways for the purpose of transporting the dirt. After a very short time it became evident that the roadways and also the less energetically mined claims would prove a danger to the workers on claims which had been sunk to a considerable depth. Every now and then there was a landslip, burying tools, machinery, and sometimes human beings. This resulted in endless lawsuits, the one party asking compensation for the entombment of his property, the other seeking damages for the undercutting of his higher ground. As the general level of the excavation sank, the difficulty of removing the earth increased, and, the roadways being useless, platforms were established on the rim of the crater to which buckets could be transported on wire ropes. This got over the trouble to a certain extent, but when water appeared in large quantities, the miners were confronted with an extremely awkward problem. It was at once nobody's and everybody's business to pump out the intruder, which distributed itself impartially among the claims, and, as is usual in such a case, nobody took the matter in hand. The workings fell in, and today there is a crater 650 feet deep which, as Mr. Stafford Ransom remarks, is probably the largest open hole ever made by man. During the claim working days, the Kaffir labourers pilfered stones in great quantities and sold them to that obnoxious individual, the illicit diamond buyer, known for short as IDB. It is said that at least half of the diamonds found were thus disposed of, so that mining, which otherwise would have been profitable, soon proved a dismal failure. The individual miner therefore sold his rights to syndicates or small companies. These in turn amalgamated into large companies, to be finally all swallowed up by one gigantic concern called the De Beers Company, which controls the industry to an extent unparalleled in other branches of mining. At the De Beers, Kimberley and Bulfontein mines, the blue ground is worked by deep shafts driven down through the rock outside the pipe. The Premier mine has already reached the stage when open mining ceases to be advisable, and it too soon will have its shafts. About the process of getting out the diamondiferous rock little need be said, as it resembles coal mining in most particulars. We may notice, however, that, owing to the huge capital possessed by the company, every improvement in machinery is eagerly adopted. Out-of-date tackle soon finds its way to the scrap heap, which to the uninitiated eye might suggest a terrible waste of good stuff. The shafts are so deep, 2,000 feet and more in some cases, that high-speed winding becomes important. Skips fly up and down with 4-ton loads at nearly 25 miles an hour, and automatically discharge their contents into the headgear bins, from which they pass down chutes to the ground level. The method of separating the diamonds from their matrix is most interesting. Fortunately for the proprietors, blue ground rapidly disintegrates when exposed to the action of heat, cold, and water. So before introduction to the crushing mills, the material is spread a foot deep over rectangular areas, known as floors, measuring 400 by 200 yards, previously stripped of all grass, bush, or loose stones. A harrow is occasionally drawn backwards and forwards over the rock by steam engines to aid the crumbling, water being squirted freely if the weather remains dry. At the end of a year, the ground, now fit for crushing, is washed and churned in a mill which separates the heavier from the lighter portions. The concentrates are taken to the pulsator, an automatic diamond finder, and from it are allowed to drop by means of a carefully regulated feed onto the highest of a series of inclined trays arranged in the form of a shallow ramp or staircase. These trays have a pulsating or vertically vibrating movement which gives its name to the machine. The upper surfaces of these trays are covered with a thickish layer of Stauffer's lubricant, which has for its object the retention of any diamonds that may come into contact with it. The important discovery of sorting diamonds by adhesion arose from noticing that the stones stuck to any grease that fell into the old-fashioned washing pans. A test was made with very small stones aggregating 6,601 carats, out of which only 111 carats escaped the grease. With coarser material, only 40 1/4 out of 19,031 carats got away, which proved that the larger stones are less likely to be lost than the smaller. Apart from its effectiveness, this system does away with native labour and the need for a great amount of supervision. The grease and its adherents are scraped off the trays and consigned to a melting pot, which quickly sends the stones and the rubbish to the bottom. The grease runs off, leaving the deposit free for inspection and sorting, done by highly trained experts. The stones are then washed in sulphuric acid and sent to the head office in Kimberley to be more perfectly classified and stored ready for sale. The sorters here work in a carefully locked office to which the visitor is only admitted on production of a pass and after being scrutinized suspiciously through a little grill in the door. And when he gets inside this holy of holies, he finds himself railed off from the counters on which the piles of gems are being sorted, in case the sight of such vast riches should cause his cupidity to get the better of his morality. About 15,000 Kaffirs and 2,500 whites are employed in the mines. The nature of their work necessitates a strict guard being set on the Kaffirs, for they are the expertest of thieves. To let them go in and out of the mines would mean the loss of many valuable stones. They are therefore obliged to sign a contract for a period of at least 6 months' work, during which no egress from the mine compound is permitted. Once in, always in, till their term has been completed. Not that they fare badly, since stores in the compound furnish anything they may wish to buy. They have clean, neat houses, a hospital, swimming baths, and a chapel where a native preacher holds forth on Sundays, helped by an interpreter who translates his dialect into one more readily understood by the audience. It is to the credit of the De Beers Company that intoxicants of all kinds are rigorously forbidden on the premises, a great contrast to the drink-sodden compounds of the Rand before the war. With no less than £4 million worth of diamonds lying in the disintegrating blue ground, some theft occurs in spite of the utmost vigilance. Guards are always patrolling the boundary, strongly fenced with barbed wire entanglements. At night, strong arc lamps light up the floors so that any would-be pilferer may be seen by the watch. The Kimberley compounds are covered with a wire netting to prevent the throwing out of diamonds, it being found that old tins and similar articles were utilised for this purpose on the chance of picking them up outside the walls after dismissal. The amount of material raised from the diamond mines is astonishing. Up to May 1st, 1883, 10,325,989 loads of 16 cubic feet each had been removed from the Kimberley mine alone, equivalent to 3,824,440 cubic yards of solid rock at a cost of £1,545,358. In 1883, 1,688,914 loads of reef were removed. In 1884, 711,033 loads from this one mine. An idea of the work done in the De Beers mine in one fortnight may be obtained from the following figures. During the first 2 weeks of November 1897, there were used 8 3/4 tons of dynamite, 65,100 feet of fuse, equal to 12 1/3 miles, and 32,500 blasting caps, and during the previous month the record hoisting was made of 182,040 loads, or 145,632 tons, through one shaft and from the 1,200-foot level. The boys worked below ground in gangs of 30 or 40 under the direction of a white miner or boss. The mines being well lit and ventilated, and the drives of large size, their work is not unpleasant. But there is one thing which they fear, as a coal miner fears fire damp: a mud rush. The huge open excavations made in the early days form natural reservoirs for spring or rainwater, which, together with fine particles of matter, sinks down through cracks in the form of a thick paste. If this is tapped, it rushes with terrific force and speed through the galleries, carrying trucks, rails, and timbers before it irresistibly. Sometimes there is loss of life, and the authorities have now instituted a system of draining the overlying stratum by means of pumps so as to prevent the accumulation of water. From the De Beers mine, 5,000 gallons per hour are pumped. From the Kimberley, double that quantity, and the gradual decrease in the amount proves that the method is efficacious. Reference has already been made to the control exercised by the De Beers syndicate over the diamond markets of the world. It has been shown by statistics that about £4.5 million sterling are spent yearly on this class of precious stone. If all the year's product were suddenly offered for sale, there would probably follow a slump or general fall in prices. Then again, the fashion changes from time to time. Now, single big brilliants costing hundreds of pounds each are in demand. Now much smaller stones set closely together in large numbers, while in bad times people will not invest in very costly jewels. But there is a considerable public who do not mind the expenditure of a few pounds on cheaper stuff. So the De Beers people carefully regulate the supply to meet the demand, keeping stored away under lock and key huge quantities, tons in fact, of jewels, and waiting for the moment when any one kind may be needed. If the reserve becomes unwieldy, they simply decrease the number of their employees. Hence the syndicate has a unique and at present unchallenged position, an ideal one from the seller's point of view. The nearest approach to a rival is the Jagersfontein mine, notable for having produced what is probably the second largest diamond ever mined by man, a monster of 971 carats, or about 6½ ounces. It is a flat, almost rectangular stone, about 2 inches long, and from 7/8 inch to 1½ inches thick, of a blue-white tinge, of very fine colour, and of a value which cannot be computed. By the end of 1904, the total value of diamonds exported from South Africa reached nearly £90 million. How much this amount will be increased before the mines stop working, we cannot say. The blue ground may prove poor in stones as the mining proceeds, or the depth to which it can be profitably worked may turn out to be more limited than at present appears probable, or, and this is the most uncertain element of all to reckon with, mines of even greater richness may be discovered elsewhere in the unexplored parts of Asia, Australia, or America. For all we know, wild animals may be browsing on land far away in the Pamirs or Andes, which in time will see the rise of diamond cities even greater than Kimberley. This chapter would not be complete without a short reference to the siege of Diamondopolis during the war. From October 1899 till February 15, 1900, it stubbornly resisted all efforts of the Boers to reduce it. Large numbers of the inhabitants took refuge from shells in the old workings of the mines. The De Beers Company, headed by Mr. Cecil Rhodes, did its utmost to relieve the distress caused by scarcity and bad quality of provisions, and also took an active part in the fighting. Their workshop staff, under the supervision of Mr. Labram, built the big gun named Long Cecil as a reply to the Long Toms of the besieging force, and with it hurled shells into the Boer trenches. Before quitting the fascinating subject of diamond mining, some historic stones may be fitly passed in rapid review. The Great Mogul. This magnificent stone was discovered about the middle of the 17th century. Its weight of nearly 800 carats places it next to the Jagersfontein and Cullinan jewels. Tavernier, a French traveller, was shown the jewel by its owner, Shah Jahan, at Agra in 1665. The first piece that Aked Khan, keeper of the king's jewels, placed in my hands was the great diamond, which is rose-cut, round, and very high on one side. On the lower edge there is a slight crack and a little flaw in it. Its water is fine and weighs 319.5 ratis, which makes 280 of our carat. In the rough state it weighed 787.5 carats. It was Hortensio Borges who cut it, for which he was also badly paid. When it was cut, he was reproached for having spoilt the stone, which might have remained heavier, and, instead of rewarding him for the work, the king fined him 10,000 rupees, and would have taken more if he had possessed more. After the sack of Delhi by the Persian Nadir Shah, the stone disappears from history. Probably it was stolen during the sack or at the death of Nadir, and split up into a number of smaller stones. The Koh-i-Noor, the most romantic of all diamonds. Its early antecedents are unknown, but tradition mentions it as the property of a prince who lived in 57 BC. Like the Great Mogul, it had a place in Shah Jahan's treasury, and subsequently in that of Aurangzeb. Nadir Shah, on entering Delhi, could not find the gem, until a woman betrayed the secret that the emperor wore it concealed in his turban. How could he get hold of it? Mr. Edwin Streeter thus tells the story. He skilfully availed himself of a time-honoured Oriental custom, seldom omitted by princes of equal rank on state occasions. At the grand ceremony held a few days afterwards in Delhi, for the purpose of reinstating Mohammed, Emperor of Delhi, on the throne of his Tartar ancestors, Nadir suddenly took the opportunity of asking him to exchange turbans in token of reconciliation, and in order to cement the eternal friendship that they had just sworn for each other. Taken completely aback by this sudden move, and lacking the leisure even for reflection, Mohammed found himself checkmated by his wily rival, and was fain, with as much grace as possible, to accept the insidious request. Indeed, the Persian conqueror left him no option, for he quickly removed his own national sheepskin headdress, glittering with costly gems, and replaced it with the emperor's turban. Maintaining the proverbial self-command of Oriental potentates, Mohammed betrayed his surprise and chagrin by no outward sign, and so indifferent did he seem to the exchange that for a moment Nadir began to fear he had been misled. Anxious to be relieved of his doubts, he hastily dismissed the Durbar with renewed assurances of friendship and devotion. Withdrawing to his tent, he unfolded the turban to discover, with selfish rapture, the long coveted stone. He hailed the sparkling gem with the exclamation Koh-i-Noor, signifying in English mountain of light. But possession brought misfortune to the possessor. Nadir bequeathed it to his son Roch, who was overthrown by Aga Mohammed and tortured to reveal the hiding place of the stone. All sorts of ghastly devices failed to extract the secret. Roch, blinded and maimed, gave up the great ruby which Aurungzeb had worn in his crown, yet he clung to the diamond as to life itself. Before he died, he gave it to Ahmed Shah, founder of the Durrani Afghan Empire, as a reward for help against Mohammed. From Ahmed it passed to his son Taimin, from him to his son Zaiman, deposed and blinded by a brother Shuja, who got hold of the stone by the merest accident. While in captivity, Zaman concealed it in a crevice in his cell and covered it with plaster. The plaster fell off. A glittering corner protruded and scratched a courtier's hand, and the jewel came into history once again. Shuja was in turn deposed by a younger brother and withdrew to the court of Runjit Singh, the Lion of the Punjab, who at first received him kindly, but later tried to extort his treasures from him, especially the Koh-i-Noor, and at last succeeded. He wore it on all public occasions. When the English, in 1840, took possession of the Lahore treasury, the Koh-i-Noor became the property of the East India Company and was sent to England as a present to Queen Victoria. Its transference from east to west appears to have changed its power for evil into one for good, as it arrived during the early years of England's most glorious reign. When it reached Europe, it scaled 186 1/16 carats, subsequently reduced by recutting to 106 1/16 carats, and now it is preserved among the royal jewels at Windsor, a model in the jewel room of the Tower acting proxy for exhibition purposes. The Pit, or Regent, found in 1701 in the Partil mines on the Kistner by a slave, who concealed it in the hole made purposely in his leg. He escaped to the coast and gave it to a sea captain on condition that he should transport him to a free country. The captain took the jewel and threw the poor slave into the sea. Eventually it came into the hands of Thomas Pitt, who paid £20,000 for it, and afterwards sold it to the French regent, the Duke of Orleans, for £135,000. With a great profit Pitt restored the fortunes of his ancient house, which afterwards gave England two of her most distinguished statesmen. In 1791 it was valued at £480,000. During 1792 it disappeared from the French royal treasury, but was recovered and pawned to the Dutch government by Napoleon to raise money. Afterwards redeemed, it found a last resting place in the now disused Crown of France. The Orloff, said originally to have formed the eye of an idol in a temple at Brahma at Srivangam, and to have been stolen by a French grenadier who sold it for £2,000 to an English sea captain. He in turn sold it for £12,000 to a Jew, who disposed of it to Prince Orloff, a courtier in the household of Catherine II of Russia, for £90,000. Orloff gave it to Catherine, and it afterwards became the chief ornament of the imperial sceptre. The Cullinan, discovered early in 1905 in the Premier Mine, Transvaal. The stone, which is by far the largest ever found, weighs 3,032 carats, or nearly 1½ pounds avoirdupois. It measures 4½ inches by 2¼ inches. Its value is incalculable. End of chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of the Romance of Mining. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Romance of Mining by Archibald Williams. The story of the Comstock Lode. Discovery of the Lode. Henry Comstock. Silver ore cast aside as worthless. An assay proves its value. Rush to the mines. Difficulty treating the ore. Paul's reduction mill. The timbering of the mines. Litigation. Bonanza times. Mark Twain. The sanitary flour sack. Extent of the mines. The overland telegraph. The new high road. Its maintenance. Rivalry between stage drivers. Accidents. Depression. Labor troubles. Water inroads. The Sutro Tunnel. A marvelous engineering feat. Hardships of tunnel driving. John W. McKay. The Virginia Consolidated. Perseverance brings fortune. The Big Bonanza. Huge yields. Wild speculation. Seen in the mines. High temperatures. A sad contrast. The fate of the Comstock. To a few barren acres on the western slopes of the sterile Sierra Nevada belongs the honor of having yielded mankind a greater bulk of riches than any other area of equal size on the earth's surface. The great Comstock Lode is synonymous to those who know its history with enormous fortunes, wild speculation, heroic struggles against adverse circumstances, Aladdin's cave realized, hopes disappointed, chagrin unfathomable, the lowest depths of commercial trickery, gigantic games of chance, marvelous feats of engineering, money spent like water in rushing like a flood, labor conducted under terrible conditions. All these ideas flash through the mind at the mere mention of the silver seam, which for 20 years was the cynosure of the world's money markets. The Comstock Lode revealed itself very quietly. Just a decade after the discovery of gold in California, when men were penetrating the Sierra to seek new Eldorados, two miners, Patrick McLaughlin and Peter O'Reilly by name, dug a water hole in a gulch of the Carson River Valley. The earth thrown out was a yellow sand mingled with small lumps of quartz and friable black rock, which they were unable to recognize as stuff of any value, and cast carelessly aside. However, with the instinct of the prospector and from habit rather than any definite hopes, they washed out a panful or two of the dirt, and to their surprise and delight saw the welcome color. Again and again they washed. Gold accumulated in their wallets. They were on the high road to fortune. They had knocked at the doors of the Comstock's treasure house and found riches even on the scraper. Notice this, that while the great Nevada deposit is renowned chiefly for the silver it has produced, it was the intermingled gold which brought it to light. But for those superficial specks of gold, the millions of tons of silver ore might have lain undiscovered for many years to come. Nature had, as it were, scattered a trail of recognizable metal to lead men into a branch of mining hitherto unpracticed in the United States. While McLaughlin and O'Reilly were hard at work, there stumbled upon them one Henry Comstock, whose otherwise contemptible personality will go down to history because it gave its name to this wonderful mine. An ex-trapper and fur trader, restless yet lazy, he had wandered about for years, taking up a claim here and there, to soon quit it and resume his prospecting. One evening he chanced to find the two Irishmen cleaning up their rocker for the last time before stopping work for the day. His practiced eye took in the situation at a glance. With matchless effrontery, he informed the lucky pair that they were trespassing on his land, and by sheer talking prevailed upon them to concede his claims. Thus it was that, though the true discoverers have been forgotten, the name of Comstock has survived. Other prospectors soon arrived and pegged out their lots, while McLaughlin and O'Reilly opened up the pocket. They were much hindered by a seam of black rock which made its appearance at a depth of 3 or 4 feet and increased in width as the trench deepened. The looser earth on each side yielded, however, sufficient gold to keep them at work. Presently, curious visitors began to carry off bits of the black rock, and in due course some specimens got into the hands of a Placerville assayer, whose test showed a value per ton of 600 pounds in silver and 175 pounds in gold, and the tidings spread that a lode of silver sulphurets had been struck on the eastern slope of Mount Davidson in western Nevada. Though silver mining was a new thing to the California miner, the Sierra passes became more and more thickly choked by a stream of fortune hunters. Quote, rough-haired mustangs, gaunt mules, and sure-footed little burros climbed the Sierras loaded with sacks of blankets, bacon, flour, kettles, pans, shovels, and other articles of a miner's outfit. The ravines and brown hillsides were dotted with a restless swarm. Thin wreaths of smoke rose from hundreds of little campfires on the hills, and the sharp strokes of falling picks startled the lizards from their hiding places in the rocks. End quote. Footnote. Monograph of the United States Geological Survey. California was on its way to grasp the treasures of Nevada, hitherto missed by the thousands of immigrants who had trampled them unawares in their haste to reach the gold deposits of the Sacramento River. This happened in the fall of 1859. Not much prospecting could be done that year, and the early arrivals spent a cheerless, hard winter waiting for the time when work might begin in earnest. Fierce whirlwinds howled through the gorges and down the sides of Mount Davidson, unroofing the miserable huts and sweeping off flimsy tents. The occupants swore and erected other dwellings. What were the cold, hunger, and fatigue of today by comparison with the coming riches of tomorrow? Meanwhile, the exhibition of silver bars in San Francisco had rekindled the fever of 1849 and 1850. The treasures of Potosi, the ransom of Montezuma, the deep-laden galleons of Spain, and a host of vague memories were awakened by the sight of these masses of bullion. The fever spread rapidly. Merchants closed their counting houses, and clerks left their desks. Sailors deserted their ships, and mechanics their workshops. The ranchmen from the plains and the restless swarm of gold placer miners swelled the migration, not unlike the train of children drawn on by the entrancing notes of the piper of Hamelin. How to reach the silver ledges was the absorbing thought. Far beyond the Sierras, the riches of their dreams appeared before them, and neither inexperience nor poverty could deter such passionate pilgrims from joining the odd troop which began its march over the mountains while the passes were still impassable. So early in 1860, every boat which left San Francisco for Sacramento was packed with miners and their outfits. From the latter town, the Army pushed up the old immigrant trail to Placerville, and thence over the Johnson Pass to the valley of Carson. Snow blockaded the broken track. Hundreds of tons of freight accumulated in the California town, waiting until teams could be found to carry it through the Sierra. At last, in March, the caravans began to pour into the mining camp on Mount Davidson, and soon crystallized into Virginia City, where for months vice and rowdyism flourished unchecked. The true working miners were far outnumbered by the floating scum of California, who followed jackal-wise the movements of the metal seekers. Volunteers for the Indian War, demoralized by guerrilla warfare, flocked in, lolled at the gambling tables, and swaggered about the streets, the terror of the more peaceful portion of the community. A mining difficulty soon arose. Ore could be raised with ease, but the extraction of the precious metal it contained was a serious problem. Transportation to San Francisco for treatment ate up most of the profits, while the lack of fuel made reduction on the spot almost an impossibility. However, Almarin B. Paul, an enterprising mill owner of the city of Nevada, saw his opportunity, raised the necessary capital, and entered into contract with various mines to smelt all their ore at a fixed rate per ton, and, what was more, to commence smelting within 60 days of the signature of the contract. Every pound of material used in the machinery had to be brought from San Francisco, partly by water, partly over land along a track where the wagons sank to their axles in the mire, and the mules, urged on by blows and curses, had to exert all their power to keep the cumbersome freights in motion. The cost of transportation exceeded the actual cost of the machinery. The lumber used in the reduction mills touched fabulous prices. Yet Mr. Paul was undismayed, and on the last day allowed by the contract, the Washoe Gold and Silver Mining Company No. 1 began to crush ore. So successful did the first crushings prove that mine owners who had previously ridiculed the project gladly sent their ore to the mills, and Mr. Paul entered upon the reward he so justly deserved. Difficulty number 2 now appeared. As the lode descended, it steadily grew broader, until at a depth of 175 feet, it was 65 feet wide. Such dimensions being without precedent, the miners did not know how to proceed. To leave pillars of ore to support the roof was of no avail with a roof that crumbled in. Spliced timbers bent and broke, so that the owners at last found themselves surrounded by riches which they could not carry away except by risking their lives in doing so. Expert advice was sought. Mr. Philip Diedesheimer, manager of a Georgetown quartz mine, came, examined, and designed a system of timbering which exactly suited the particular needs of the Comstock lode. To refer again to the authority already quoted, this was to frame timbers together in rectangular sets, each set being composed of a square base placed horizontally, formed of 4 timbers, sills, and crosspieces from 4 to 6 feet long, surmounted at the corners by 4 posts from 6 to 7 feet high, and capped by a framework similar to the base. The cap pieces, forming the top of any set, were at the same time the sills or base of the next set above. These sets could readily be extended to any required height and over any given area, forming a series of horizontal floors built up from the bottom sets, like the successive stories of a house. The spaces between the timbers were filled with waste rock or with wooden braces, forming a solid cube whenever the maximum degree of firmness was desired. So the delving was continued to 200, 300, 400 feet. The Gould and Curry, Gold Hill, and Ophir mines poured out their riches. For a couple of miles north and south ran the Lode, 50 to 80 feet wide between its walls of solid rock. Over so rich a prey there was, as may easily be understood, plenty of quarreling. And from 1860 to 1863, the litigation arising out of disputes as to limits, water rights, validity of claims, etc., choked the local courts, where many an advocate, hitherto unknown, made a fortune out of his fees. Into the intricacies of these actions at law there is no inducement to enter, for only to the persons immediately concerned could they possibly afford much interest. They serve, however, to show that where a number of people settle down on a rich spoil, they can no more dwell together in unity than a number of vultures engaged on rending the same carcass. The years 1863 and 1864 were the bonanza, that is, fair weather times. Mark Twain has drawn with his facile pen a remarkable picture of how, at this period, men made each other presents of feet in mines, just as in other localities one might offer a friend an apple or a pinch of snuff, and how all sorts of tricks were resorted to by those who wished to turn a worthless shaft into a saleable property, salting with genuine ore or even melted silver coins being included among these devices. It may come as news to admirers of the novelist, who have not read his Roughing It, that Mr. Twain himself took a hand at mining, and in conjunction with two friends struck a blind lead, which crossed the wide west vein at an angle, pegged out claims, and was a potential millionaire. By an unfortunate misunderstanding, all three partners absented themselves from the claims, each thinking that the other two would do the work necessary to keep the property in their possession. When, at the end of 9 days, they became aware of their danger, two of them hurried back to find that they were just a few minutes too late, and that eager onlookers had used their rights to relocate and jump their claims. "We would have been millionaires," he says, "if we had only worked with pick and spade one little day in our property, and so secured our ownership. I can always have it to say that I was absolutely and unquestionably worth $1 million, once for 10 days. It was during this first boom that the sanitary flour sack went its round of the mining towns of the Comstock district. The Great Civil War had broken out, with the terrible suffering inseparable from such conflicts, and the hearts of the citizens went forth to the wounded lying on distant battlefields. A sanitary fund had therefore been set on foot for the relief of the sufferers, and Nevada, anxious to do her share, raised money in many ingenious ways. At Austin, a sack of flour was put up to auction, the proceeds to go to the fund, and knocked down at $5,300. It then passed on to Silver City, which bid $1,800, to Gold Hill, where the purchaser had to pay $6,587.50, to Virginia City, which advanced to $13,515. From Nevada, willing hands carried it down to Carson, thence over the Sierras to California. It finally found a haven in San Francisco, but not until it had enriched the fund by 30,000 pounds sterling. This was the miners' play. They could also work hard. At the close of 1862, no fewer than 40 companies had erected houses of some sort over their shafts, and in several instances steam machinery was already installed for hoisting and pumping. Seen from the top of Mount Davidson, the heaps of debris raised appeared like anthills, gradually growing from day to day. Some hills were almost deserted. But all round the Mexican, California, Gould and Curry, Potosi, and Challier claims, men, horses, mules, and oxen swarmed. The streets were blocked by vehicles hurrying this way and that. Below the surface, an army of sweating miners burrowed along the Lode, which, like the Rand gold reefs, sank at a considerable angle to the perpendicular. Every day they advanced a few more feet, propping up the dangerous roof with a huge skeleton of timber, each balk of which had but a short time before been braving the strong winds of the Sierra. The haphazard methods of 1860 gave place to a well-ordered plan of working by crosscuts, gallery, and winzes. In 1862, the Gould and Curry had over 5.5 miles of dismal drifts and tunnels, and the Comstock as a whole could boast 30 miles of subterranean streets, thronged by 6,000 workers. By 1866, the borings had increased to 57 miles, which represented but a fifth part of the ultimate total in after years. Nevada produced 5 million pounds worth of bullion in 1863, the year of the nabobs, who flew up and down the ladder of fortune like so many shuttlecocks. The Gould and Curry mine, bought from its original owners for an old horse, a bottle of whiskey, some blankets, and $2,500 in cash, was, 4 years after the purchase, valued at $7,600,000. A long list of fortunes thus lost and won might easily be made, for the history of the Comstock is but a record of Peter impoverished and Paul raised to millionairedom. Two great engineering feats mark the earlier years of the silver mine. The first, the telegraph line carried from Omaha over the Rockies to Fort Churchill, where it met a second line extending from San Francisco through the Sierra Nevada. The Americans, with characteristic energy, put up 570 miles of this electric thread in 4 months, a record all the more remarkable in view of the fact that its route lay through the dreary wastes of the Great Desert. Thus, in 1861, Virginia City, the nerve center of wild speculation, was in touch with the civilization of 2 coasts. The news of a big find on the Lode became common property in San Francisco and New York almost before the discoverers had realized their good fortune. The second service rendered by the engineer was that of making a fine highroad across the Sierras via the Johnson Pass. During 1861 and 1862, toll grants were obtained, and a small army of laborers was at work on both slopes of the range from foot to summit. The steepest grades were cut down and smoothed. Gullies and ruts were filled with compact layers of broken stones and loam. Bordering rocks were blasted away or rolled aside, and the narrow, dangerous, wretched trail, scarcely fit for the passage of sure-footed pack mules, became a broad, compact, well-graded highway, which might fairly be likened to an old Roman road. The stagecoach ride across the mountains, which had hitherto been a torture, became a pleasure. The turning points of the road were broad platforms, built up from the hillsides with outward curving base walls of well-joined rocks. On the level surface of these bastions, An 8-mule team could turn without slacking their traces, and loaded wagons could pass one another at all points on the road without difficulty. When snowdrifts blocked the passage in winter, a well-equipped party of men and horses sallied from every station and cleared the way with extraordinary dispatch, while watering carts, passing from station to station, laid the dust in summer, so that the road was like a well-kept avenue in a mountain park. Great as the expense of making the road was, the builders soon reaped a harvest. Every vehicle paid a toll, and at times the mule teams stretched in a continuous procession for miles. Rivalry ran high among the stage drivers, for whom a fresh record ranked above the safe delivery of their charges. Special coaches, with many relays of horses, covered the 130 miles between Virginia City and Sacramento in 12.5 hours, a speed of travel which fairly eclipses the performances of the Bath Road cracks. Every now and then this time-cutting led to a serious accident, taken in good part by any survivors. When a Johnson's Pass stage toppled over the brink of an embankment, and the falling wreck was stayed by chance in the spreading arms of a large pine tree, the bruised passengers looked down upon the bottom of the abyss 1,000 feet below, and congratulated themselves on their good fortune, without censuring the coachman even in thought. The excitement of travel arising from the possibility of such incidents being repeated was increased by the frequent hold-up of a coach by masked desperadoes, who turned out the passengers and stood them in a row, with their hands over their heads, while their persons and the coach was searched thoroughly for booty. Have we not read of these incidents in the pages of Bret Harte? With the latter half of 1864 came the inevitable fall in the inflated prices of mining shares. Some of the most valuable stock tumbled to 1/5 of the previous year's quotations, dragging down the shareholders in wildcat schemes to absolute ruin. The need for severe retrenchment of working expenses became imperative, and the mine directors naturally lowered wages, which in the boom times had been fixed at $4 a day. The miners, unable to see that labor as well as capital must take its share in a general depression, soon showed their teeth. John Trembath, the stalwart Cornish foreman of the Uncle Sam mine, being suspected of sympathy with the proprietors, was seized while in one of the lower levels, bound hand and foot, and lashed to the hoisting cable of the shaft. His captors then tied to him a label with the words, "Dump this waste dirt from Cornwall." And thus mummified, the wretched man was lowered and hoisted twice. From this rough horseplay, the miners passed to organized processions and the formation of a miners' league, which pledged every member never to give a day's work for less than $4 in gold and silver. The league wilted under the economic effects of continued depression, and practically went to pieces within a year. It revived, however, with the return of prosperity to the Comstock, and is still a power in the district. With these huge excavations being cut through a hillside, water, the bugbear of mining, had by 1864 become a serious hindrance to progress, notably in the case of the Ophir mine. At the higher levels, horizontal shafts or adits were driven through the wall to the open air, and these served for a time to drain off the water. But when the shafts reached a depth of 1,000 feet or more, pumping became the only method of clearing the mines, unless a great combined effort were made and a main drainage tunnel driven right through the hill at a level which would tap the whole lode nearly 2,000 feet below the surface. In 1865, Mr. Adolph Sutro formed a company to construct a tunnel extending from the foothills of the Carson Valley into the Lode, a distance of nearly 4 miles. He urged that all mines sooner or later reach a depth where the constantly increasing cost of mining exceeds the yield, and that the Comstock lode would, before the lapse of many years, provided no other means for draining and working the mines were adopted, become practically valueless and deprive 100,000 people of their occupation and means of subsistence. Such works had already been carried out successfully and profitably in the Clausthal mines of the Hartz Mountains, where a 10-mile tunnel entered the 900-foot level, at Freiburg, with its 8-mile tunnel, and at Schmitz, where the Emperor Joseph ate it, burrows for 9 miles. In 1865, the companies interested signed a contract whereby they agreed to pay the tunnel company a royalty of $2 per ton on all ore extracted from their mines, in return for the drainage and the privilege of transporting men, ore, waste rock, and the materials through this back door at fixed rates. Scarcely had the contract been signed when some repented themselves and, in order to back out of their agreement, stirred up formidable opposition to the scheme. Mr. Sutro was, however, a man of indomitable will. He overcame all difficulties, including that of raising capital, and in September 1871 commenced his attack on the hills. Progress was at first sadly hampered by the inrush of water, and by the inefficiency of hand drilling, which advanced the borings only 5¼ feet a day, even when things were going well. The engineers, therefore, had recourse to the imperfect power drills of the time, to find them very costly and tedious implements to work with. Fortunately for the tunnel, the Burlay drill appeared in 1874, and the rate of advance was quadrupled, though the dimensions of the working face had been increased to 9½ feet by 13 feet of width. Mr. Elliot Lord has given the world, in the monograph already laid under contribution, so graphic a description of this great work that no apology is needed for reproducing it in extensio. Quote, Sutro's untiring zeal kindled a like spirit in his co-workers. Changing shifts urged the drills on without ceasing. Skilled timberers followed up the attack on the breast and covered the heads of the assailants like shield-bearers. The hot rocks blown from the face of the heading harshly ceased rattling on the floor of the tunnel before they were thrown and shoveled into iron tram cars and borne away by mule trains. Lanterns, bound to the shoulders of the mules, threw straggling rays of light on the dark pathway. The dripping walls and roof reflected the beams through a myriad of water prisms, and streaks of mottled gray, green, and black rocks shone out at intervals with vivid distinctiveness, as if illuminated by lightning flashes. A foreground and background of utter blackness enclosed the moving cylinder of changing lights and shadows, a fitting framework to the weird picture. As the train neared the mouth of the tunnel, it was seen first as a line of dancing lights. Then the tinkle of collar bells was faintly heard, and the tramping hooves on the rock floor. The light specks swelled to clearly shining stars, and then shrunk to red points in the glare of the sun rays, which transformed the rough timbered entrance into a white-pillared corridor. In this transfiguring light the eyes of the mules glowed like carbuncles, which shone in their dark setting till the animals with quickened steps passed through the gleaming archway into the sunlight. The dump at the mouth of the tunnel grew rapidly to the proportions of an artificial plateau raised above the surrounding valley slope. Yet the speed of the electric currents which exploded the blasts scarcely kept pace with the impatient anxiety of the tunnel owners to reach the lode. When the extent of the great consolidated Virginia bonanza was reported, for every ton raised from the lode before the tunnel cut, it was a loss to them of $2, as they thought. Urged on by zeal, pride, and natural covetousness, the miners cut their way indomitably toward their goal, though at every step gained the work grew more painful and dangerous. The temperature at the face of the heading had risen from 72 degrees Fahrenheit at the close of the year 1873 to 83 degrees during the 2 following years, though in the summer of 1875 2 powerful root blowers were constantly employed in forcing air into the tunnel. At the close of the year 1876, the indicated temperature was 90 degrees, and on from the 1st of January 1878, the men were working in a temperature of 96 degrees. In spite of the air currents from the blowers, the atmosphere before the end of the year 1896 had become almost unbearably foul as well as hot. The candles flickered with a dim light, and men often staggered back from their posts faint and sickened. Behind the workers were sections of treacherous ground, crumbling rock and swelling clay, which occasioned constant dread, lest some day the overstrained props might give way and a falling mass crush the air pipes and block the passage. In such event, the men might die for lack of air in the narrow tomb before they could cut their way through the barrier, or be rescued by outside help. This was not a fanciful peril, as it was averted more than once by the watchfulness and promptness of the miners in propping up sinking ground and piercing the falling debris. During the months immediately preceding the junction with the savage mine works, the heading was cut with almost passionate eagerness. The miners were then 2 miles from the nearest ventilating shaft, and the heat of their working chamber was fast growing too intense for human endurance. The pipe which supplied compressed air to the drills was opened at several points, and the blowers were worked to their utmost capacity. Still, the mercury rose from 98 degrees Fahrenheit on the 1st of March, 1878, to 109 degrees on the 22nd of April, and the temperature of the rock face of the heading increased from 110 to 114 degrees during the same period. From the first day of May, 1878, it was necessary to change the workforce 4 times a day instead of 3 as previously, and the men could only work during a small portion of the nominal hours of labor. Even the tough, wiry mules of the car train could hardly be driven up to the end of the tunnel and sought for fresh air not less ardently than the men. Curses, blows, and kicks could scarcely force them away from the blower tube openings, and more than once a rationally obstinate mule thrust its head into the end of the canvas air pipe and was literally torn away by main strength, as the miners, when other means failed, tied his tail to the bodies of 2 other mules in his train and forced them to haul back their companion, snorting viciously and slipping with stiff legs over the wet floor. Neither men nor animals could long endure work so distressing. Fortunately, the drills knew no weariness or pain and churned their way without ceasing to the mines. At length, The tunnel drew so near the lode that the men in the savage mine could hear the explosion of the blasts, and, soon after, the tapping of the drills on the rock partition. These sounds grew more and more distinct until, on the 8th of July, 1878, a few feet of rock alone separated the two working parties. A blast from the savage mine tore an opening through the wall in the evening of that day, and the goal for which Sutro had striven for so many years was in sight. He was waiting at the breach, impatient of delay, and crawled half-naked through the jagged opening while the hot, foul air of the heading was still gushing into the mine. If he seemed overcome by excitement as reported, it was in no way surprising, for he had triumphed over a host of obstacles, and his indomitable spirit had fairly won success. The Comstock, wonderful as it was in itself, derived additional romance from a Herculean work like this, executed merely as a preliminary to the deep working of the lode. At the time, the Sutro Tunnel not only took first place among all feats connected with mining, but also rivaled the Mount Cenis and St. Gothard enterprises in the difficulties attending its construction. We must therefore feel sympathy with its promoter, who found that his scheme had been so hampered at the outset by opposition that when completed the need for it had almost passed. The quality of ore found in the lode, below the level, 1,875 feet, at which the tunnel entered was insignificant in comparison with the huge deposits found between it and the surface, mostly extracted while the tunnel drivers were straining every muscle to reach the lode. Had Sutro only been allowed his way in 1866, both he and the owners of the Big Bonanza would have profited enormously. Now, for the Big Bonanza itself, which furnishes the most thrilling episode in the history of one of the world's most interesting mines. Virginia City and its neighborhood contained many pessimists in the early 70s. Prices were down, expenses were increasing, and many financiers had come to the conclusion that the Comstock as a whole showed distinct signs of being played out. Mine proprietors had forgotten all about plate glass windows, champagne, and beautiful fountains, while they endeavored to keep the balance of the accounts on the right side of the ledger. While things were in this state, Mr. John W. McKay began to play a prominent part in Comstock history. A man of cool common sense, extraordinary insight, and bold action, he had risen from day laborer first to be superintendent of the Caledonia Tunnel and Mining Company, then a large shareholder in the Hale and Norcross mine as a partner of Mr. James G. Fair. These two Irishmen made a fine working combination. They bought up one property after another, including those between the Ophir and Gould and Curry mines, which had hitherto been unsystematically and unsuccessfully exploited. The original owners, after joining forces and sinking shafts in search of a rich deposit, concluded that the failure to strike ore indicated a break in the lode, and, losing heart, were ready to sell. McKay and Fair, acting in partnership with James C. Flood and William O'Brien, Francisco men, purchased the Virginia Consolidated, as it was now called, for about 10,000 pounds, determined to venture their fortunes on the chance of finding a bonanza at a greater depth than the previous occupiers had attained. The quartet forthwith sank a deep shaft and cut adrift to meet it from the Best and Belcher mine at the 1,200-foot level. At first, the miners found only barren rock. But just as the Virginia Con boundary had been passed, a thin seam of ore made its appearance. Mr. Fair followed this pertinaciously as the possible clue to treasure beyond. Sometimes it almost vanished, but never quite, so that the venturers were induced to continue what outsiders regarded as a mere wild goose chase. $200,000 were spent without result, and the Virginia Con tottered on the verge of bankruptcy. Illness compelled Mr. Fair to be absent for a month, during which time his three partners thought to improve matters by deflecting the line of search from a northerly to an easterly direction. On his return, however, he persisted in following the old course, and in October 1873, the miners cut into a rich ore body, which was the Big Bonanza. Of its magnitude and riches, writes Mr. Lord, all then were ignorant. No discovery which matches it has been made on this earth, from the time when the first miner struck a ledge with his rude pick until the present. The plain facts are as marvelous as a Persian tale, for the young Aladdin did not see in the glittering cave of the genie such fabulous riches as were lying in the dark womb of the rock. The wonder grew as its depths were searched out foot by foot. The bonanza was cut at a depth of 1,167 feet below the surface, and as the shaft went down, it was pierced again at the 1,200-foot level. Still the same body of ore was found, but deeper and wider than above. 100 feet deeper, and the prying pick and drill told the same story. Yet another 100 feet, and the mass appeared to be still swelling. When finally the 1,500-foot level was reached, the ore, richer than any before met with, was disclosed. The fancy of the coolest brains ran wild. How far this great bonanza would extend, none could predict, but its expansion seemed to keep pace with the most sanguine imaginings. To explore it thoroughly was to cut it out bodily, but the systematic search through it was a continual revelation. The average yield of this marvelous silver-saturated rock was 600,000 pounds per month for 3 years. With monthly dividends of about 1/3 of that amount, the four partners quickly became millionaires, rich beyond their wildest dreams. In 1876, Mr. Mackay took out 1,200,000 pounds worth of bullion to make an exhibit at the Philadelphia Centennial Exposition. You can still see in Virginia City a building where 25,000 pounds worth of bullion was melted down daily for over 1,000 days, and from which $1 million sterling started one night on its journey to San Francisco. To sum up, the Consolidated Virginia had by 1899 yielded ore worth 26.5 million pounds, over half of which passed as profit into the pockets of the proprietors. Such a record can scarcely be matched in the whole history of mining. Of course, this stroke of fortune affected the whole Comstock lode. Why, argued speculators, should there not be equally rich deposits still lurking undiscovered in other properties? And they indulged their fancy as deeply as the gamblers of the South Sea bubble. Servant girls and office boys jostled merchants and professional men in San Francisco in the race for scrip. Shares worth about 50 cents rose to a value of $275. Then rumors got afloat that the big bonanza was not, after all, so extensive as had first been pictured. And down came the prices, with a run to a third of their top figures, leaving much ruin and wreckage behind them. Fortunately for those who had stuck to their Virginia consolidated shares, the mine product knew no such fluctuations, increasing steadily until the bonanza became ultimately exhausted. From the sordid dealings of the money market, let us turn to the manly toil of the mines, and borrow yet another picture from Mr. Lloyd's gallery. The scene within this treasure chamber was a stirring sight. Cribs of timber were piled in successive stages from basement to dome, 400 feet above, and everywhere men were at work in changing shifts, descending and ascending in the crowded cages, clambering up to their assigned stopes with swinging lanterns or flickering candles, picking and drilling the crumbling ore or pushing lines of loaded cars to the stations at the shaft. Flashes of exploding gunpowder were blazing from the rent faces of the stopes. Blasts of gas and smoke filled the connecting drifts. Muffled roars echoed along the dark galleries, and at all hours a hail of rock fragments might be heard rattling on the floor of a level, and massive lumps of ore falling heavily on the slanted pile at the foot of the breast. Half-naked men could be seen rushing back through the hanging smoke to the stopes to examine the results of the blast and to shovel the fallen mass into cars and wheelbarrows. While some were shoveling ore and pushing cars, others, standing on the slippery piles, were guiding the power drills, which churned holes in the ore with incessant thumps, or cleaving the softer sulphurettes with steel picks swung lightly by muscular arms. Roman gladiators were scarcely better fitted for their contests in the arena than those Comstock miners for their laborers in the heart of the bonanza. All were picked men, strong, young, and vigorous, fed on the choicest food which the Pacific coast affords, and paid the highest wages earned by any miners in the world. In the hot levels, all clothes were laid aside except a simple waistcloth and shoes which protected the feet from the scorching rocks. Balanced alertly on wet, crumbling heaps of ore with muscles swelling like flesh waves at every swing of the well-balanced picks, they became models for a sculptor. Their hot blood glowed beneath a skin whitened by a life in dark rock chambers, often dripping with water and reeking with vapor. The variety of their motions had made them a troupe of athletes. As one looked upon this swarm of human ants, stopping out and sending up ore from a bonanza whose riches were incalculable, while the vault of the great mine echoed with busy sounds and sparkled with moving lights, it is scarcely surprising that the eyes were dazzled by the vision of the treasure chamber, and the brain heated by enkindled fancies. The high temperature of the lode walls seriously increased the miners' toil. At a depth of 1,700 feet, the thermometer showed 104 degrees Fahrenheit, and when shafts sank hundreds of feet nearer the earth's center, the heat became so terrific that some men fell dead over their picks, while others were actually boiled to death by water into which they accidentally slipped. So exhausting was the effort of hewing the ore in air thus heated and fouled by the exhalations from the lungs and body, that after a few strokes of his pick, the miner had to stand aside to recover himself, while a fellow worker took his place. Yet human perseverance conquered. The bones of the big bonanza were picked clean. Messrs. Mackay, Fair, Flood, and O'Brien pocketed their millions, and the mines, now sadly impoverished and waterlogged, passed into other hands. The chancy nature of mining is particularly well illustrated by the contrast between the good fortune of the four partners and the fate of the first discoverers of the Comstock lode, McLaughlin, O'Reilly, and Comstock. The first, after a life of continual misfortune and hard work, died in hospital, too poor to leave money enough to cover the costs of his pauper burial. O'Reilly, his brain turned by unrealized expectations, wore out his health and strength in a tunnel which he drove single-handed into a barren hillside of the Sierra. Angelic voices urged him on to imaginary treasures still far in advance of his pick. His tunnel fell in and maimed him, and at last he was carried off to an asylum where he died. The third member of the luckless trio, Henry Comstock, also became the victim of delusion. Beggared, in fact, he still remained in fancy the owner of the entire lode and its cities. A self-inflicted revolver wound terminated his inglorious history. He now lies in a nameless grave in the wastes of Montana. The sad note struck by these melancholy incidents attaches also to the latter fortunes of the Comstock itself. During 1899, scarcely a dozen men were at work in the vast chasms hewn out by their predecessors. Deep down beneath the water, which finds an outlet through the Sutro Tunnel, are the bottoms of the tremendous shafts and the deposits deemed too poor to be worth extraction. Virginia City, which Mark Twain has peopled for us with characters of varied pattern, is shorn of her glory. The old mills, once humming with life, are silent. Machinery rusts in the rotting shaft houses, and though the sun still strikes down as formerly on the hillside, it serves but to show how deeply the word Ichabod has been traced across the great treasure vaults of the Comstock. End of Chapter 9. Read by Edward Foster, Sunrise Beach, Missouri.
Chapter 10 of The Romance of Mining. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Romance of Mining by Archibald Williams. The Mines of Leadville. 50 years ago. Significant names. Early history. First era of mining. Valuable rubbish. Second era. Great profits. A railway episode. Third and fourth eras. Tucked away in Colorado between the Rocky Mountains on the west and the Park Range on the east is an elevated plain which slopes gently westwards. 50 years ago, solitude reigned here, among some of the grandest scenery which the United States can offer to the eyes of the tourist. Today, the district is a busy hive, and the rounded hills crossing the plain from north to south have been honeycombed by shafts and tunnels driven in pursuit of gold, silver, lead, and other metals. Leadville, the commercial center of the mines, lies toward the western end of the plain. On the east are dotted about dozens of properties, named in a manner suggesting either their nature or some incident connected with their history. Nil Desperandum conjures up a picture of the miner working against heartbreaking disappointment. In Only Chance, we see the last card being played by the impoverished prospector. Resurrection betokens the mending of broken fortunes. Ready Cash speaks of early success. In Evening Star, Silver Cord, Forest Queen, Star of the West, imagination has had play, and Little Vinny, Adelaide, Dolly B, Fanny Rollins, Nettie Morgan, Lillian, and Minnie perhaps indicate that the owner has in mind the girl he left behind him when he sallied forth in search of fortune among the hills. The mining history of the Leadville district dates from 1860, when some gold hunters crossed the Park Range and entered a then heavily timbered ravine through which flowed a feeder of the eastern fork of the Arkansas River. The locality looked promising. Pans and rockers were soon busy. Color appeared, and the stream, once limpid, became turbid and yellow after its passage through the rough apparatus of the miners. Some claims panned out $1,000 a day for weeks together in spite of the shortage of water. Thousands of men flocked in to share the spoil. A large camp rose on either side of the stream, with the usual array of stores and drinking saloons wherein gold dust was bartered for flour or whiskey. The altitude of Leadville, over 10,000 feet above sea level, means a long and hard winter, during which the miners, swallow-wise, migrated to Denver and other milder localities, waiting for the next spring to return to their claims. The first era of Leadville history covers the years 1860 to 1869. The camp saw its best days in 1861 and gradually declined till 1868, by which time the placers had yielded some $4 million worth of gold. For the next decade, little was done in the district beyond some quartz mining, though prospectors were busy seeking fresh openings for labor and capital. We have seen how, in Nevada, gold mining had led to the discovery of silver. The same thing happened in Colorado, and, as in the case of the Comstock deposits, the early miners at Leadville threw aside as worthless material which, to the expert eye, betrayed a fortune ready to be gathered. The workers in California Gulch grumbled at the weight of boulders obstructing their operations, but when W.H. Stevens, a wealthy miner, and A.B. Wood came on the scene to organize a 12-mile flume for the gulch, they took the trouble to investigate the nature of this heavy rubbish, and found that it was carbonate of lead containing a high percentage of silver. They kept the discovery to themselves until they had secured several claims along what they considered to be the outcrop. From this year, 1878, dates the second era of Leadville mining, the carbonate period, as it has been called. In a few months, a strong spring of immigration had commenced, people flocking in from all parts of the states. Before a year had passed, the population had increased 20-fold. Leadville became a magnet, towards which long trains of wagons moved slowly along overcrowded roads. A bank and a post office were established, and round these a town sprang up, one of the liveliest towns of the day. At nightfall, pleasure-seekers crowded the streets, spent their money recklessly, and enriched those who catered for their wants, building sites which a short time before could have been bought for a few dollars, fetched thousands. Fortunes were made by lucky speculators without the trouble of touching a pick. The carbonate zone runs north and south with a dip eastwards at an angle of about 20 degrees below the vertical, the carbonate lying between a covering of porphyry and a substratum or footwall of limestone. The veins struck varied in thickness from a mere streak to 30 feet, and were so soft as to be extracted by the pick without blasting. Some of the ore yielded $400 worth of silver per ton and 75% of lead. From the Little Pittsburgh, New Discovery, and Winnemuck mines on Friars Hill to the northeast of the town, ore valued at over $3 million was extracted in 6 months. In the second of these mines, a great bonanza appeared at a very moderate depth, between 100 and 200 feet below the surface. So large was the excavation that the owners had to resort to the system of timbering employed in the big bonanza of the Comstock. The Leadville mines of the second era were very shallow as compared with those on the Comstock lode, and their working was therefore very profitable until the price of silver fell in consequence of the quantities of the metal extracted in Colorado and Nevada. Owned by closed companies of a few members each, who kept the shares out of the market, they never became the subject of such wild speculation as we have already had to notice in the case of the Gould & Curry and other big Nevada ventures, nor has their working been distinguished by lavish and reckless expenditure. On the contrary, the Leadville mines afford a good example of efficient and economical management. The carbonate period is connected with a stirring episode in American railway history. The 70s were notable for the extension of the transcontinental lines. The Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe had reached the edge of New Mexico in 1878, bound for the Pacific coast. Its promoters had an eye very widely open for intermediate branches, and the discovery of silver in the Leadville region that year immediately suggested the reflection that a side track penetrating the Park Range into the plateau might bring some very pretty returns, considering the charges then prevailing on the roads. There was only one practical approach to Leadville, through the Grand Canyon eaten out by the Arkansas River, and this the Rio Grande and Denver magnates already regarded as their own, since Colorado was their particular sphere of action. Getting wind of the Santa Fe people's intention to seize the pass and gain the right-of-way by commencing work, they dispatched a trainload of Denver employees to anticipate such a move. Mr. W.R. Morley, a Santa Fe engineer, proved too quick for them, driving furiously across country to Canyon City while the train slowly wound its way over the metals. He collected a handful of backers, and by dawn had moved the first shovelful of earth, much to the disgust of the rival faction, who arrived in time to look down the muzzles of an assortment of firearms. It looked as if there would be a fight for the pass, but the West had advanced sufficiently in civilization to have recourse to the more peaceful methods of the courts. As the result of a long and notable lawsuit, the Denver party compromised and leased the whole of their narrow-gauge system to the Santa Fe. The latter at once began to build a second line through the pass on their own account, and this being construed as an act of perfidy, the conflict broke out again. Different judges gave different decisions. The employees took a spirited and practical part in the fight. Law and order were for the time set at naught. When it came to actual force of arms, the Santa Fe got the worst of the bargain and were finally expelled from their occupation. Such vigorous measures showed that the Leadville traffic was a prize worth fighting for. With the decline in the value of silver, Leadville declined also. But it did not fall, since there was still gold in the district, as Mr. John F. Campion discovered in 1891 when he sank a shaft on Breese Hill to the east of the city. The Ibex Mining Company was formed. In 8 years, it extracted gold worth $13 million. Other corporations did almost equally well. The third era, built like the first on gold, produced many large fortunes. At present, the fourth era of Leadville is running its course. Gold, silver, lead, copper, zinc, and iron are all treated as the baser metals have risen in value. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of the Romance of Mining. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Romance of Mining by Archibald Williams. The Mines of Silverland. Mexico as a silver producer. What Humboldt found in 1802. The total production of silver. Huge lumps of solid metal. Sensational fortunes. A lucky priest. A millionaire fiddler. 2 fortunate peasants. The Good Success Mine. The mines of Zacatecas, the mines of Guanajuato, the Valenciana mine, the Marques de Rayas, Mexican mining law about depth of claims, Zacatecas wealth. Of all the silver mined yearly throughout the world, Mexico yields 1/3, which is assessed at a value of about £15 million. Thanks to the enormous deposits of Nevada, Montana, Colorado, Utah, and Idaho, the United States come in a very good second with 14 million sterling. But other individual countries are nowhere. It was gold that attracted Cortes to the land of the Aztecs in the 16th century. The natives, ignorant of silver mining, had amassed, as we have already noticed, large quantities of the more precious metal, though their total accumulations were a mere trifle in comparison with the silver wealth which they left untouched. Silver, silver, silver is the cry which now draws engineers, capitalists, and adventurers of all classes to the republic so ably ruled by Porfirio Diaz, a man whose career is as full of romance as that of the country which he has rescued from chaos and given a leading place among the transatlantic nations. Silver is found in most parts of Mexico, either as pure metal or in chemical combination with various other minerals. But the provinces most distinguished by their silver mines are, refer to your map, Sonora, Chihuahua, Durango, Zacatecas, San Luis Potosi, Guanajuato, and Hidalgo, to name them in their due order from north to south. When Humboldt visited Mexico in the beginning of the 19th century, he calculated that the great silver lodes were honeycombed by 3,000 to 5,000 mines, each of which had several shafts and many galleries, and he reckoned the silver extracted since the Spaniards first began work to be worth £130 million. These figures are now quite eclipsed, for recent calculations assess the total value till the end of the last century to be £800 million sterling. What these colossal figures mean may be concretely represented by assuming that the silver has had an averaged price of 3 shillings and 4pence per ounce. If you care to work out an arithmetic sum, taking as your basis the fact that 1 cubic foot of silver weighs 10,700 odd ounces, you will arrive at about 450,000 cubic feet, which would suffice for a pillar of metal 10 feet square and higher than the loftiest mountain in the British Isles. That such huge quantities should have been mined is due to the kindly nature of the ore, which permits it to be reduced by comparatively primitive methods. Many of the lodes or veins are rotten or crumbling, and in places masses of solid silver have been found which completely eclipse the records of other countries. The mine of Arizuma in Sonora takes first place as the producer of monster silver nuggets. So sensational are the figures that we should hardly dare to quote them were they not backed by unimpeachable testimony. At Arizuma, then, in the middle of the 18th century, the owner paid duty on several pieces, which together weighed 4,033 pounds, the largest lump scaling 2,700 pounds, or about a ton and a fifth. Even the largest gold nuggets of Australia hardly equal this in value. You will easily understand that in a country so impregnated with precious metal, many enormous fortunes must have been made during the 3.5 centuries during which the miner has been at work there. The stories of individual success and attainment of dazzling wealth would suffice to fill a large volume, and we must therefore but briefly notice the luck of a few persons and the productiveness of a limited number of mines. In the midst of bleak and precipitous mountains, in the state of San Luis Potosi, not to be confused with the Potosi of Bolivia, is the Flores mine. It was discovered by a priest who, tired of his life as a starved cleric, bought for a mere trifle a claim which was being abandoned as worthless. After following the vein a little distance, he struck a cavern in the rock full of rotten ore, out of which he mined over £600,000 worth of silver. Again, in this same region, in 1778, a Negro fiddler, overtaken by night while returning home from a dance, built a fire, among the ashes of which he discovered, next morning, a button of virgin silver. The outcrop, thus fortunately brought to light, made him a millionaire. The Morton mine, Sonora, was struck in 1826 by 2 Indian peasants, so poor that, on the night before their great discovery, the keeper of the store had refused to credit one of them for a little corn for his tortillas, cakes. They extracted from their claim $270,000, yet in December 1826 they were still living in a wretched hovel close to the source of their wealth, bare-legged and bareheaded, with upwards of $200,000 in silver locked up in their hut. Never was the utter worthlessness of the metal as such so clearly demonstrated as in the case of these peasants, whose only pleasure was to gloat over their hoards and occasionally throw a handful to be scrambled for by their less fortunate neighbours. The Good Success mine was found by an Indian who swam a river after a heavy flood. On arriving at the other side, he found the outcrop of an immense vein which had been laid bare by the force of the current. All the inhabitants of a neighbouring town went out to see this wonder. Though he was prevented by water inroads from going deeper than about 3 yards, he took out a large fortune. Of a neighbouring mine, the Pastiano, Ward writes, "The ores were so rich that the lode was worked by bars with a point at one end and a chisel at the other for cutting out the silver. The owner of the Pastiano used to bring the ores from the mine with flags flying and the mules adorned with cloths of all colours. The same man received a reproof from the Bishop of Durango when he visited Batopilos for placing bars of silver from the door of his house to the great hall for the bishop to walk upon." The Santa Eulalia mine yielded so enormously that 2.5% of the silver extracted in a few years sufficed to build the magnificent cathedral of Chihuahua. So much for Sonora. Anything that can be said of this province can be said several times over for Zacatecas and Guanajuato and Hidalgo. The first two of these have been rivals for first place among the states as silver producers. Both have had their ups and downs, the one being in bonanza when the fortunes of the other were low, and then a turn of fortune's wheel would reverse their positions. Since Cristobal de Onte located the Taños de Panuco in 1548, the mines of Zacatecas have yielded over £200 million sterling. The Guanajuato ore deposits, first tapped in 1554, have given up an equal amount. The Valenciana mine, when visited by Humboldt, had, in 4 years, produced 13,896,416 ounces of silver. It was opened in 1760 on the Mother Vein, at a point where some work had been done in the 16th century, and which had been neglected afterwards for 2 centuries as unsatisfactory. A rich bonanza was struck 8 years later at a depth of 240 feet, and £300,000 were extracted annually. A town of 7,000 inhabitants was built near the mine, which gave employment to 3,100 people. A large octagonal shaft was sunk to a depth of 2,000 feet, and the mine was explored by it in lower parts. But the rich ore extended only to the depth of 1,200 feet, below which it was then too poor to be worth extracting. In 1810, the mine filled with water. 15 years later, the Anglo-Mexican Company, of which more presently, freed the mine at great expense, but did not succeed in making it pay. The United Mexican Company, which afterwards took it in hand, managed, however, to extract an immense quantity of paying ore. A peculiarity of this shaft is a spiral path cut over 500 feet down through the rock at such an angle that mules can walk up and down it. The other great mine of Guanajuato is the Marques de Reyes, or Los Reyes. In connection with it, we may notice a feature of Mexican mining laws which give to the discoverer of a lode a right to dig only 500 feet down under his claim. The consequence of this limitation is that when a very rich claim is made, there immediately springs up a contest to get below it and to cut off the lucky discoverer from the lower part of his expected fortune, and he has no means of avoiding such a result but by driving his shaft downward until he reaches a point below the first 200 varas, 500 feet, which entitles him to claim another section downward. The Marquis de los Reyes, being a determined digger, got down so deep that he claimed a second stratum of 500 feet before rivals had penetrated obliquely, and so netted a fortune of over £2 million, thanks to the ore being so rich in gold that it often sold for its weight in silver. With silver so plentiful, many extravagances were committed. One Zacatecas miner paved the street with ingots from the Casa de Gobierno to the Parroquia, between 50 and 60 yards, for a christening procession. In 1800, the Viceroy Ananga passed a law forbidding godfathers to fling handfuls of coin into the street on such occasions. It was easy come, easy go, as always where there are bonanzas, with the difference that even a parvenu Spaniard spends his money not like a parvenu, but like a prince. The province of Hidalgo contains two very famous mines, the San Gertrudis and the Real del Monte. The story of the last is so interesting and in many ways so typical of Mexican mining history that we will devote a special chapter to its fortunes. End of chapter 11. Read by Bryn Roberts, Kings Winford, December 2022.
Chapter 12 of the Romance of Mining. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Romance of Mining by Archibald Williams. The Real del Monte. Pachuca in Hidalgo is the oldest mining district of Mexico. The mines in its immediate neighborhood were the first in which the Spanish conquerors forced slaves to work for them. 10 miles from Pachuca, among glorious scenery, is the village of Real del Monte, on ground honeycombed by shafts and adits. As long ago as 1826, when English enterprise had begun extending the workings of the Real mine, Mr. Ward wrote, quote, "The possessions of the Real del Monte Company on the two great veins of Santa Brigida and La Biscayena cover a space of 11,800 yards, and are intersected at intervals by 33 shafts, varying in length from 200 to 270 yards, but all sunk with a magnificence unparalleled in Europe. The whole of these shafts, together with the great adit, or tunnel for draining the mine, which follows the direction of the two great veins, branching off from the Santa Brigida vein at the point where it intersects that of the Biscayena, and from which the wealth of the Regla family was principally derived, was delivered over to the company in July 1824 in a state of absolute ruin. Many of the shafts had fallen in, though cut at intervals in the solid porphyritic rock. In others the timbers had given way, and in all, as the adit was completely choked up, the water had risen to an enormous height." End of quote. But this is anticipating. Very little is known of this mine prior to 1749, beyond the fact that its surface workings had yielded considerable quantities of silver. In olden times water had been lifted from the mine in bulls' hides carried up on a rope, a method so primitive and inefficient that when a comparatively small depth had been reached, the water got the upper hand and caused the abandonment of the property at the beginning of the 18th century. As has been well said, no wreck is more complete than that which water causes when it once gets possession of a mine, and mingles into one mass floating timbers, loosened earth, rubbish, and soft and fallen rock. The mining laws of Mexico, like those of some other countries, stipulate that a title of ownership shall be maintained by work and work alone. When once a mine is abandoned, anybody can denounce or claim it on condition that he works it. Now an intelligent miner named Bustamante saw his chance. The water was there, but metal was there as well. If the former could be drained off, the latter could be easily extracted. He accordingly joined forces with one Peter Terreros, an enterprising merchant, though some accounts make him an ignorant muleteer, to drive an adit into the side of the hill which should enter the Biscayina vein at a depth of 200 yards below the surface. To effect this, the tunnel would have to be 3,000 yards long. The undertaking, though enormously expensive and very arduous, was persevered in by the two partners, who fortunately from time to time encountered veins which paid all costs. Bustamante died before the completion of the work, but in 1762 Terreros had the satisfaction of cutting into the Biscayina and seeing the water rush out into the valley. Adolf Sutro, a century later, as we have already noticed, performed a similar but much greater feat at the Comstock Lode. When he reached the main shaft, he had a ruin to clear out and rebuild, which was a more costly undertaking than the building of a king's palace. But if the toil had been great, the reward was greater still. In 12 years, Terreros took out over £3 million sterling. Of this, he spent $2.5 million on the mines and refineries, laid out $6 million on plantations, and loaned the King of Spain $1 million, which were, of course, not repaid. For this handsome pecuniary help, and the present of 2 fully equipped ships of the line, the once humble Peter Terreros was ennobled as the Count of Regla. Quote, "Among the common people he is the subject of more fables than was Croesus of old. When his children were baptized, so the story goes, the procession walked on bars of silver. By way of expressing his gratitude for the title conferred on him, he sent an invitation to the king to visit him at his mine, assuring his majesty that if he would confer on him such an exalted favour, his majesty's feet should not tread upon the ground while he was in the New World. Wherever he should alight from his carriage, it should be upon a pavement of silver, and the places where he lodged should be lined with the same precious metal. Anecdotes of this kind are innumerable, which of course amount to no more than showing that in his own time his wealth was proverbial, and demonstrate that in popular estimation he stood at the head of that large class of miners whom the wise king ennobled as a reward for successful mining adventures, and that he was accounted the richest miner in the kingdom. The state and magnificence which he sometimes displayed surpassed that of the vice-king. This in no way embarrassed an estate, the largest ever accumulated by one individual in a single enterprise." End of quote. Footnote from Wilson's Mexico, page 365. Terreros's son found the work of extracting ore more difficult than had his father, for in his time the shafts had sunk so far below the adit level that the original trouble with water was repeated. He installed horse machinery, called malacates, which raised the water in skins to the adit and discharged it. As the mine grew deeper, more and more malacates became necessary, until 28 were at work, turned by 1,200 horses, superintended by 400 men. $250,000 were spent annually on the draining, and eventually the deeper galleries had to be abandoned, though they yielded $400,000 per annum, and operations were confined to the upper levels. On the death of the second count, the mine declined, and its activity ebbed very low during the War of Independence in 1821, which severed Mexico from the Spanish crown. The Terreros family kept their title good by employing a few workmen about the shafts. As soon as the independence of Mexico had been recognized by Great Britain, English capital began to flow into the new republic. During the years 1824 to 1827, a regular mania for speculation in Mexican mines seized the British public. To quote Mr. Wilson's vivid words once again, quote, "That second South Sea delusion, the Anglo-Spanish-American mining fever, broke out in England. It surpassed 1,000-fold the wildest of all the New York and Californian mining and quartz organizations of the last 5 years. Prudent financiers in London ran stark mad in calculating the dividends they must unavoidably realize upon investments in a business to be carried on in a distinct country and managed and controlled by a debating society or board of directors in London. Money was advanced with almost incredible recklessness, and agents were posted off with all secrecy to be first to secure from the owner of some abandoned mine the right to work it before the agent of some other company should arrive on the ground. No mine was to be looked at that was not named in the volumes of Humboldt, and any mine therein named was valued above all price. In the end, some $50 million of English capital ran out and was used up in Mexico. It was one of those periodical manias that regularly seize a commercial people once in 10 years, and for which there is no accounting and no remedy but to let it have its way and work out its own cure in the ruin of thousands. End of quote. While finance was thus distracted, a company, known as the Real del Monte Company, was formed to drain the Real mines and render them workable. Their condition at this period has already been described. Besides, all the machinery in the large reduction works, formerly used to extract the silver from the ore, had been destroyed or carried off, and as the war had almost obliterated the villages round, workers were hard to find. Englishmen are not easily discouraged. The necessary capital having been subscribed, 1,500 tons of machinery, including 5 large steam engines, a stamp, sawmill engines, and pumps, were sent out in May 1825 to Vera Cruz. Even when the 3 ships carrying the material had discharged their cargoes after great difficulty on account of the exposed and dangerous anchorage, trouble had only just begun. 300 miles of rutty and hilly roads had to be traversed by the transports, drawn by 700 mules under the direction of 100 men. This process occupied 5 months and cost $1 million, a sum equal to the original value of the machinery. Meanwhile, a detachment of the mines had cleared the adit, repaired many of the shafts, erected buildings round the property, and built a finely engineered road from the mines to the reduction works through the rocky ravine which intervenes. The pumps were erected and hopes rose high. Unfortunately, the promoters made an initial mistake which ruined their venture. Instead of trying to drain the mines by a tunnel driven below that of Terraris, at the level of the bottom of the existing workings, they decided to pump the water into the old adit. At first all seemed to go well, since 2 small steam engines, working pumps that lifted 600 gallons per minute, easily accomplished what the 28 Malacates had failed to do. But the galleries drained did not prove very remunerative, and the engineers therefore decided to sink a large shaft farther along the vein. The manner of sinking of this was at the time a novel engineering feat, for instead of proceeding from the top only, the engineers drove 5 galleries at different levels from the old workings to spots under that which had been fixed for the mouth of the shaft, and worked simultaneously both upwards and downwards from these 5 levels. The shaft was finished in 1834, and it must be placed to the credit of those responsible that when the sections met they made a hole as straight and perfect as if a shaft had been sunk from the surface direct. The new treasure house reached through this shaft was worked profitably for a time, excavations reaching downwards to a point 720 feet below the adit. Then the difficulty of drainage made itself felt. 3 large pumps, discharging between them 2,700 gallons a minute, could scarcely keep the water in check. The cost of pumping ate up all the profits. Shares which had risen from £100 to £4,800 in value fell, till in 1845 they could be bought for 50 shillings apiece. The company, worn out by a losing fight with the water, gave up the struggle, and a property on which $20 million had been expended passed into the hands of other people for £25,000 sterling. This was indeed a sad ending to the second chapter of the Real's history. A Mexican syndicate bought the mine and all appertaining thereto for a mere song, as indeed the amount named above must appear in comparison with the intrinsic value of the silver deposit still left untouched. Mr. Buchan, the engineer of the new company, at once commenced to drive a drainage tunnel 400 feet below that of the first count. It had to pierce nearly a mile of very hard rock before it reached the great Dolores shaft. Then the water got away, and the third chapter, which may be said to last to the present day, commenced. In 1856, 5,000 men and countless animals were at work. For a pen picture of the mine at this time, we must once again appeal to Mr. Robert A. Wilson's interesting book. Clad in a skull cap, miner's pants, and coat and calfskin boots, an oddly assorted garb, he descended one of the main shafts. While standing at the top of the shaft, he writes, I was astonished at the size and perfect finish of the steam pump that had been imported from England by the late English Mining Company. With the assistance of balancing weights, the immense arms of the engine lifted, with mathematical precision, 2 square timbers, the one spliced out to the length of 1,000, the other 1,200 feet, which fell back again by their own weight. These were the pumping rods which lifted the water 400 feet to the mouth of a tunnel or adit, which carried it 1.25 miles through the mountain and discharged it in the creek. A trapdoor being lifted, we began to descend by small ladders that reached from floor to floor in the shaft, or rather in the half of the shaft. The whole shaft was perhaps 15 or 20 feet square, with sides formed of solid masonry where the rock happened to be soft, while in other parts it consisted of natural porphyry rock cut smooth. Half of this shaft was divided off by a partition, which extended the whole distance from the top to the bottom of the mine. Through this the materials used in the work were let down, and the ore drawn up in large sacks, consisting each of the skin of an ox. The other half of the shaft contained the 2 pumping timbers, and numerous floorings at short distances. From one to the other of these ran ladders, by which men were continually ascending and descending, at the risk of falling only a few feet at the utmost. The descent from platform to platform was an easy one, while the little walk on the platform relieved the muscles exhausted by climbing down. With no great fatigue, I got down 1,000 feet, where our further progress was stopped by the water that filled the lower galleries. Galleries are passages running horizontally from the shaft, either cut through the solid porphyry to intersect some vein, or else the space which a vein once occupied is fitted up for a gallery by receiving a wooden floor and a brick arch overhead. They are the passages that lead to others and to transverse galleries and veins, which, in so old a mine as this, are very numerous. When a vein sufficiently rich to warrant working is struck, it is followed through all its meanderings as long as it pays for digging. The opening made in following it is, of course, as irregular in form and shape as the vein itself. The loose earth and rubbish taken out in following it is thrown into some abandoned opening or gallery, so that nothing is lifted to the surface but the ore. Sometimes several gangs of hands will be working upon the same vein, a board and timber floor only separating one set from another. When I have added to this description that this business of digging out veins has continued here for near 300 years, it can well be conceived that this mountain ridge has become a sort of honeycomb. When our party had reached the limit of descent, we turned aside into a gallery, and made our way among gangs of workmen, silently pursuing their daily labor in galleries and chambers reeking with moisture, while the water trickled down on every side on its way to the common receptacle at the bottom. Here we saw English carpenters dressing timbers for flooring by the light of tallow candles that burned in soft mud candlesticks adhering to the rocky walls of the chamber. Men were industriously digging upon the vein, others disposing of the rubbish, while convicts were trudging along under heavy burdens of ore, which they supported on their backs by a broad strap across their foreheads. As we passed among these well-behaved gangs of men, I was a little startled by the foreman remarking that one of those carriers had been convicted of killing 10 men and was under sentence of labor for life. Far from there being anything forbidding in the appearance of these murderers, now that they were beyond the reach of intoxicating drink, they bore the ordinary subdued expression of the mestizo. According to custom, they lashed me to a stanchion as an intruder, but upon the foreman informing them that I would pay the usual forfeit of cigaritos on arriving at the station house, they good-naturedly relieved me. Then we journeyed on and on, until my powers of endurance could sustain no more. We sat down to rest, and to gather strength for a still longer journey. At length we set out again, sometimes climbing up, sometimes climbing down, now stopping to examine different specimens of ore that reflected back the glare of our lights with dazzling brilliancy, and to look at the endless varieties in the appearance of the rock that filled the spaces in the porphyry matrix. Then we walked a long way on the top of the aqueduct of the adit, until we at last reached a vacant shaft, through which we were drawn up and landed in the prison house, from whence we walked to the station house, where we were dressed in our own clothes again. End of quote. Like the Kaffirs of the Kimberley diamond mines, the Mexican workmen are adepts at stealing. They try every possible device which may enable them to carry off pieces of rich ore. The hollow handles of hammers, the ears, the spaces between the toes, the mouth, and cigarettes all serve as hiding places. Accordingly, the men are carefully searched 3 times when leaving work. The Real del Monte mines have been worked with profit ever since the Mexican company took them over, new deposits being struck from time to time. Not the least interesting features of a great mine are the reduction works, or haciendas, where the silver is extracted from the ore. 12 miles from the Real is the Regla hacienda, built by the first count in the bottom of a very picturesque valley. It is a very extraordinary group of buildings, externally much resembling a castle, since the massive walls are loopholed for defense. Inside are magazines, courts, furnaces, mills, smelting and amalgamation works, built over dungeons, vaults, and tunnels. Let us enter a mill and see how the Mexicans treat the ore. In a large yard, boys and women are breaking up the ore with hammers. When broken, it is sorted, the useless rubbish being cast aside and the rich portions being placed in a molino, which is somewhat like the mortar crusher used on large building operations. Large circular stone rollers are drawn round and round into the trough of the molino by mules, until the pieces of ore have been broken up very small. The stuff is then transferred to an arastra, a basin 9 to 12 feet in diameter lined with cement. Heavy stone blocks, moved round by animal or water power, reduce it and the water which has been gradually added to a kind of thick mud paste. The mass is next poured out on a large floor carefully paved with stones or wood and enclosed by vertical sides. After it has been allowed to dry a few days, salt is added and mules are turned in to tramp it for 2 or 3 days. Sulfate of copper, lime, and quicksilver are thrown in also, and the trampling continues for 70 more days. According to some writers, the quicksilver and other chemicals rapidly destroy the hoofs and tails of the poor mules, though others say that the evil effects are small. Judging, however, by the damage done to plumbers and other workers in metal by metallic poisoning, we can easily understand that continuous immersion in a chemical mixture such as has been described might soon prove disastrous to animal tissues. Presently the time comes when the official tester must decide whether the mercury of the torta or paste has been fully amalgamated with the silver. On his judgment depends perhaps the fate of several thousands of pounds worth of metal. He is responsible for the proportion in which chemicals must be added to secure the best results with any one torta. The quality of the ore varies, and its treatment must also vary according to its nature. When he gives the word, the mass is carried to an immense washing machine, driven by water, which separates and expels the dross, leaving the silver-impregnated mercury. The amalgam is then retorted and cast in bars for minting or export. Foreign capital is, of course, altering mining methods, and the patio system just described will doubtless give place in the future to one more scientific. At present, however, it holds its own as being very cheap and yet effective, though tedious. Silver is doing for Mexico what precious metals have already done for many other countries. Apart from enriching the actual owners and citizens, it has caused the settlement and cultivation of large areas upon which a mining population must depend for its subsistence. The increased need for transport of silver and machinery is responsible for the ever-increasing network of railways, which at the coast terminate in fine harbors, a notable instance of enterprise being the new port at Vera Cruz. Besides her great mineral deposits, Mexico has what is even more valuable: a stable government controlled by a great-minded man who not only himself has clearly before him the path which he wishes his country to pursue, but also has instilled into his helpers a large portion of his own enthusiasm, so that when he is taken, worthy successors will be left to continue his work. End of chapter 12. Read by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa, in December of 2022.
Chapter 13 of the Romance of Mining. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Romance of Mining by Archibald Williams. The Copper Mines of the Rio Tinto. The natural riches of Spain. Early miners. The Carthaginians. The Romans. Blindness of Spaniards. The irony of history. The Rio Tinto. Modern development. Vallejo. Valiant. Liberto Volters. Early company promotion. Report on the Rio Tinto's resources. Samuel Tique. Thomas Sants. The Spanish government tries its hand. The Marquis de Remise. The government decides to sell its rights. French invaders. German invaders. Dosch, Sondheim and Bloom. A gigantic payment. The Rio Tinto mine. Separation of copper from its ore. Spain's future. Wanted. The effect of misrule and maladministration on Spain has been to place her among the lesser powers of Europe. Stripped of her colonies by secession after secession early in the 19th century, stripped of her navy, Cuba and the Philippines by the disastrous war with the United States, Spain, who once yielded to no other nation in pride and might, who shook the nations of the New World with but a handful of her chivalry, and sent against England the mightiest armada that had yet been seen, now stands apart, poor, proud and reserved, waiting till fortune shall give her rank and prestige again. To imagine that Spain is a country without natural resources would be to commit a grievous mistake. Gold, silver, copper, tin, iron, lead, coal, quicksilver, she has them all generously stored in her rugged bosom, so that, were her wealth properly exploited, she would probably eclipse the output of any other European country. The richness of her mineral supplies was discovered many hundreds of years ago by the Phoenicians, who mined for gold along the Guadalquivir before the time of David. Later on, her silver stores came to light, and the Carthaginians raided the country to get labour for the mines. After the fall of Carthage, the Romans took up the work, transporting thousands of captives to toil in the mines which they had formerly owned. They produced large quantities of silver and copper, besides gold, and have left their marks in many a fold of the Sierras. In course of time, the riches thus won from Spain made Rome over-wealthy, and she shared the fate of luxurious nations. The Goths, Vandals and Moors, who overran the peninsula, did little mining. The lodes opened by their predecessors remained idle for centuries. Even when Spain was at the zenith of her power, with Ferdinand and Isabella on the throne, her people, straining eagerly to the Eldorados of Mexico and Peru, were oblivious or ignorant of the greater wealth lying neglected beneath their very feet. It is a strange example of the irony of history that when Columbus sailed on his first voyage to America, he left behind him, within 50 or 60 miles of the fishing port he sailed from, mineral deposits which were destined to produce a more famous mine of its kind than has yet been discovered across the Atlantic. The dark waters of the Rio Tinto, on which his pioneer ships floated out into the unknown ocean, owe their colour to a mountain of copper which has yielded almost as many solid millions of money as have been got out of the Comstock Lode or the Calumet and Hecla. The name of the subject of this chapter having now been mentioned, we may turn at once to the history of one of the world's most remarkable mines, remarkable alike for the vicissitudes through which it has passed, its extent, and the vastness of its wealth. Let us, then, first be quite clear as to the Rio Tinto's position on the map. So follow down the boundary line between Spain and Portugal till you reach the province of Huelva, and about 30 miles north of the town of that name you will find Los Minas de Rio Tinto on the southern slope of the Sierra Morena. From this district, for district it is rather than a place, comes 1/10 of the copper mined annually in the world. Who first delved here for the metal is, and must remain, uncertain. Indeed, we do not get on the scent of facts till the middle of the 16th century, when a formal report, containing some truth and a good deal of fiction, was made on the mines by government inspectors. It drew so rosy a picture of the deposits that a don bought the rights to them, with what success we do not know. A century or more passes, and Don Sebastian Vallejo is found busily engaged in the Sierra precipitating copper from the ore. He, too, disappears into obscurity, while Don Nicholas Valiant emerges, secures a lease for 30 years, and fails to make anything out of his privileges. The first really practical man to attack the great riches of the Rio Tinto was a Swede, Liberto Wolters by name. In the early part of the 18th century, Sweden lost much of the prestige won by Gustavus Adolphus Charles X and Charles XII, but with the passing away of her military power, her commercial enterprise, stimulated no doubt by the great wars in which she had engaged, did not disappear also. Swedes penetrated into all parts of Europe and became preeminently successful as miners. Wolters, a native of Stockholm, came to Spain in or about the year 1700. At first, he practiced the profession of a diver in Vigo Bay, and probably made a good profit out of his work, since in 1725, when the Rio Tinto mine was in need of a lessee, he offered to lease it and form other mines for 30 years, agreeing to pay the Crown a royalty of 1/30 of the ore mined. Not being rich enough to finance the undertaking entirely by himself, Wolters took the step which today marks the beginning of so many commercial enterprises. He promoted a company with a capital of 100,000 doubloons, or nearly £400,000 sterling. Of the 2,000 shares, Wolters kept 700 for himself as vendors' shares, and threw the other 1,300 open to public subscription. It is interesting to note how closely he followed modern methods. Shareholders were given the opportunity of paying in instalments, 5 doubloons on application, 10 on the last day of May 1726, 10 on July the 1st, 1726, and the remaining 25 at such times as the management should consider it convenient to make a call. The shares seem to have found ready purchasers, who included persons of rank and distinction, even some ladies of the royal household. Yet the public press did not forbear to hurl at the enterprise many envenomed darts, tipped with such terms as liar, swindler, and heretic, the last, no doubt, most effective in the country of Torquemada and the Inquisition. It was probably owing to fears of priestly enmity that Wolters included in his lease a stipulation that any foreign employees of the Protestant persuasion should not be interfered with so long as they did not proselytize or air their opinions too openly. In order to cut the ground from under the feet of his adversaries, Wolters did a very wise thing. Scarcely had the first instalments been paid on the shares when he appointed a mining engineer to examine the mines and draw up a report, just as is done today. The report, for which an Englishman, Robert Shee, was responsible, said a great deal, without giving much real information. It served, however, to quicken public interest greatly in the scheme, with results somewhat disastrous to the promoter, who soon found himself at variance with his fellow shareholders on pretty well every point which could be made the subject of dispute. The king, to whom reference was repeatedly made as umpire, finally decided in 1727 that the company should be separated into two distinct enterprises, Volta's retaining the Rio Tinto and Ariphron mines as his portion, while the mines of Cathala, Guadalcanal and Galarotha went to the other shareholders. Volta's got the better half of the bargain, but at such a cost to his constitution that he shortly afterwards died, leaving his property to a nephew, Samuel Tike, also a Swede and a practical miner. Unfortunately, Tike became involved in a litigation suit with an Englishwoman, Lady Mary Theresa Herbert, who had lent money to the company and now sued it for breach of contract. The verdict went in her favour, and she entered into possession of all the 5 mines. But Tike, being a man not easily beaten, appealed against the decision and was reinstated in his property, though not before the lady owner had played havoc with some of the mining and reduction plant. To the end of his life, he died in 1758, Tike continued an uphill struggle against heavy odds. His successor, Francesco Thomas Sanz, fared equally badly, and the end of the lease found the Rio Tinto mine, with its fabulous resources, ready to the pick, yielding a beggarly 100 tons or so of metal a year. In 1777, the Spanish government once more tried its hand at administering the mine in order to get material for its bronze currency. But money was supplied to the management in such niggardly quantities that little progress could be made. The Peninsular War, which paralysed all industry in Spain, caused the abandonment of the mine for nearly 30 years. Then the government, in 1828, offered the mining rights at auction for a period of 20 years. The highest bid came from a Frenchman, the Marquis de Remise, who offered £2,600 per annum for the first 10 years and £3,100 per annum during the remainder of the lease. He seems to have worked the mines with fair success, and certainly increased the yearly output to over 2,000 tons. When his lease fell in, the government again took over the task of converting copper into cash, which they now sorely needed. Whether the Spanish official was radically incompetent or was so enmeshed by red tape that common sense mining practice proved impossible, we cannot say. Whatever the facts may be, the government decided, in 1872, to sell the property which for centuries had been the source of endless squabbles, litigation and loss. We must now retrace our steps a few years to see how it came about that Spain found a purchaser of one of her greatest treasures. Mr. W. R. Lawson, in his book, draws attention to the fact that Napoleon III's coup d'etat in 1851 practically exiled many Frenchmen who took the anti-Bonaparte side. A large number emigrated to England. Others, of a more adventurous turn, crossed the Pyrenees into the land where, half a century earlier, the legions of the greater Napoleon had held temporary sway. Attracted by stories of Spain's mineral wealth, they sent men in advance to spy out the land and report. The forerunners passed southwards to Huelva, searching for the mines associated by legend with the Tarshish of Scripture, and after examining the Rio Tinto, which did not suit their fancy, fixed upon the Tharsis in a neighbouring valley. They obtained a lease from the government and worked the property until bought out by a Scotch syndicate. Another political upheaval, the American Civil War, led to a second invasion of Spain by fortune hunters. This time they were Germans, whose livelihood in the States had vanished amid the clash of arms. A Mr. Dosch became manager of the Rio Tinto. Wilhelm Sundheim started a shipping business at Huelva, while a Mr. Bloom sat down and watched what was going on at Tharsis and Rio Tinto. His deep mineralogical knowledge soon caused him to recognise the true value of the immense copper lodes, and he gave his two friends his opinion on the subject. At this time, 1872, Spain had only just emerged from the Carlist War, in a state verging on national bankruptcy. It became absolutely necessary to realise such assets as could be changed into money, and when a bill drafted by Messrs. Doche and Sondheim for the sale of the Rio Tinto mines by auction was brought before the Cortes, it soon received ratification. On February 14th, 1873, the tender of some English bankers, Messrs. Matheson and Company, of £3,712,000 was accepted, and the Rio Tinto passed into the hands of an Anglo-German group of financiers. The enormous price paid for a property which, considering its now ascertained value, can scarcely be said to have been more than scratched, may seem to mark a gamble of unprecedented proportions. Yet the purchasers were hard-headed men who, though they took risks, did so with their eyes very wide open, and not until the lodes had been fully reported upon in a manner somewhat more scientific than that of Volta's expert. The confidence placed in the reports was fully justified. At first, shareholders who had bought in a hurry sold as hastily, £10 shares going for 30 shillings. They were glad to repurchase at £30, and today the shares are worth more than £60, despite the immense sums that have been spent since the purchase on railways and dock accommodation at Huelva. The Rio Tinto is undoubtedly the largest mine in the world. It covers 8 square miles and gives subsistence to 50,000 people. It is worked by tunnelling and also by the open cast system, which merely clears off the overburden or useless earth, etc., and quarries down into the deposit. There are hills through which cross-cuts have been driven for 250 yards without emerging from solid ore. The area of the mine, says Mr. Lawson, is covered from end to end with masses of red and grey earth looking like gigantic ash heaps. A few of these are the natural hilltops, which it has not been thought worthwhile to remove, but most of them are artificial mounds formed during the operations of the mine. That towering mass of broken slate and granite in the distance was made by the Romans, whose implements and domestic utensils are found in it to the present day. That high embankment of blood-red clay and porphyry, with 2 lines of railway running along the top of it, is overburden. It represents millions of tons weight and has been carried miles away from where nature placed it. In the hollow below there is as much slag or cinder from the blast furnaces as would pave all London, and it is but a fraction of what the furnaces have turned out. Every year thousands of tons of it are put on the railway as ballast, and wherever a chance occurs it is made away with, but still it goes on growing. Rio Tinto was wild and desolate enough when the copper miners laid hold of it, but that was grace and beauty compared with what it is now. Pluto himself, lurid as his fancy is supposed to be, could not have conceived the idea of such a scorched, scarified, and grimy wilderness as it has since become. It is pandemonium painted red, and set out to roast in a blazing sun. The terraces of the open casts are traversed by nearly 60 miles of railway, on which more than 30 locomotives and 750 wagons are running daily. From one end of the workings to the other is a journey of 7 or 8 miles, curving in and out of hollows, crossing points, running up one slope and down another, and your engine all the while shrieking to signalmen at every few hundred yards. Walking is out of the question in such a country. Short journeys the superintendents do on horseback, but for long ones they have to take the rail. When they wish to look round, instead of calling a hansom, they send for an engine and car. It takes them quickly over the ground and gives them a good elevation to see from. The copper forms but a small part of the ore. Sulphur is present in large quantities, also iron. Only the richest ore is smelted on the spot. A considerable portion of the ore is taken direct from the mine to ships at Huelva, whence it travels to England and other countries. Some again is reduced by calcination, ready for the smelter, and so shipped. One of the most lucrative processes is that of precipitating the metal from water which has been allowed to pass through heaps of refuse and smalls, or dust ore. In fact, no mining industry is more complex than that of separating copper from its matrix. This partly accounts for the high price of copper, about 1/50th that of silver, which for years past has steadily depreciated. The world's demand for copper is in advance of the supply, largely because of the immense quantities of the metal used in electrical equipments. It would be a great boon to civilization if the price were halved, while still leaving a sufficient margin for the producer to make mining a profitable business. As time progresses, improved and economical means of reduction are discovered, but at present there appears to be no parallel between the copper and steel industries in this respect. Copper mining is also hampered by the great cost of dragging the ore from depths seldom reached in connection with other minerals. The future welfare of Spain is bound up with the advance of agriculture and the further tapping of her mineral wealth. The Saracens were tillers of the soil and converted many barren stretches of sandy desert into well-watered gardens. And today the eastern provinces are noted for their fertility and high cultivation. Though agriculture must in all countries be the foremost industry, that one upon which the health as well as the wealth of a nation must depend, mining comes in a very good second as the provider of riches. And it is for this reason that future generations should witness a great change in the peninsula. As soon as the internal condition of the country is such as to attract foreign capital in larger measure than today, railways will be run through hundreds of districts now far removed from the sound of the locomotive's whistle. The examples of Rio Tinto, Almeida and Bilbao will lead to 100 other enterprises among the gold, tin, lead, coal and silver deposits which are waiting to make Spain one of the richest kingdoms of the world. When the Spaniard is ready to turn from his old-time doctrine of mañana, tomorrow, and lay his hand to the splendid task before him, we may live to see Spain once more the greatest mining country of Europe, such as it was when the Romans sent their thousands of slaves to work their wretched bodies to death in the horror chambers of the Sierras, such as it was when, 1,000 years earlier still, the Phoenicians sent their ships from Tyre and Sidon to fetch treasure from near the pillars of Hercules. End of chapter 13. Read by Bryn Roberts. Kings Winford, December 2022.
Chapter 14 of the Romance of Mining. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Romance of Mining by Archibald Williams, Section 14. Other Famous Copper Mines. The copper contributions of different countries, the United States, the Lake Superior deposits, history of their discovery, a large mass of solid copper found, sensational blocks of metal, the Calumet and Hecla mine, a huge shaft, machinery at the mine, refining, a bad speculation, the Montana deposits at Butte, the Anaconda mine, Bessemer copper, Arizona, California, the copper mines of Ashio, Japan, Fallon, Remmelsburg, splitting rocks with fire, the Burra Burra mine, British copper mining, a decayed industry, the Paris Mountains, Anglesey. Concluding remarks. At the present time, the United States produces far more copper than any other country. While Spain yields about 50,000 tons annually, Mexico 40,000, Australasia 29,000, and Japan 30,000, the United States furnished 275,000 tons out of the world's total of about 525,000 tons. That is to say, more than half of all the copper mined comes from the land of the Stars and Stripes. 3 states take the lion's share of the copper industry. Montana heads the list with about 250 million pounds weight. Michigan comes second with about 150 million, and Arizona third with 115 million. At ruling prices, the output is worth over $86 million annually, a sum which gives copper the first place among metals in the United States after iron. The most famous copper district in the New World lies on the south shore of Lake Superior, in a tongue of land known as the Keweenaw Peninsula. Parallel to the water, a few miles inland, runs the mineral range, intersected by veins of the metal. Before noticing individual mines, we may glance at the discovery and history of these remarkable deposits. The early exploration of the country bordering Lake Superior was undertaken by Jesuit priests, who played a very important part in Franco-American history of the 17th century. The frequent occurrence of copper was one of the objects that early attracted their attention, and its presence, so often met with among the Indians, naturally excited their curiosity and wonder. Repeated mention of it is made, and in some instances the descriptions relate to masses of considerable size. But long prior to this period, the metal that attracted the attention of the missionaries and early voyageurs, and which now forms the basis of a great industry, had been sought and mined for by a people who have left no record but the implements which they used in the excavations which they made. These excavations had been obscured from view by the slow growth of overlying debris during the years which had since elapsed, and the Indians had no knowledge of the workings of their prehistoric predecessors. In fact, no suspicion that any such mining had been done occurred until comparatively recently, after the country had been settled and prospectors had commenced operations. Then it became known that the copper veins of the district had apparently yielded large amounts of metal to some forgotten race. That the old occupation of the Lodes was very ancient was evident from many facts. Pits and tunnels had become filled with rubbish and overgrown with large forest trees. If depressions were ever observed, they were naturally regarded as those made by overturned trees, or as hollows in rocks, and it was not suspected until the actual discovery, as late as 1847, that the district had once been busily mined. So general are the ancient excavations of the mineral range that there is scarcely a vein or outcrop in the whole copper district which does not bear signs of the old miners. Some of them pits sunk 50 feet or more into the solid rock. In these pits, when cleared of rubbish, have been found large masses of copper which the primitive seekers had unsuccessfully tried to remove. Lumps of solid copper, weighing many tons, have been discovered surrounded by numerous stone hammers, pieces of burnt wood, and other evidences of former labor. It is obvious from the nature of these finds that the rock was heated and then split by pouring water on it to make it friable enough for smashing with the stone hammers, which consisted of small boulders of hard rock weighing 3 to 30 pounds, round, which a groove had sometimes been made to hold an osier handle. The old-time miner knew his business so well that modern prospectors have sought eagerly for these ancient pits as betokening the outcrop of the copper lodes. In 1760, an explorer, Alexander Henry, found a great copper mass about 20 miles above the mouth of the Ontonagon River. 10 years later, he took men with him and tried to secure the metal, but only managed to chip off some pieces. In 1820, General Lewis Cass, governor of Michigan, led an expedition to the same spot. The party had great difficulty in ascending the rapids and climbing over the mountains under a blazing sun, while harassed by countless flies and mosquitoes. The general became exhausted, but the others, pushing on, discovered the object of their search, which, though not so big as they had anticipated, was still considered a remarkable object. It had evidently been much reduced from its original size, and broken tools lying about showed that several persons had attempted to hew it to bits. This mass of native copper, the largest that at that period had ever been found, was transported bodily down the river in 1842 and sold to the United States government, who set it up in the grounds of the War Department at Washington. Its arrival caused quite a sensation among mineralogists, and soon the district from which it had come was swarming with speculators, prospectors, and explorers, all bent on tapping the mother lode. In the, quote, Cliff mine, other large masses were soon encountered, the first being struck in 1845. This discovery was of great importance, since it determined the fact that the erratic boulders previously found had their origin in the region itself. It was the precursor of a succession of masses that astonished the world and gave confidence to investors and enthusiasm to the workers. In 1852, a mass weighing 200 tons, 40 feet long, 20 feet wide, and 2 feet thick was discovered in the North American mine close by. But a few years later, this huge block was quite eclipsed by lumps found in the Minnesota Company's mine. Of one of these, the engineer wrote, quote, "It was at once apparent that they had something very valuable, but they had no conception of the immense thing which a few days' work disclosed. At one convenient point they broke away behind the copper so as to get in a sandblast of 5 or 6 kegs of powder. They stripped the mass further and again fired without result. Again they fired 9 kegs of powder, and the mass remained unmoved. Breaking the rock around for a considerable distance, 18 kegs of powder were shot off without effect, and again 22 kegs, and the copper was entirely undisturbed at any point. After further clearing, 25 kegs were shot off under the copper, and, it was thought, with some effect. But a final blast of 30 kegs, or 750 pounds, was securely tamped beneath the mass and fired. As soon as the smoke cleared away, a mass of copper 45 feet long and 3 to 5 feet in thickness, apparently very pure, and which will probably weigh 300 tons, had been shot out and was ready for cutting up. It was torn off from other masses which still remain in the solid rock." End quote. A later report says, quote, "There is now in the Minnesota mine, between the adit and the 10-fathom level, a single detached mass of apparently pure metallic copper, which is some 45 feet in length, and in the thickest part as much as 8 or 9 feet in thickness. It contains probably more than 500 tons of pure metal, and is worth, as it lies, more than $150,000. End quote. It took 20 men 15 months to remove this monster, which had to be hewn asunder as it lay. Some of the cut faces measured 16 square feet, and the mere chips weighed over 27 tons. Truly a splendid find, the largest and most valuable nugget, quote, ever struck by a miner. Among the Michigan copper mining companies, that known as the Calumet and Hecla stands preeminent. It produces more than half of all the Keweenaw metal, and is further remarkable for the fact that it rivals the neighboring Tamarack mine in possessing the deepest shafts in the world. Quote, "In all the estimates and considerations applicable to other mining companies, this mine must be excepted. The mine so exceeds all others in extent and richness that there is none to be compared with it in product or in profit. If any comparison is instituted, it must be borne in mind that the Calumet and Hecla lode is probably by far the richest vein ever known in the annals of copper mining." End quote. From Mineral Statistics of Michigan. The mine is situated about 5 miles from the shores of Lake Superior and about 12 miles from Portage Lake, which with the Mineral Range Railroad connects it. The Calumet Company was started in 1865 with shares that stood at $1 apiece, but the profits were so large that the price rose rapidly to $30 and a few months afterwards to $75. In 1871, the Hecla Company, which was working close by on the same lode, amalgamated with the Calumet, and the two ventures have since been run as one very successful concern. Within 3 years of joining forces, dividends of $2,800,000 had been paid on the total capital of $1 million. By 1881, dividends aggregated nearly $19 million, and enough money had also been spent to install mining plant superior, it is believed, to that of any mine in the world. Everything here is on a gigantic scale. The Red Jacket shaft is known, by name at least, to mining engineers all the world over. This was begun in 1889, and for 12 years men worked on it night and day until a huge well, 4,900 feet deep and 14 by 22.5 feet in section, had been driven down through the rock in copper-bearing conglomerate. 1.5 million cubic feet of material were removed with the aid of power drills and dynamite, and the excavation was lined from top to bottom with pine, besides being divided into 6 separate compartments. The amount of timber needed for the work was enormous, enough to represent the destruction of a large forest. The shaft is so constructed that in case of fire in the mine, the men can make their escape through it when all other means of exit are cut off. 2 disastrous fires in 1887 showed that it was necessary to make provision for similar accidents in the future. Hence, this great work, the magnitude of which will be more fully realized if you consider that 5 Eiffel Towers, piled one on the top of the other, would not total in height the depth of the shaft. In addition to the red jacket, the Calumet and Hecla Company can boast no fewer than 11 shafts averaging about a mile in depth. Through them, the lode is worked horizontally for a distance of 2 miles. For hoisting from such depths, great speed is necessary to avoid undue loss of time. 2 huge engines dominate the top of the red jacket, up which they whirl the cages at a rate of nearly 20 miles an hour. They form one of the most striking features of the whole plant. Quote, the twin engines, the Minogue and the Siskiwit, as also the Mesnard and Pontiac, are the finest engines on the mine. The 2 latter are held in reserve in case of accident. And here it might be said that the Calumet and Hecla have duplicated every engine on the mine. Some idea of the size of the engines at the red jacket shaft may be gained from the weight of some of their parts. Engine bed, 76,100 pounds. Main pedestal bed plate, 150,722 pounds. End piece for bed plate, 19,466 pounds. Cylinder, 25,500 pounds. Engine beam, steel, 64,920 pounds. End quote. From Cassier's Magazine. To ventilate the mine, huge Gueball fans, 30 feet in diameter, pour air down the shafts all day long. And to work pumps and drills, high-pressure air is forced down through many miles of piping. As at the De Beers mines, Kimberley, quote-unquote, forwards, is a word which the engineers are very fond of. And when any improvement in machinery appears, they soon adopt it for their own uses. Consequently, the mining student can hardly find a better school in which to learn his trade than the domains of the Calumet and Hecla. The ore mined is very equal in quality, though it contains only 3% of copper. Huge masses of solid metal are not found at extreme depths. But as the vein is in places 30 feet wide, it can be worked economically. Indeed, copper being so extremely tough, the dismemberment of large solid lumps might be even more costly than the reduction of comparatively poor ore. Owing to the perfection of the machinery used, ore containing only a few pounds of metal per ton can be treated profitably. The levels or galleries are 100 feet apart vertically. Large gangs of miners blast and chip the ore from the, quote, stopes or blocks formed in the vein by vertical and horizontal channels cut through the vein right across its breadth. The, quote, stuff is dumped into cars, each of which holds 3 tons. The cars are run into cages in the shafts and soon reach the surface. There the ore passes into a crushing plant, which smashes it until no lump has a diameter exceeding 6 inches, and then is dispatched to the stamp mills at the lake's edge. These can each reduce upwards of 500 tons of ore per diem to the size of small marbles. The rubbish is washed out by apparatus somewhat resembling the separators described in connection with the Rand gold mines, and the residue goes straight to the smelting furnace, since the ore is singularly free from those chemical impurities which in other districts, such as the Rio Tinto, render copper reduction a very complicated business. The furnaces used are of the reverberatory type. The ore lies in a shallow, dish-shaped chamber of fire brick, and the flames of the furnace in an adjacent compartment pass over the top of the intervening wall and are deflected down onto the ore by a roof of very refractory, therefore fireproof, material. The slag and scum is skimmed off, and the molten mass is kept stirred through openings in the sides of the hearth. When scum ceases to appear, the copper is ready for tapping and is run off into ingot molds. Quote, lake copper is famous for its high quality. At the lower depths, the percentage of arsenic in the ore increases, and to get rid of this unwelcome element economically, the Calumet and Hecla people send a lot of their stuff to refineries at Buffalo. Though many extraordinary successes mark the copper mining history of Michigan, there have been equally gigantic failures. To anyone coming to the Keweenaw Peninsula and seeing the amount of ore raised from hundreds of shafts dotted about here, there, and everywhere, it would appear probable that other shafts sunk in their immediate vicinity must sooner or later strike ore, but that such conclusions, if acted upon, sometimes have unexpected and unpleasing results, may be well illustrated by the case of a Philadelphian syndicate, which some years ago bought up large tracts of land in the Keweenaw and made preparations for a campaign which would take the wind out of the sails of some other big concerns. So confident were the promoters of success that while their huge shafts were piercing the earth, they built the finest stamp mill in Michigan, ready for ore that would presently pour up from the workings. They also went to the expense of a private railroad connecting mine and mill, and dug a canal from the mill to the lake. But alas, the experts for once had made a lamentable miscalculation. The winding engines puffed and panted, the rock drills bored, dynamite rent the rock. The miners toiled on, looking for the color that would tell them their work had not been in vain. Thousands of tons of useless, barren stuff came up in the skips. The managers wore a look of increasing anxiety when the level at which ore should have shown had been passed and still there was no sign. At last the terrible fact could no longer be denied, that tens of thousands of dollars had been flung into the pit beyond hope of recovery. The engines ceased to turn, the miners sought work elsewhere, and now the rust-eaten machinery in massive buildings stand as warning against overconfidence. The copper-bearing district of Butte in Montana has been exploited over an area not exceeding 2 square miles. Yet from this small block comes nearly half of the metal mined in the States. The Anaconda mine is to Butte what the Calumet and Hecla is to Keweenaw. Vertical fissures in the granite, varying in breadth from a few inches to 100 feet, have been filled by nature's laboratory work with a compound of silica, iron pyrites, sulfur, and copper. Silver also occurs in the proportion of 2 to 6 pounds per ton of ore, and there is a very small percentage of gold. Large caverns are dug in the ore bodies and timbered on the, quote, square set principle used at the Comstock and at Leadville. Ore is raised in 10-ton skips and sent by rail to the great reduction works at Anaconda, where a huge plant capable of handling 5,000 tons per diem covers 60 acres. After being crushed between huge rollers and washed, the ore goes to the mechanical roasters, which drive off water and some sulfur and leave material fit for the furnaces. These eliminate more of the impurities until the residue, about 1/2 copper, is ready to be run into iron tanks carried on rails, transferred to the converter, and treated by the Bessemer process, air being blown through the liquid copper to drive off more sulfur and cause the iron present to combine with the silica which lines the converter. The converter, which swings vertically on 2 trunnions or pins and somewhat resembles a champagne bottle with the top of the neck cut off, is tipped over till the charge can be poured in through the narrow mouth of the top. Then the air blast is turned on. Thousands of cubic feet of air rush through the molten metal and cause a greenish flame to roar from the mouth. The iron combines with the lining to form slag, while part of the sulfur present passes off as sulfurous acid gas. By the time that the process is complete and the slag has been removed, 99% of what remains is copper. To separate any gold or silver carried by the copper, electricity is used. The metal is first cast into large plates, which are immersed in a chemical bath and connected with the one terminal of a strong electric circuit, which deposits the copper on a second plate, also in the bath, connected with the other terminal of the electric circuit, and allows the more precious elements to sink to the bottom of the tank in the form of mud, which is afterwards refined. This method of reduction is much more complex than that which circumstances permit at the Calumet and Hecla, though by no means so intricate as is the series of operations necessary with some other very impure copper ores. Arizona, the third great copper state, could once, like Michigan, boast many rich surface deposits found in caves in the limestone, consisting of very beautiful blue and green crystals called azurite and malachite, which contain in some cases 25% of copper. So profitable was the smelting industry, in spite of difficulties in getting a good supply of fuel, that the smelters did not hesitate to cast aside slag carrying 2 to 3% of metal. Richer, that is, than much of the ore to get which such enormous shafts are sunk in Michigan. The United Verity mine at Jerome is the largest copper mine in the world owned by a single person. As it produces 20,000 tons a year, and as the copper contains enough gold and silver to pay all costs of extraction, the proprietor, Senator W.A. Clark, ought to be a wealthy individual. California, though so rich in other minerals, can claim but one copper mine of importance, that of Shasta. Her annual production is about 15,000 tons. Tennessee mines about half this quantity. Turning to other countries, we find that Mexico takes a leading place as a copper yielder. The boleo deposits in Lower California are the most valuable. Chile has in half a century produced over 2 million tons, but at present its output tends to decrease. 35 years ago, Chile furnished half the world's supply of copper. Japan, on the other hand, is coming to the front. The development of Japan's natural resources has been as remarkable as her increase in military power. Though sulfur, gold, and copper have all been worked by the, quote, gentle Japs from time immemorial, the methods employed were till lately very primitive. When in 1853 Japan abandoned her policy of isolation and gladly welcomed Western ideas, mining at once went ahead. Today she produces 30,000 tons of copper, a large proportion of which is exported to China and Korea for minting purposes. Japan's great copper district is that of Ashio, near Nikko, in Hondo, a town which tourists visit on account of its fine scenery and magnificent shrines. From Nikko, the mines may be visited in jinrickshaws. Quote, tea houses along the route exhibit beautiful specimens of copper pyrites, which are sold to pilgrims to the sacred mountain of Naitesan, close by, and the traveler is also notified of his proximity to the copper mines by the tram cars passing through the streets of Nikko, drawn by slow-moving bullocks laden with copper ingots on the down trip and returning with fuel. The change from Nikko is complete. One leaves a land of peace with delightful surroundings and steps into the midst of a foul-smelling, smoke-laden valley where the bare, red hillsides, denuded of all vegetation, present a striking contrast to the green hills of Nico, with its world-famed avenue of cryptomerias, while the air vibrates with the clang of hammers in the throb of engines." End quote. From the Engineering Magazine, October 1901. The writer whose words are here quoted goes on to say that the village of Ashio has flowing through it a stream spanned by numerous bridges of design so different that the visitor is left with the impression that the engineer in charge must have put into practice all the available literature of bridge designing. End quote. Over 10,000 people are employed in the copper industry here, and a large number of whom had never seen the country lying beyond the red encircling hills till the Great War gave them the signal to join the contingents hurrying to meet the Russians in Manchuria. The village has a well-equipped hospital at which the miners and their families are treated free of charge. Only men work below ground, their womenfolk finding employment in the sorting and washing of ore. The pay is 7 pence a day, and a small allowance of rice and fuel, though the more skilled mechanics earn 15 pence. Not a very tempting remuneration as judged by Western standards. The mines are entirely managed and organized by Japanese, yet they are equipped with up-to-date machinery and appliances throughout. Reverberatory furnaces, electric light, electric cars, a 30-mile railway, and a 3-mile cable car over the mountains for transporting copper ingots and fuel. The ore is very rich in metal, which averages about 20%, so that with labor as cheap as it is, Japanese copper must prove a formidable competitor to that produced where the percentage is lower and labor much more expensive. Though originally the property of the Japanese government, the mines are now owned by a single proprietor who, like Senator Clark, must be well on the road to millionairedom if he has not already reached the desired goal. Other famous copper mines are those of Falun in Sweden, said to have been explored before the Christian era. At their most prosperous period, they yield 5,000 tons of metal yearly, besides large quantities of lead. Then there is the celebrated Rammelsberg deposit in the Harz Mountains of Germany, which is like an inverted wedge, the thickness of the vein increasing as it descends. It has been in operation for nearly 1,000 years, and at one time produced very abundantly. It was for a long period worked on the open cast system, like the Kimberley mines in their earlier days. But when the depth of working became great, recourse was had to shafts and galleries. A writer thus describes the method of softening and splitting the rock by fire, which the German miners employed in the middle of last century. Quote, "By a fixed plan, piles of faggots are arranged in the mine, and it is usually on a Saturday that all the piles of faggots distributed during the week are kindled. Those in the upper floors are first burned and kindled in the upper ranges at 4 o'clock in the morning, from pile to pile, and very soon the fire unfolds its wings in the metallic vaults, which are filled with vast volumes of smoke and flame. In course of time the ores pass into a shattered and divided condition, which allows them to be afterwards detached by long forks of iron. The combustion goes on without any person entering the mine from Saturday evening to Monday morning, when the fireman and his assistants proceed to extinguish the remains of the bonfires. On Tuesday all hands are employed in detaching the ores, sorting them and taking them out, and preparing new piles of faggots against the next Saturday." End quote. The Burra Burra mine of South Australia was a wonder of the decade preceding the "gold rush." It yielded richly from, quote, open cast workings for nearly 30 years and paid £1 million sterling in dividends. It has now been worked out. Want of space forbids more than a mere mention of the deposits of Canada, Namaqualand, Siberia, Bolivia, and the Caucasus. But before concluding this chapter, we may glance at the copper industry of Great Britain, once responsible for half the world's total output, but now shrunk to meager proportions. Today, the British Isles produce only 650 tons annually, a sad fall from the 20,000 tons in 1863. Cornwall and Wales mine most of this scanty quotum, though 100 years ago, the Paris mine, Anglesey, was the chief source of copper. This is how Mr. Richard Warner describes the scene at the Paris mine in 1799. Quote, "This vast natural accumulation of mineral, which measures a mile in length and half a mile over, arises to the southeast of the town of Omit, about 2 miles from it. Its appearance is waste, wild, and barren in the extreme. Not a vestige of green is seen on its parched and scarified surface, all vegetation being prevented by the sulphurous fumes which arise from the roasting heaps and smelting houses and extend their destructive effects for miles round. The wonders of this abyss, the open cast, are not concealed by a superficial crust of earth, but all is open to the day. The bowels of the mountain are literally torn out, and the mighty ruin is subjected to the eye. Standing on the edge of the excavation, the spectator beholds an awful range of huge caverns, profound hollows, stupendous arches, gloomy passages, and enormous masses of rock. Amid this striking scenery, the miners are engaged in their curious but perilous occupations, some sticking to the sides of the rock or seated on the narrow ledges of precipices, which gape beneath them to the depth of 200 or 300 feet, tearing the ore from the mountain and breaking it into smaller masses. Others boring the rock in order to blast it, whilst a third party are literally hanging over the abyss below them, drawing up and lowering down the ore buckets, supported only by a frame of woodwork, which quivers like an aspen leaf with the operation carrying on upon it. Ever and anon we heard loud explosions rattling through the dark profound, occasioned by the discharge of the gunpowder and in separating the ore from the mountain. The reports varied, increased, and multiplied amongst the passages and caverns of the abyss, and united with the scene of rocky ruin below us, excited the idea of the final consummation of all things." End quote. This huge deposit, whence 5,000 tons of copper were once got annually, has now been so exhausted that Anglesey yields only 27 tons a year, and that amount is extracted from the water flowing out of the old workings. One striking feature of copper mining is that, though the metal is widely distributed and mined in most countries, a very large part of the world's total comes from but a few mines. These, the Calumet and Hecla, the Anaconda, and the Rio Tinto, between them account for 28%, and 8, those mentioned, plus the Boston and Montana, United Verde, Mansfield, Copper, Queen, and Tharsis, for 50%. The Engineering magazine thus sums up the question of future supplies of copper. Quote, "The dominating position taken by the United States among the contributors to the world's supply of copper has already been commented on. The immense activity of the Americans, added to their mechanical genius, has led to the initiation by them of a scale of operations hitherto unprecedented in the history of mining. But if the increasing demand for copper continues, present sources of supply will soon be insufficient, unless the production at the big mines can be still further stimulated. It is doubtful, however, whether the productions of mines like Anaconda in the Rio Tinto can be very largely increased. And there is another side to the question that must not be lost sight of. The more rapidly an ore deposit is exploited, the sooner it will be exhausted. It is true that there are immense reserves of copper ore at Lake Superior, assuming that the beds can be profitably worked down to a vertical depth of 6,000 to 7,000 feet. But it seems likely that even this source of supply will fail to cope with the increased demands of the early part of the next century. In 3 or 4 decades will probably see it exhausted. We are bound to assume, therefore, that unless new and abundant sources for the metal are opened up in the early part of next century, the 20th, or some substitute is found for it in the electrical industry, there is no prospect of copper being overproduced. End quote. April 1900. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of the Romance of Mining. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. The Romance of Mining by Archibald Williams. Chapter 15. Quicksilver Mining. A peculiar characteristic of quicksilver, or mercury, distinguishing it from other metals, is its extremely low melting point, which is 38 degrees below zero Fahrenheit. At ordinary temperatures it is always liquid, and on account of the consistency of its rate of expansion when heated, it is invaluable in thermometers, excepting in such instruments as are called upon to register extreme cold, for which alcohol is used instead. As its melting point is low, its boiling or vaporizing temperature is comparatively low also, to be exact 675.1 degrees Fahrenheit. This property, in conjunction with a readiness to combine with gold and silver, makes mercury play so important a part in the refining of precious metals. We have already noticed, in our chapters on gold and silver mining, how it is spread in sluices, vats, and patios to seize upon finely divided gold or silver and form an amalgam with it, out of which the more volatile metal is easily driven by the action of heat, to be caught in cooling chambers and condensed back to liquidity. Apart from metallurgy, quicksilver is valuable to the maker of many scientific instruments, to the electrician, to the paint manufacturer, and to the doctor, who finds compounds of mercury most useful in the treatment of certain skin diseases and inflammation of the joints. Mercury has a high specific gravity. Only gold, platinum, and iridium, among the better-known metals, are heavier. It weighs bulk for bulk more than 1/3 as much again as silver, and is nearly double as heavy as iron, so that an iron bar would float like a cork in a tank of mercury. Another feature is its freedom from oxidization on exposure to the air. Mercury occurs naturally as a sulfide called cinnabar, a red substance which is found in comparatively few parts of the world: Spain, Illyria, California, Russia, Italy, and Mexico. The best quality of cinnabar contains about 86% of mercury to 14% of sulfur. The oldest and most famous quicksilver mine in the world is that of Almaden in the Sierra Morena, almost at the meeting point of the provinces of Ciudad Real, Badajoz, and Cordova. The railway from Madrid to Cordova passes through the town, which has a population of about 10,000 people, almost all connected directly or indirectly with the mines. The word Almaden is Arabic, signifying the mine of quicksilver. Ever since the time of the Romans, who called the place Sisapona, Almaden has been renowned for this metal, which is mentioned by Theophrastus, Vitruvius, and Pliny. The last writer tells us, in his Natural History, that the mine was sealed with the greatest care and was only opened to take out the quantity of cinnabar necessary for the consumption of Rome, where it apparently served as a rouge for fashionable matrons and a pigment for painters. The Moors did not work the mine, but after their departure it was reopened, and in the 17th century 2 Germans, Marc and Christopher Fugger, softened by the Spaniards into Fucares, undertook to work the mine and give the government £450,000 of metal yearly in return for the mining rights. After some years of working, they professed to be unable to pay the royalty on account of the exhaustion of the deposits, and withdrew in 1635, though not before they had amassed sufficient riches to make their name synonymous with millionairedom. A branch of the family took over the mine and worked it for 10 years, when it passed again into the hands of the government. Their manager, Don Juan Bustamante, established 12 furnaces, named after the 12 apostles, for reducing the ore. But on his being unable to make the mine pay, the locality was explored for other deposits, and this led to the discovery of the extraordinary formation that has been worked ever since. Until the deposits of New Almaden in California came to light in 1845, the Spanish mine was without a rival, and even now holds its own. To the world's total of 3,775 metric tons in 1899, Almaden contributed 1,357 tons, or more than 1/3. There are 3 veins at Almaden named the San Nicolas, the San Francisco, and the San Diego, running, as a rule, nearly parallel to one another, though they converge and meet at intervals. The principal vein is 25 feet in thickness, and though mined to a great depth, its richness and quantity seem to increase. The town lies over the mine, which is entered by an adit or tunnel. Deep shafts penetrate into the bowels of the earth, ladders reaching from stage to stage. The pumping out of water, fortunately not a serious item here, was for years performed by machinery installed by Watt in 1790, and accounted a marvel of its day. The mineral, hacked out of the veins by hundreds of semi-nude workmen, is hoisted up perpendicular shafts, and the metal is separated from its ore by distillation. The mercury is then poured into iron flasks containing 76.5 pounds each, and the iron corks are screwed down very tightly by machinery so that there may be no tampering with the contents. Though the mine is very well organised, many of the galleries being arched over with masonry as a protection against falls, the workers have a far from pleasant task to perform, on account of the injurious effects of mercury on the human constitution. Work in the Almaden mine is so unhealthy that up to the end of the 18th century only criminals were employed as miners there. Almaden, says Monsieur Simonin, was the site of a presidio, or house of correction, and a gallery ran from the prison to the mine. Now the workmen, numbering some 4,000 to 5,000, are all free men, attracted from all parts of Spain, and even from Portugal, by grants of land and immunity from certain civic duties, as the mine is a government concern. The miners are divided into 3 watches, each of which works about 6 hours out of the 24, the rest being from 10 o'clock at night till 4 o'clock in the morning. The health of the men employed in extracting this most unwholesome mineral, we quote here Captain S. E. Widrington's Spain and the Spaniards, varies very much, but on the whole they are very seriously affected by the exhalations and the heat of the lower workings. This may easily be imagined when it is stated that at the lowest part to which we descended, the quicksilver was running down the walls, and the heat was considerable, whilst the ventilation was naturally extremely deficient. Both Dr. Daubeny and myself sensibly felt the effect even in the short time we passed there, and I distinctly perceived the coppery taste of the mercury on the palate. How much more must the labourers be affected who are working hard, are heated, and almost naked? After the winter's work, most of them are seriously altered in health and appearance. but the effect of their native air soon restores them, and in most instances they return again. Everything depends on care and attention to diet. Those who live freely, especially those who indulge in wine, rapidly fall victims to the disorders generated by the pernicious mineral, whilst those who are attentive in cleansing their persons immediately after leaving work and live temperately, using a good deal of milk, attain the usual age of man in that country. Some instances of men of upwards of 70 were pointed out who had worked all their lives in the mine and were hale and strong, but these are rare examples. Monsieur Simonin draws a rather darker picture. He says that few of the miners escape the effects of mercury. They become emaciated and wan, their gums are salivated, and their teeth fall out, causing all the digestive troubles connected with defective mastication. They are subject to tremblings and convulsions, and finally die of consumption or become idiotic. Even the vegetable life of the district is affected by the mercury fumes, and the immediate neighbourhood is as sterile as the environs of the Rio Tinto. The new Almaden mines are situated 15 miles from San Jose in California. The first discoverers of the cinnabar deposits were the Indians, who found that, when mixed with grease, cinnabar made a very effective red paint for the decoration of their persons. In 1845, a Mexican cavalry officer named Castillero met a tribe of Indians whose faces were painted with vermilion, the pigment made from cinnabar, and offered them a reward if they would reveal the spot from which they had obtained their paint. When shown the place, he experimented, and being satisfied that there was a rich vein of the mineral, he registered a claim in accordance with the requirements of Mexican law, and communicated the news to a brother, who managed to raise enough money to form a syndicate for exploiting the mine. The first company, finding that the process of raising ore and extracting the metal was very expensive, gave up independent operations at the end of a year and leased their rights to a second company, stipulating that they should receive 1/4 of the proceeds. Eventually, all the original shareholders were bought out by their successors, who in 1850 had already spent £80,000 over and above their receipts. Fortunately, in that year, an employee discovered a process of smelting the ore which greatly reduced the expense of extraction. An ore chamber, having 2 sides built of perforated bricks, is filled with cinnabar, and a fire is lighted in a compartment adjacent to one of these sides. The flames, passing through the ore, vaporize the mercury, which is carried along with the products of combustion through the other perforated wall into a series of condensation chambers, the partitions between which are open alternately at the top and bottom, and is condensed into metal. Any vapour that escapes the last condensing chamber passes over a cistern of cold water and through a spray of water. The metal runs to the lower end of each chamber, and thence through a small pipe into a trough extending to a large circular vat, from which it is drawn off into flasks. The entrance to the mine is at the top of a steep hill, through a tunnel 10 feet wide and 10 feet high, which has been driven more than 1,000 feet through solid rock to meet the main shaft. Along this runs a railway for cars, into which the ore is dumped as fast as the tenateros or ore carriers can bring it up in bags of hide. This entry saves the carriers a great amount of labour, for, until it was made, every ounce of material, including useless rock, had to be transported an extra 150 feet perpendicularly to the top of the main shaft. At the end of the tunnel is a shrine, at which every workman pays his devotions before descending to his round of labours. You descend a perpendicular ladder, formed by notches cut into a solid log, perhaps 12 feet, then turn and pass a narrow corner, where a frightful gulf seems yawning to receive you. Carefully threading your way over the very narrowest of footholds, you turn into another passage, black as night, to descend into a flight of steps formed in the side of the cave, tread over some loose stones, turn round, step over arches, down into another passage that leads into many dark and intricate windings and descendings, or chambers supported by but a column of earth, now stepping this way, then that, twisting and turning, all tending down, down to where, through the darkness of midnight, one can discern the faint glimmer which it seems impossible one can ever reach. We were shown a map giving the subterranean geography of this mine, and truly the crossings and recrossings, the windings and intricacies of the labyrinthine passages could only be compared to the streets of a dense city, while nothing short of the clue furnished Theseus by Ariadne would ensure the safe return into day of the unfortunate pilgrim who should enter without a guide. The miners have named the different passages after their saints, and run them off as readily as we do the streets of a city, and after exhausting the names of all the saints in the calendar, have commenced on different animals, one of which is not inaptly called El Elefante. Some idea of the extent and number of these passages may be formed when we state that 60 pounds of candles are used by the workmen in the 24 hours. Another turn brings us upon some men at work. One stands upon a single plank placed high above us in an arch, and he is drilling into the rock above him for the purpose of placing a charge of powder. It appears very dangerous, yet we are told that no lives have ever been lost, and no more serious accidents have occurred than the bruising of a hand or limb from carelessness in blasting. How he can maintain his equilibrium is a mystery to us, while with every thrust of the drill his strong chest heaves, and he gives utterance to a sound, something between a grunt and a groan, which is supposed by them to facilitate their labour. Some 6 or 8 men working in one spot, each keeping up his agonizing sound, awaken a keen sympathy. We step aside to allow another set of labourers to pass. There they come, up and up from almost interminable depths, each one as he passes, panting, puffing, and wheezing like a high-pressure steamboat, as with straining nerve and quivering muscle he staggers under the load, which nearly bends him double. These are the tenateros, carrying the ore from the mine to deposit it in the cars, and, like the miners, they are burdened with no superfluous clothing, a shirt and trousers, or the trousers without the shirt, a pair of leathern sandals fastened at the ankle, with a felt cap, or the crown of an old hat, complete their costume. The tenatero must be a strong fellow, for his load weighs up to 200 pounds, and he makes 40 to 50 journeys a day. He has learnt the proper method of carrying a load, viz., by a broad band passing round the forehead. The African natives and Tibetan tea carriers adopt the same system of distributing the pressure over the muscles of the neck and back. For this hard labour he receives $3 a day. The miner is paid by results, and the gang to which he belongs takes care that he keeps hard at work. When the ore has reached the surface, it is spread in a yard, where labourers sort it over and break it up, separating refuse from the ore. The good stuff is then carefully weighed and loaded on mules, 300 pounds to each animal, for transport to the furnaces. In former times, the cinnabar ore caused little injury to health, but at the depths now reached, where the ore is so rich that beads of metal as large as a pea can be seen clinging to the sides of the workings, the air of the labores, or stopes, is so saturated with quicksilver vapour that, in spite of good ventilation, the men suffer a great deal from metal poisoning. This is partly due to the heat of the workings, which causes profuse perspiration, and leads the miners to use very little clothing, so that the vapour has direct access to the skin. The effects are aggravated by the sudden changes from heat to cold, against which little or no precaution is taken by the ignorant Mexicans. More deadly even than hewing the ore is the drawing of refuse from the furnaces. Men employed in this business are obliged to knock off after 3 weeks of work and to take a rest. Horses and mules also die from the effects of mercury poisoning. It is remarkable that, While the Mexican recovers rapidly from wounds received in the frequent quarrels indulged in by the hot-headed natives, or from accidental injuries, he soon succumbs to constitutional troubles such as pneumonia and consumption. Mrs. Alec Tweedy draws attention to the Mexican miner's prejudice against the presence of women in the mines. Should a lady visitor inspect the workings, and any mishap subsequently occur, such as the ending of a vein or a fall of rock, it is at once laid at the door of the woman, who must have been the devil in disguise. Managers are therefore very chary of allowing the fairer sex within their precincts, lest their employees should take fright and keep away for a day or two till the evil effects of the satanic visitation might be considered to have evaporated. The estate of the new Almaden Company covers 7,800 acres. Huge deposits no doubt still remain untouched. In the years 1850 to 67, this mine yielded 35,333,586 pounds of metal, and is still prolific enough to supply all the needs of New World miners, while leaving a good margin for export to China and Japan. In 1902, the value of the mercury raised from New Almaden and New Idria was about $1,500,000, and the weight 1,195 tons. End of chapter 15.